Translator, God Brandy. Is Senior White's clone finally here? The black scarlet heaven sword was the first to notice that Sage Monarch White, who was still handsome as always, was not wearing any shoes. It seemed that the 9th stage heavenly tribulation was so intense that Sage Monarch White had lost even his shoes. One Senior White jumped off the flying sword and looked at the withered Song Shuhang. You look horrible. Song Shuhang nodded weakly. His neck was stiff and brittle. If he nodded his head too vigorously, it might actually break. Senior White put his hand on Song Shuhang's body and then, similar to Sister White Dragon earlier, cast over 10 magical techniques in quick succession. From healing techniques to cleansing techniques, as well as purification techniques, energy restoration techniques, and more. After the set of magical techniques took effect, Song Shuhang's head and wooden body returned to normal again. This time, the wooden body not only grew green leaves, but even flower buds. His entire body exuded the breath of spring. But after a few seconds, the flowers withered, the leaves dried up, and the wooden body became covered in cracks. Senior White asked curiously, "You're in quite the troublesome state. What's going on?" Song Shuhang opened his mouth, but his throat was so dry that he could not make a sound. The black scarlet heaven sword replied in his stead, "He's been fighting big shots non-stop." Senior White nodded understandingly. He then stretched out his hand and patted Song Shuhang before saying, "Take it easy in the future. While I was having fun transcending the tribulation, how many times did you fight a big shot? If you do it too often, it won't be good for your health." Song Shuhang's eyes teared up. This clone of Senior White seemed the type that cared about others. Sister White Dragon asked, "Does fellow Taoist White have a way to help Song Shuhang?" Senior White pinched his chin and thought. At this time, Senior Turtle next to him said, "Actually, I have an idea to help Shuhang. We don't have to look for a cure immediately as we can just deal with his dehydration first. We can take one step at a time and cure him slowly. What are your thoughts on the matter, fellow Taoist Turtle?" asked Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Senior Turtle smiled and said, "I was thinking of a moisturizing mask. Since his body is lacking water, we just need to keep him hydrated." Song Shuhang, one at this moment, Senior Turtle looked exactly like a salesman. But it's not just his face that's dehydrated, his entire body is dehydrated, said Sister White Dragon. Then put a moisturizing film over his whole body, Senior Turtle said happily. That way, his entire body would be moisturized, and his skin would become smooth and elastic. Song Shuhang could not help but imagine himself putting a moisturizing film over his entire body, giving a thumbs up, and saying, "Stay hydrated." Definitely not. I'd rather stay dry and withered like I am now. I like the idea. Lady Onion nodded and praised Senior Turtle's idea. She and Senior Turtle had entered a Turtle-Onion alliance. For this reason, she was usually on Senior Turtle's side. Sounds like a good idea. Pavilion Master Chu, who was far away in the living spring, joined the conversation. She had been following the conversation the entire time. Senior White said, "If you only want to keep him hydrated, I may have something that can come in handy. Shuhang, open a passage that leads outside your inner world. I'm going to look for something in my treasure vault. However, I'm not sure if I'll be able to find it." Song Shuhang opened a dedicated VIP passage for Senior White. Then, Senior White began to rummage through his vast treasure vault. After a few minutes. "Oh, I found this thing," said Senior White. He stretched out his hand, revealing several crimson fruits. These fruits appeared to be very hot, as if there was 1,000-year-old flame sealed inside each of them. Song Shuhang instinctively took a few steps back. If he, who was already dehydrated, ate this thing, would he not be set on fire? Directly would there even be anything left of him but cinders? 16 asked curiously, "Can this thing hydrate Song Shuhang?" The fruits that Senior White had brought out were clearly a fire-type treasure. Could it be that Senior White wanted to fight poison with poison, so that Song Shuhang could turn negative into positive? These are Millennium Cherries, Senior White explained. When I was closed up and Shuhang and Daodu came to pick me up, I promised Daodu that I would give him some Millennium Cherries. I kept on forgetting to do so, but I can send him some right now. Senior White took out a disposable flying sword, loaded some Millennium Cherries onto it, then wrote a note saying, "For Daodu," which he stuck onto the flying sword. "Since I found some, I'll send them to Daodu right away. I have a hunch that he'll like these cherries quite a bit." Senior White took out his phone and sent a message to Daodu. "Daodu, I'm sending you a flying sword package. You can pick up the package at fellow Daoist Yellow Mountain's sword washing station. Don't forget about it." After he finished sending the message, Senior White used a sword art. The disposable flying sword soared into the sky along with the package and flew toward the location of the sword washing station at Venerable Yellow Mountain's place. After sending out the flying sword package, Senior White gave some Millennium Cherries to the other fellow Taoists present and said, "The Millennium Cherries turned out to be quite tasty this time, and there were a lot of them as well." Just as he was about to give some to Song Shuhang, Senior White fell into thought and took back the Millennium Cherry. "Shuhang, you aren't in the best state to have a Millennium Cherry at the moment." Song Shuhang's eyes teared up again. This was the only bit of moisture he had left. Senior White searched through his vast treasury again. After going through it for some time, he suddenly took out a bunch of dragon scales that were burning with flames. One Senior White said, "Right, these are the fire dragon scales that I promised I would give to fellow Daoist Phoenix Slayer." He sent out another disposable flying sword, this time loaded with the package of scales, along with a note saying, "For young Master Phoenix Slayer." Senior White pondered for a moment and then gave some fire dragon scales to 16 and Lady Onion as well. "This thing is useless to me, and it just takes up space. I'll just give them to you," said Senior White before he looked at Song Shuhang again. Song Shuhang looked at the fire dragon scales, unable to say a word. "Shuhang, I'm afraid you can't use this thing." After saying that, Senior White stored the fire dragon scales away again. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. He had kind of expected it. One afterward. Senior White sent out 2 more packages, one to True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon and another to Cave Lord Snow Wolf. One when he came out of seclusion this time, Cave Lord Snow Wolf helped him create various documents. Senior White had long since prepared a gift for him. As for the package meant for True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon, it was actually for Yu Jiao. It was worth mentioning that all of the gifts that Senior White sent were of the fire attribute. Cave Lord Snow Wolf specializes in ice-type techniques, so why did he need fire-type treasures? After seeing Senior White send those 4 packages, Song Shuhang felt like he was missing out. It was like a big brother giving candy and gifts to their younger siblings and everyone had a share except for the one little brother. Song Shuhang said, "Senior White, this clone of yours feels a lot different from the previous ones." Although the previous clones all had different personalities, the current clone felt especially different. "Oh? So you noticed?" Senior White nodded slightly and said, "Because this time, my upper body is my real upper body." One Song Shuhang, Sigma, degree Winky Face 2. Translator, God Brandy. What do you mean by saying that your upper body is your real upper body? Only half of your main body came over? Are you saying that the other half is still fooling around in the 9th stage heavenly tribulation realm? The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "No wonder fellow Daoist White isn't wearing shoes this time." Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, you're focusing on the wrong point, Song Shuhang said using group voice transmission. If your upper body is your real upper body, then what's your lower body? Senior White replied, "It's a clone." 1/16's eyes widened. So, the Senior White in front of us is a combination made up of half of his real body and half of his clone's body? Shuhang had his head cut off, and that's all he's left now. Meanwhile, fellow Daoist White has cut himself in half. Did you two agree to do this beforehand or something? Sister White Dragon found herself between laughter and tears when she thought of the situation. One song Shuhang, one I didn't voluntarily get my head cut off. I'm different from that big shot who was willing to cut off his little brother to paint himself gold. One also, isn't Senior White's new clone too miserable? It was cut in half as soon as it appeared. That clone of Senior White that had facial paralysis really did him dirty. Senior White replied, it's because I wanted to leave the heavenly tribulation realm, but did not want to stop the experience halfway. As such, I used a body separation magical treasure to cut myself and my clone in half. Then, I combined them before heading out. The magical treasure he used was the same magical treasure he used to cut off Song Shuhang's arm back then. Senior White had a great time playing in the heavenly tribulation realm with Song Shuhang's arm and came back with a lot of heavenly tribulation nuclear bombs. Song Shuhang asked in confusion, but isn't that magical treasure very small? How did you fit an entire half of your body inside it? Back then, he had thought of becoming a headless horseman, but he found out that the box was too small to fit his head. One speaking of which, his wish had come true in a different way. He had now become a bodiless horseman, being someone with only a head and no body. Senior White said, I opened the box and brought it all the way to my waist before cutting myself in half. Everyone's eyes fell on Sage White's waist. They had not noticed it before, but Sage White's waist was really slender. Song Shuhang said, so, the upper body of your clone and the lower body of your real body are still transcending the tribulation in the heavenly tribulation realm? That's right. I'll just switch back when the clone is at its limit. Senior White was chatting with everyone while searching through his huge treasure vault. After a few breaths, I found it. Senior White reached out and took out 2 beads. Are those eyeballs? Song Shuhang asked subconsciously. Recently, whenever he saw small round beads, his immediate thought was that they were eyeballs. Senior White replied, no, these are jade beads that I refined when I practiced the jade bead invocation. Because I was fond of them, I kept them with me. The jade bead invocation? From what I remember, it should be a water-type illusory magic technique, said Senior Turtle. However, it did not remember needing jade beads to practice the jade bead invocation. Although it was called jade bead invocation, it was only the name of the cultivation technique. When this water-based illusion was cast, the image of jade beads would appear. Afterward, the enemy would fall into an illusion that was extremely difficult to extricate themselves from. However, the beads were just illusory, not real. Senior White replied, yes, it's a water-type illusory technique. However, it does not suit me very well. Perhaps it's because my main attribute is the earth attribute. How do you use these 2 jade beads? As soon as Song Shuhang took the beads, he could feel that they were moisturizing his body and head. He felt as if he had just been blessed with rain after a long drought. So refreshing. Senior White replied, wear one on your body, and find a way to keep the other attached to your head. Song Shuhang said while pinching the jade beads, it's quite easy to wear it on my body. For that, I can just make a necklace and hang it on my neck. But how am I supposed to attach it to my head? The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword saw an opportunity to rend his heart and said, how about gouging out your right eye and replacing it with the jade bead? 1. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, your suggestion is pretty good. Song Shuhang laughed. He used his psychic energy and transformed his hair into 20 little hands, which he then simultaneously placed on Scarlet Heaven Sword, saber nurturing technique times 20. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword screamed and fell silent. 1-1 Finally, with the assistance of 16 and Senior Turtle, Song Shuhang successfully wore the 2 jade beads. One was made into an earring, and he wore it on his left ear, while the other was turned into a necklace. With the 2 beads constantly moisturizing his body, Song Shuhang's head and body did not wither. Other than the fact that new leaves would pop up from time to time on his body, there were no other major problems. Shuhang moved his body around and said, "Let's go, but before we leave, let's say goodbye to Senior Eternal Fire." After leaving the scholarly faction, he would contact Fairy Blue Phoenix. Then, after getting ready, he would make a trip to the Beast Realm. He wanted to create a new body for himself as soon as possible. An exit that led out of the inner world opened. It was already late at night outside, but the scholarly faction was brightly lit. When Song Shuhang and the others stepped out of the inner world, some disciples of the scholarly faction who happened to be patrolling saw them. These scholarly faction disciples were dressed in linen clothes. Their eyes lit up when they saw Song Shuhang. Its profound sage tyrannical song. A few days ago, none of the scholarly faction disciples dared to look directly at profound sage tyrannical song. But now, rumors that Song Shuhang was the scholarly sage's reincarnation had spread throughout the scholarly faction. After all, most of the disciples had seen profound sage tyrannical song transform into the sage and fight against a peerless big shot. "Good evening, Senior Tyrannical Song." The disciples took the initiative to greet him. Song Shuhang smiled and said, "Good evening. Where is Senior Eternal Fire?" One of the disciples said, "True Monarch Eternal Fire is in the world of the Golden Lotus. He told us to take you there immediately if we were to meet you." His companion then added, "Tonight, we're having a funeral ceremony for the 4 bodies of the 13 tribulation transcenders we retrieved. The bodies of the 13 tribulation transcenders they exchanged from the Heavenly Emperor were to be buried in the world of the Golden Lotus tonight. Senior Tyrannical Song, Sage Monarch White, and all other seniors, please follow us." The 3 scholarly faction disciples led the way to the world of the Golden Lotus. Inside the world of the Golden Lotus. The funeral ceremony was already coming to an end. The bodies of the 4 tribulation transcenders were placed in coffins and buried in the center of the world of the Golden Lotus. When Song Shuhang was brought into the world of the Golden Lotus, he saw them lowering the coffins. The scholarly faction did not cremate the bodies of the tribulation transcenders as they could not cremate them even if they wanted to. The lids of the coffins were not sealed and were only closed shut. Perhaps deep in their hearts, they hoped that the 4 tribulation transcenders could one day rise from the dead and leave their coffins. 1. After the bodies of the 4 tribulation transcenders were buried, True Monarch Eternal Fire and several other leaders of the scholarly faction approached Song Shuhang. True Monarch Eternal Fire looked at Song Shuhang and asked worriedly, "Little Fr. Fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song, what's the matter with you?" At this moment, there were branches and leaves growing on Song Shuhang's body, as well as some flowers blooming occasionally. When did little friend change his path to that of Western Druids? "I'm fine. Lost my body, but my head is still fine. Don't worry, though. Soon enough, I'll create another body for myself, one that is even stronger than before." Song Shuhang patted his chest and added, "Senior Eternal Fire, you can just call me the Bodiless Knight Tyrannical Song from now on." 3. What the hell is a bodiless knight? True Monarch Eternal Fire nodded despite his confusion. Then, he looked at Senior White and said with a smile, "Long time no see, fellow Taoist White. You look quite strange today. Is this your real body?" Although Senior White had always been different from others, he was especially strange today. However, Eternal Fire could not pinpoint what exactly was strange about him. "You might be feeling that something is off because only my upper body is my real body," Senior White said. Song Shuhang laughed and said, "Senior White is now a legless knight." Just as he said that, his wooden body suddenly lost its footing. Song Shuhang fell to the ground face first. True Monarch Eternal Fire looked confused. He turned to look at 16 and asked, 16, are you okay? 16 said calmly, "Don't worry, Senior Eternal Fire. There's nothing wrong with me. Finally, someone normal." True Monarch Eternal Fire let out a breath of relief when he saw that 16 was perfectly normal. Senior Turtle looked at True Monarch Eternal Fire's face and quickly guessed his thoughts through his mannerism. You're too naive, little fellow Taoist eternal fire. Senior Turtle revealed a mysterious turtle smile. While 16 might look like the most normal among the bunch, she was not normal either. She was currently undertaking the special trial of the Spirit River Sioux clan. Every once in a while, she would meet another 16, and there would be a fierce battle between them. One day, could the number of dead 16s inside the special space reach the number of Skylark's body parts? I wonder if those dead 16s can be transformed into clones of some sort. If thousands of 16s were to come out at once, it would be very interesting. For I wonder what little friend Song Shuhang would do if that day were to come. Senior Turtle said, it's something worth looking forward to. Fairy creation and the virtuous Lamia drilled out of Shuhang's body and helped him up. True Monarch Eternal Fire said earnestly, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, if you need the scholarly faction's help, feel free to call us anytime. Song Shuhang smiled slightly. He looked at True Monarch Eternal Fire and said, Senior Eternal Fire, is there a need for so much courtesy between us? As he spoke, a large flower bloomed behind him, making it seem as if he had applied a low-quality filter. It was heartbreakingly beautiful. True Monarch Eternal Fire wanted to laugh, but he felt that it would be rude of him. As such, he held back his laughter and tried to appear calm. At this time, one of the leaders of the scholarly faction behind the True Monarch Eternal Fire thought for a moment and said to Song Shuhang, Senior Tyrannical Song, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if, before he could finish, Fairy Creation, who was behind Song Shuhang, sang, if you feel presumptuous wave your hands, don't talk. The scholarly faction leader was stunned, and he was left with his mouth agape. 1. Fairy Creation, stop causing trouble. Song Shuhang held down Fairy Creation's head and returned her behind his back. If you have a request, do tell. However, you can also see my current state. I might not be able to help you at the moment. No, I was not going to ask Senior Tyrannical Song for help. The leader of the scholarly faction gestured with his hand and said, I just wanted to make a request regarding the sage's eye. 1. No, Fairy Creation hurriedly sang. She lay on Song Shuhang's back, reached out to gouge his eye, and stored the sage's eye away. 1. She then leaped gracefully into Song Shuhang's head, disappearing. The virtuous Lamia did not waste time and put back Song Shuhang's right eye into its socket. The two fairies cooperated tacitly, and the whole process was extremely smooth. Song Shuhang did not know whether to laugh or cry. Song Shuhang said, Fairy, can you stop messing around? And aren't you also from the scholarly faction? It seemed the scholarly faction wanted to take the sage's eye back. It was completely reasonable of them. After all, the sage's eye was way more important to the scholarly faction than the 13 tribulation transcenders. If he were in their shoes, no matter how much he would have to pay, he would be willing to do so if it meant getting the sage's eye back. The scholarly faction leader hurried to say, Fairy, Senior Tyrannical Song, you've misunderstood. I did not have any intention of asking for you to give us the sage's eye. If it were a month ago, there might still have been people in the scholarly faction who would have thought of spending a lot of money to try and get back the sage's eye from profound sage Tyrannical Song. But now, it was different. Profound sage Tyrannical Song had saved the scholarly faction from certain death. The favor that they owed him was something that the scholarly faction could not even repay. 1. In addition, many of them believed that profound sage Tyrannical Song was the reincarnation of the sage. After all, there were many similarities between profound sage Tyrannical Song and the sage. For example, they were both very cool. 10. There was no need to describe how cool the scholarly sage was, and as for profound sage Tyrannical Song, he was the only man who had managed to show his divinity thrice. 1. There was nobody who had done so in the past, and there would be no one who would do so in the future. The scholarly faction leader said, I was just wondering if it was possible to have the sage's eye look at the 4 tribulation transcenders one last time. Towards the end of the funeral, they noticed profound sage Tyrannical Song standing in the distance. They had the thought that it would be nice to have the sages I look at the bodies of the tribulation transcenders one last time. Song Shuhang paused slightly. Then, he nodded. He called out softly, "Fairy." However, fairy creation did not come out. Song Shuhang said softly, "If you don't want to come out, you can just give me the eye. You can stay inside and watch from there." After a few seconds, two of fairy creation's fingers popped out from between Song Shuhang's eyebrows. Between her fingers was the sage's eye. Three-eye mode? Lady Onion blinked. One senior turtle said, "It looks like the eye is sandwiched between two fingers and nailed between Song Shuhang's eyebrows." Song Shuhang, the virtuous Lamia, attached herself to Song Shuhang's back. Then, she stretched out her hands, took the sage's eye from fairy creation's fingers, and held it up with both hands. Song Shuhang walked forward until he came to the place where the bodies of the four tribulation transcenders were buried. The virtuous Lamia brought her hands forward. The sage's eye looked at the burial place of the four tribulation transcenders. 2. Translator, God Brandy. Because of the serious atmosphere, Song Shuhang made sure to not let his thoughts go wild. He was especially careful not to use the expert's appraisal on the bodies of the tribulation transcenders. He was very serious in paying homage to the fallen tribulation transcenders. Nevertheless, even if a tree did not want to move, the wind would still blow through and cause its branches to sway. When he was paying homage, branches and flowers continued to emerge on Song Shuhang's wooden body, swaying with the wind. No matter how serious the atmosphere was, its solemnity would be greatly diminished by the blooming flowers. The fragrance of the flowers drifted through the world of the golden lotus, and their pollen seemed to have a hallucinogenic effect. This hallucinogenic effect did not harm the human body and was very weak, so nobody really cared much. However, as the fragrance of the flowers grew stronger and stronger, many of the disciples began having hallucinations. The disciples saw righteous chi condense at the burial place of the tribulation transcenders. Afterward, 4 men, which corresponded to the 4 tribulation transcenders, appeared. The 4 men held scriptures and zither in their hands, practiced with their swords, or played the flute. Together, they played music, recited poetry, danced, and discussed the way. In addition, there were the phantoms of 9 other figures with them. Is this an illusion? True monarch Eternal Fire rubbed his eyes. He was infinitely close to the venerable realm, and he was even the administrator of the world of the Golden Lotus, yet he was not immune to this illusion. If it's an illusion, why does it feel so real? Moreover, the contents of the discussion of the 4 tribulation transcenders seemed to be clear and sensible. The eyes of the disciples were blurred. As they listened to the contents of the tribulation transcenders discussion, there were many doubts in their hearts that were cleared. The parts of their cultivation techniques that they had difficulty comprehending were inexplicably cleared up, and they suddenly came to understand them. All the disciples who participated in the funeral had entered a strange state. Their eyes were blurred, but their hearts were clear. Their brains were operating at high speeds, and their understanding of scholarly cultivation techniques, as well as their understanding of the human mind, rapidly improved. This state lasted for about half an hour. Suddenly, another gust of wind blew through the world of the Golden Lotus, and the pollen was blown away. As the pollen dispersed, the images of the 4 scholarly men floating above the burial place also disappeared. The virtuous Lamia gently retracted the sage's eye, quietly returning to Song Shuhang's body. At the same time, Song Shuhang heard a soft whimpering sound coming from inside his body. Is it fairy creation? It was the same fairy creation who was usually very cheerful. Her cries are filled with so much sorrow. Song Shuhang looked at the burial place of the 4 tribulation transcenders, which had returned to its previous state. Was that scene just now merely an illusion? Or was it some message left by the tribulation transcenders' bodies that had been activated and took form as a projection? The funeral concluded. Those that were present burst into tears, and the entire area was filled with sorrow. Lady Onion was affected as well, and she cried uncontrollably. Song Shuhang was not quite used to this kind of scene, so he quietly exited the world of the Golden Lotus with Senior White, 16, and Senior Turtle. This sad atmosphere, for some reason, touched his heart. At times, he felt as if he were really a member of the scholarly faction, and at the loss of an important senior, he'd feel as if his heart was being twisted. This was despite something like this never happening to him. Everyone around him was still alive and well. But this feeling came from the depths of his heart, and he could not keep it from rising up and showing through. When 16 saw that he was in low spirits, she flew to his side and stroked his head gently. Song Shuhang closed his eyes and enjoyed the feeling. Song Shuhang said, "Senior White, 16, Sister White Dragon." Senior White turned his head curiously. When are we going to study the heavenly tribulation?" Song Shuhang said with determination. "Let's research the heavenly tribulation thoroughly to make sure that all the seniors in the 9 provinces number 1 group can transcend their tribulation safely." Okay, Senior White replied. "We should still have a lot of those nuclear bombs I collected in stock. Next time we have the chance, let's find a place where we can detonate them and study them carefully." After exiting my seclusion this time, I found the heavenly tribulation to be a lot more interesting. At the very least, it doesn't seem as old-fashioned and static as before. 16 also smiled and nodded. The sky grew darker, and the night completely set in. Song Shuhang, 16, and Senior Turtle floated in the sky above the scholarly faction. Song Shuhang said, "Let's go." He did not feel like saying goodbye to Senior Eternal Fire at this time. With the sorrowful atmosphere in the scholarly faction, it was quite difficult to say goodbye. He decided that he would just give Senior Eternal Fire a call later. He planned to leave the scholarly faction quietly and find a place with a good signal. Then, he would contact Fairy Blue Phoenix, who was in the beast realm. "Shuhang, you haven't collected your payment from the scholarly faction yet." Lady Onion wiped her tears and said. After all, it was something that affected her future salary. Shuhang was a pauper with no money. As a part-time worker who worked for him, she naturally felt anxious. At that time, if her boss did not have the money to pay her wages, could she sell some of the goods inside the inner world to make up for her lost money? Next time. Song Shuhang smiled warmly and said, "I have a close relationship with the scholarly faction, so we'll have many chances to ask for the payment. Moreover, it isn't a great time to ask for payment. Anyhow, after receiving spirit stones, he would immediately have to pay the repair costs to Senior Ruler of Shadows. But if the spirit stones were not received, then the scholarly faction would always owe him spirit stones. In other words, he would have a considerable sum of money in his account. Theoretically speaking, he would not be penniless." Song Shuhang gestured with his hand dashingly, and a small fruit grew out from a flower on his wooden body, letting out a fragrant smell. Senior White sniffed, then his eyes became as sharp as a leopard's on a hunt as they landed on Song Shuhang's body. Song Shuhang subconsciously wanted to escape on his saber. Little friend Shuhang, wait." At this moment, True Monarch Eternal Fire's voice sounded from afar. Behind True Monarch Eternal Fire, there was a group of disciples who were carrying large boxes. Each large box exuded the fragrance of spirit stones. Despite being something common, they felt very special to Shuhang's eyes. True Monarch Eternal Fire had carefully prepared these gifts for Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang subconsciously wanted to run faster. Once the scholarly faction paid back the money, all the spirit stones in his account would be gone. Still, it would be too unreasonable for him to run at this time. Song Shuhang turned around and faced True Monarch Eternal Fire. "Senior Eternal Fire, there's no need to hurry. I don't lack." When he was halfway through his words, the rest got stuck in his throat. He just could not bear to say the words, "I don't lack spirit stones," even if only to show affront. He simply did not have the confidence to do so. True Monarch Eternal Fire said, "It's nothing much. No need to be shy. He clapped his hands and sent the boxes of spirit stones to Song Shuhang. At the same time, True Monarch Eternal Fire took out his phone and said to Song Shuhang, "There, Shuhang. Take those boxes, and I'll also send you a file. The file is relatively large, it's 2 gigabytes. It contains the saber controlling technique. I know that it's something you're lacking." Song Shuhang had learned a saber flying technique in a long-distance saber attack from 16, but he did not have a saber controlling technique. True Monarch Eternal Fire had given it much thought while preparing these gifts. Translator, God Brandy. 2 gigabytes. How come it's that big? Song Shuhang took out his phone and tapped on the receive button. True Monarch Eternal Fire explained, "This is a 6th-stage saber controlling technique, and it has a relatively large number of forms. In addition, in order to facilitate your practice of the technique, there are some notes of some seniors who practice the technique that you can refer to. So it's normal that its size is around 2 gigabytes. It seemed that True Monarch Eternal Fire was quite the meticulous senior. It's only 2 gigabytes. It's not that big, Senior Turtle said cheerfully. Some 8th or 9th stage cultivation techniques have tables of contents that are as thick as several full dictionaries stacked on top of each other. You'll need 2 gigabytes just to contain the table of contents and notes on those techniques. Song Shuhang, one if just the table of contents of a cultivation technique were to be 2 gigabytes in size, how is it supposed to be practiced? Won't the one practicing it have a meltdown while trying to learn it? He was definitely not suitable for practicing such a tedious cultivation technique. While he was still in the middle of receiving the file, Song Shuhang took a look at the file name. Saber Controlling Technique, Savage Saber. Its name sounded quite cool. Techniques to operate sabers and swords were usually divided into 2 types, one to manipulate the weapon while the other one to launch long-range attacks. Song Shuhang had already mastered the tyrannical saber flight, moonlight saber control, and blade dragging technique. Among them, the moonlight saber control was a saber technique developed by Su Clan 7. When the saber light headed for an enemy, it would transform into moonlight. When the enemy noticed the moonlight, the flying saber would have already cut through their body. The moonlight saber control was a basic technique for controlling the saber. On the other hand, this savage saber was an advanced saber controlling technique. Senior Eternal Fire explained, the savage saber was a part of the collection of the scholarly faction. It's very, very old, and its origins can no longer be traced. However, it is undoubtedly a very powerful saber controlling technique. The savage saber was divided into Savage Moon, Savage Blade, and Savage Man. Before the saber was unleashed, it would be hidden inside the body. It was both deceptive and brutal, befitting a savage man. Also, Savage Moon matched Song Shuhang's moonlight saber control. It could be said that True Monarch Eternal Fire carefully selected the most suitable saber controlling technique for Song Shuhang from the scholarly faction's collection. True Monarch Eternal Fire continued, furthermore, this saber technique is a dual saber technique. I recall that little friend Shuhang has more than a single saber. Song Shuhang nodded. In his 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure, there were the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades. In addition, Lady Onion had the 9 virtues phoenix saber, which he could borrow and use at any time. Besides those, there was also his first treasured saber, Broken Tyrant, which has been tempered by tribulation lightning and was of decent quality. Lastly, there was his invisible saber insect. It was only after a lot of consideration that I decided to give you this set of saber techniques. True Monarch Eternal Fire smiled and said, while this saber technique is only capable of guiding you on how to control 2 sabers at the beginning, it can allow you to control many more when you practice it to a higher level. Eventually, with your 10 fingers, you can control 10 sabers. According to the notes of some seniors, this saber controlling technique is related to the number of a cultivator's fingers. There was someone who practiced it who had 12 fingers and they could control 12 sabers at once. Each of their sabers could perform a specific form of the savage saber, it was very impressive. 16 asked curiously, isn't this a saber controlling technique? Why is it related to fingers? For most saber controlling techniques, one only needed to make a hand sign and they would be able to control the saber or sabers with their mind. It was quite odd for a saber controlling technique to be controlled through one's fingers. True Monarch Eternal Fire explained, I'm not too sure about that. There should be some hidden conditions in the saber controlling technique. He was not a saber cultivator, so he did not understand the saber technique that well. If it has something to do with fingers, Shuhang pondered for a while, and his hair curled up into 20 little hands, which then fluttered behind his head. Then do the fingers of my hair hands count as well? While he said that, his 20 hands made of hair flexibly waved their fingers around, making various complex gestures. I don't think so. True Monarch Eternal Fire was not sure. If these 20 little hands also counted for the number of fingers, then would Shuhang be able to control 110 sabers all by himself? 2. This was very different from formations like the myriad sword art and the myriad saber art. Each saber made use of an exquisite saber technique, and each saber was equivalent to a 6th-stage cultivator attacking with their saber. Interesting, Senior White, who had been staring at the fruit on Shuhang's back, said all of a sudden. Shuhang, let's study the savage saber in a bit. Try learning it as quickly as you can. Is fellow Daoist White interested in this technique? True Monarch Eternal Fire pinched his chin and fell into thought. If fellow Daoist White is interested in this technique, then will Shuhang succeed? At that time, will he really be able to control 110 sabers and use the savage saber with each of them? There would simply be no way for the enemy to survive. 2-1 The file transfer was going to take quite a while, so Shuhang put away his phone and cupped his fists at True Monarch Eternal Fire. Alright, Senior Eternal Fire, see you next time. Don't be in a rush. True Monarch Eternal Fire smiled and said, in fact, I prepared another magical technique for you. I specially purchased it for you from fellow Daoist 7th cultivator of true virtue. What technique? Shuhang looked puzzled. True Monarch Eternal Fire took out a USB flash drive and handed it to Shuhang. It's the flame substitution technique. Although it's a 5th-stage magical technique, it's very useful. Little friend Shuhang, it should be something that you'd like. 2. It's that technique. Shuhang finally remembered which technique it was. It was a life-saving technique used by that red-haired spiritual emperor who could use the blade dragging technique. This substitution technique was very useful. If one used it well, they could save a lot of resurrection magical treasures. At that time, in order to save his life, the red-haired spiritual emperor handed over both the blade-dragging technique and the flame substitution technique to Senior 7th cultivator of true virtue. This magical technique is very suitable for little friend Shuhang and fellow Daoist thrice reckless, True Monarch Eternal Fire said. Practice it well. It's an auxiliary magical technique that can be used in many cases. Shuhang took the USB drive and said, thank you, Senior Eternal Fire. One Senior Eternal Fire was very attentive. He and Senior Yellow Mountain were very similar in some aspects. Perhaps seniors who liked the "is very tired and wants to retire" title all had a mother-like heart. True Monarch Eternal Fire said, little friend Shuhang, goodbye for now. When you have time in the future, you can come to the scholarly faction, and we'll be sure to treat you well. Fortunately, Senior Eternal Fire did not have a face-reading technique. 1. No problem. Shuhang cupped his fists again. Before he returned to the scholarly faction in the future, he would first make sure to get an insurance ticket from the Almighty Merchant. Speaking of the Almighty Merchant, before leaving, he had given 4 insurance tickets to 16. However, he was more cautious this time, and he made it so that those insurance tickets could only be used by 16. 1. Translator, God Brandy. The Almighty Merchant even thought of putting the words, unusable by tyrannical song, on the insurance tickets. However, he felt that it would be too obvious and deliberate if he were to do that, so he just made an agreement with 16 that only she was allowed to use the insurance tickets, which would allow him to avoid being exploited by Song Shuhang. 16 had taken these 4 insurance tickets under Song Shuhang's suggestion. When Song Shuhang had given 16 this suggestion, he had not given it much thought as he only wanted 16 to have some insurance tickets of her own. That single insurance ticket she was going to receive had turned into 4 tickets, so Song Shuhang was naturally very happy. Song Shuhang waved his hand and said, "All right, we'll be taking our leave then." The boxes of spirit stones were stored inside the inner world, forming a beautiful scenery. Every time he scanned the boxes of spirit stones with his divine sense, Song Shuhang felt joyous. Senior White asked, "Where are we going?" Song Shuhang replied, "Just outside the scholarly faction. I don't want to be blocked by their defensive formation." One Song Shuhang used the blade dragging technique to quickly fly out of the scholarly faction's area. Senior White flew right beside him, while Senior Turtle shrunk to the size of a fist and lay on his back. 116 was also sitting on Song Shuhang's back, pruning the branches and buds for Song Shuhang with her treasured saber. The effect of Senior White's 2 jade beads was too powerful, and branches and flower buds kept on growing on Song Shuhang's body. If they were not pruned, his entire body would quickly become shrouded in flowers and leaves, affecting his movements. The pruned branches were all put into a cosmos bag by 16. These branches could be handed over to Senior White and used as materials for his disposable flying swords. It was a good way to recycle the branches. When 16 was pruning the branches, she said in reminder, "Shuhang, the fruits are ripe." Song Shuhang turned his head and looked at a couple of red fruits on his back with a stifled heart. However, the fruits looked quite delicious. "Just cut them off," he sighed and said. "Pfft!" Senior Turtle could not help but laugh out loud. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Please use the word pluck." Song Shuhang, what kind of nonsense are you two thinking about?" 16 giggled and plucked all the strange fruits. "Can I eat one of them?" Senior White's eyes were focused on the fruits. Song Shuhang asked, "How about I let someone else try it first?" His inner world still had a couple of prisoners. "Let me try one of them." "Don't waste them," insisted Senior White. He then swiftly took one of the strange fruits from 16's hands, wiped it, and took a bite. Song Shuhang did not know why, but his eyelids could not help but twitch when he saw Senior White eat the fruit. Senior White commented, "It tastes pretty good. There aren't any problems with the fruit, and it can be eaten directly. However, probably due to the short time it took to grow, the amount of spiritual energy inside is very small. If it were allowed to grow naturally, it would definitely grow into a precious spirit fruit." 16 gave the majority of the fruits to Senior White, and gave Senior Turtle and Lady Onion 1 fruit each. Then, she took a bite out of one of the fruits herself. It did taste quite good, and it had Shuhang's scent. "Shuhang, do you want to have a try?" 16 grabbed one of the fruits and handed it to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang opened his mouth and bit down. It tasted better than he thought it would. Song Shuhang chewed on the fruit and said while flying, "I feel that I might really become an immortal chef in the future. Apart from the braised heavenly tribulation, what else can you cook?" The black scarlet heaven sword took this opportunity to rend his heart. Song Shuhang said triumphantly, "I still have the lotus blossoming tongue, a living spring in my inner world, strange fruits growing on my wooden body, and other dishes from the heavenly tribulation grand banquet. In the future, when my inner demon materializes, it would be equivalent to carrying inner demon sashimi slices with me all the time. I would literally have a pantry with me all the time." To the black scarlet heaven sword, Are you sure that you aren't going to be an ingredient supplier instead?" After flying away outside the scholarly faction and leaving the defensive formation, Song Shuhang and the others found a lake at random and landed. Song Shuhang took out the metal disc Fairy Blue Phoenix had given him and poured spiritual energy into it to activate it. Senior White, who held several fruits in his arms, squatted beside him, and asked, "Do you want to go to the beast realm?" Shuhang nodded and said, "There's a way for me to create a new body on a holy mountain in the beast realm, and I am determined to do it." "Can I go with you?" asked Senior White. His interest was suddenly piqued when he heard the word, holy mountain. Shuhang replied, "There is only one slot, but maybe I can open my inner world when I'm there." I'll ask Fairy Blue Phoenix if I can get more slots." After a short while, a light flashed on the metal disc as it had connected to a receiver. Shuhang said, "Good evening." From the metal disc, a deep male voice echoed. "Who is this?" It isn't Fairy Blue Phoenix who answered the call. Shuhang immediately changed his tone to a serious one and said, "I'm looking for Fairy Blue Phoenix. I need to talk to her." "You're looking for Blue Phoenix?" After a moment of silence, the man on the other end said suddenly, "Listen here, no matter who you are, stop harassing Blue Phoenix. I don't care how you got Blue Phoenix's contact info, but you'd better erase it from your head this instant. Don't even think about harassing her again. Otherwise, don't blame me for crawling out of the metal disc and beating you up." Shuhang was dumbfounded. Did I say something wrong? How am I harassing Fairy Blue Phoenix? The tone when I spoke just now was very serious. Could the guy on the other end be sick in the head? Did he get jealous of me even though he doesn't know who I am? Isn't he afraid that the person who contacted Fairy Blue Phoenix is a big shot and that he might have offended them? The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword exclaimed happily, "Come on, come over and fight me." One as an inner demon, it was its job to stir up trouble. As it saw a perfect opportunity to incite trouble just now, it made its move. Not wanting to be outdone, Senior Turtle replied loudly, "Come here if you've got the balls." "You've got no balls if you don't come over." "Okay, so do you really dare challenge me? Let's see who's got the balls. However, tell me your name first. I won't beat some nameless person." The man could be heard gnashing his teeth on the other side. Shuhang opened his mouth and was about to reply. The virtuous Lamia rushed out and said, "I am Tyrannical Song, 18 years old, please guide me." "If I have offended you," Fairy Creation sang with a tear-jerking voice, "you can come over and fight me." The black-skinned soft feather appeared at just the right time and finished the line. Shuhang, 3 boom. At this moment, a violent explosion sounded from the metal disc. Is that guy really going to crawl out of the metal disco to fight me? Shuhang swiftly switched to battle mode and got his hair ready. Fairy Blue Phoenix's voice suddenly sounded from the metal disc, "Sorry, is it fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song on the other side? I just had to smack a bug over here." "2 Shuhang, 1 was the explosion just now from a bug getting smacked. Did that little bug get obliterated instantly? That guy has brought embarrassment to all little bugs. How can you call yourself a little bug when you aren't even difficult to pinch to death? 2 This guy should leave the little bug clan." 1 Fairy Blue Phoenix said, "Fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song, I will make sure to punish him harshly this time and disqualify him from entering the holy mountain. I'll just transfer his qualifications to someone else." "Transfer his qualifications to someone else, eh? How about you just give us his slot?" Senior White spat out the seed of the fruit and said. After all, he wanted to go and have some fun in the beast realm. Fairy Blue Phoenix asked, "Who are you, fellow Taoist?" Shuhang introduced, "It's Sage Monarch White." Fairy Blue Phoenix pondered and said, "If it's Sage Monarch White, then sure. I can transfer the slot for the holy mountain to him." 2 Senior White nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 2007 Good News. Translator, God Brandy, I got a quota. Senior White looked at Shuhang and 16 and made a peace sign with his fingers. 1 Sister White Dragon and the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword were staring in shock the entire time, not knowing what words to use to express their feelings. 116 smiled slightly. As expected of Senior White's real body, he's really lucky. However, Senior White's luck was sometimes risky. Therefore, every time Senior White was especially lucky, people around him needed to pay attention to their safety. One song Shuhang pinched his chin, thinking about whether to ask Fairy Blue Phoenix for another slot so that 16 could also have fun with them on Geholy Mountain. Anyway, fellow Taoist tyrannical song, were you looking for me? Fairy Blue Phoenix asked. Song Shuhang replied, I just wanted to ask Fairy Blue Phoenix when Geholy Mountain will open. Fairy Blue Phoenix asked curiously, huh? Fellow Taoist tyrannical song, have you already mastered the other content of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique? 1. Yup, I've already mastered it. Something happened to my body, and I need the last chapter of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique to restore my physical state. Song Shuhang turned on the metal disc's video function to project his appearance for Fairy Blue Phoenix to see. During this latest trip to the scholarly faction, Song Shuhang was possessed by the indestructible Lord's obsession and then by the scholarly sage's obsession. Also, he was in close contact with the Bone of Eternity. During this time when the two big shots had made use of his body, Song Shuhang had gained the benefits of an enhanced CPU. All of his cultivation techniques, magical techniques, and saber techniques were dissected and reanalyzed. Among them, he received the most benefits for the two top-tier body-tempering techniques, the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique and the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha. When the scholarly sage's obsession attached itself to his body, the number of transparent holy apes behind Song Shuhang had even exceeded 4 digits. As the power of the sage's obsession dissipated, these transparent holy apes gradually disappeared. However, the experience still left a solid foundation for Song Shuhang's practice of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. When the video function was turned on, Song Shuhang also saw a projection of Fairy Blue Phoenix. Fairy Blue Phoenix saw Song Shuhang's projection and was slightly taken aback. Tyrannical Song, did you grow taller? Judging from the projection, Song Shuhang's height this time was close to 2 meters. It was just that the proportion between his head and his body was slightly off. No, it's not that. My body met with an accident, said Song Shuhang as he lifted his head off of his neck. Between his neck and his body, there were strands of blood formed by the sage's blood that connected the two sides. Fairy Blue Phoenix blushed and said, I thought that there was something wrong with your practice of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique that caused your body to swell. She was not surprised about Song Shuhang's head and body being able to separate from one another. After all, she was a veteran profound sage with a lot of experience. This body is not mine. My body was destroyed when I fought with a big shot, said Song Shuhang as he put his head back on his neck. This is why I wanted to ask about when Geholy Mountain will open. I need the final chapter of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique to restore my body. So that's the case. Fairy Blue Phoenix nodded. The General Principles chapter of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique did indeed bestow the miraculous effect of self-healing and regrowth of severed limbs. As long as some powerful medicines and self-healing techniques were combined with it, it would not be difficult to grow an entire body back. While they were talking, a flower bud grew on Song Shuhang's back, and it kept growing until it reached the top of Song Shuhang's head. When it peaked above his head, a flower bloomed, and it looked like a small flower had grown on the top of Song Shuhang's head. Fairy Blue Phoenix could not help but laugh and say, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song's new body is very cute. It seems I've made quite a joke of myself. Song Shuhang sighed. A fruit ripened on his shoulder, and he grabbed it and bit it. Fairy Blue Phoenix asked curiously, you can eat them? Song Shuhang replied, this wooden body itself is a spirit plant, so the fruit it bears can be regarded as a spirit fruit. It looks delicious. Fairy Blue Phoenix blushed slightly. Anyway, I'll go confirm when Geholy Mountain will open for you, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song. Song Shuhang smiled and said, I'll trouble you then, Fairy Blue Phoenix. Fairy Blue Phoenix added, actually, we can only determine an approximate window for when the holy mountain might open. Therefore, fellow Daoist tyrannical Song can consider coming to the beast realm in advance and wait here. Song Shuhang turned to look at Senior White and 16 and asked them, Senior White, 16, what do you two think? One Senior White thought for a moment and said, I think it's best to have an approximate date before heading there. I'm fine with anything. 16's gaze was directed at Song Shuhang's waist. There was a fruit that was different from the others there. The other fruits ripened very quickly, but this one was only the size of a walnut even after a while, which made it different from the rest. Fellow Daoist tyrannical Song, please wait a moment. I'll go confirm it for you, said Fairy Blue Phoenix before she ended the call. Song Shuhang put away the metal disc and said, I guess we can only wait for Fairy Blue Phoenix's news then. Senior White said suddenly, it would be nice if the holy mountain could open earlier. One Song Shuhang laughed and said, it's fine, Senior White. You don't have to worry about me. Although this wooden body has various minor problems, I can still endure it. Senior White looked puzzled. He just thought that it would be boring if it would take a few months before the holy mountain opened, so he hoped that it would open sooner. Little friend Shuhang's imagination has become much stronger recently. But if I were to tell him what I was really thinking, it would be awkward for the both of us. As such, Senior White went with the flow and put on a gentle smile. That's good to hear. Senior White's emotional transformation appeared very natural. His gentle smile even had a calming effect on other people's minds. However, Senior Turtle and the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword had already guessed the truth. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword got ready to perform its duties as an inner demon and poke at Song Shuhang's fragile little heart so that it could allow him to realize the cruelty of reality. However, when White revealed that warm smile, the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword felt that its mind had been purified. It realized how mean it was being. In the end, it threw away the thought of hurting Song Shuhang's fragile heart. Ring, 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 on the metal disc, a call from Fairy Blue Phoenix came. Song Shuhang answered the call. Good news, fellow Daoist tyrannical Song, Fairy Blue Phoenix smiled and said. I was informed that the holy mountain entered an active state today. It is very likely that it will open the day after tomorrow. 3. Song Shuhang looked at Senior White's smiling face. Senior White had the greatest face in the universe. It seemed that even the holy mountain in the beast realm had to give him face. With Senior White's real body, half of it, having come out of the 9th stage heavenly tribulation realm, their luck value had skyrocketed. Fairy Blue Phoenix said expectantly, so, when is fellow Daoist tyrannical Song coming to the beast realm? I can prepare a residence for you in advance. In her eyes, fellow Daoist tyrannical Song was a great force in the battle against the evil energy of the netherworld. Although the beast realm already had a formula that could treat the symptoms caused by the evil energy of the netherworld, there were simply too many patients. Some of them were seriously ill, and it was difficult to eradicate the evil energy inside them with just the medicine. Therefore, if fellow Daoist tyrannical Song were to come to the beast realm in advance, it would be a blessing. She could prepare a spacious residence for him so that patients could visit him and get treated. She also had to consider what gifts to give him. If gifts were prepared, fellow Daoist tyrannical Song would be a lot more willing to treat patients. One Song Shuhang said, we'll head over to the beast realm tomorrow. It was late already. Moreover, he had fought several big shots in the scholarly faction today. He was both physically and mentally exhausted and needed a good night's rest. It's settled then. I'll go and prepare a place for you. Fairy Blue Phoenix smiled with delight. After the two parties finished deciding on the arrangements, Fairy Blue Phoenix happily hung up the call. Song Shuhang put away the metal disc and said with a smile, Senior White, 16, we're leaving tomorrow. With Senior White coming with them to get Holy Mountain, it was already guaranteed that he would be able to get the final chapter of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. 1 After getting the chapter, with his Cheng Lin self-healing technique, he would surely be able to create a new body. Hee. When I get my hands on that technique, I'll no longer have to worry about my body being destroyed by big shots. It wouldn't even be a problem if I wanted to cut my body for fun. 3 Limb regeneration was an indispensable ability for cultivators. Sure. 16 nodded slightly. Senior White said, all right. Actually, I'm fine with it even if we were to head over there right now. Song Shuhang took his head off, swept away the leaves from his hair, put his head back on again, and replied, let's just rest for tonight. My body really can't handle any more stress for today. My mind, especially, needs a rest. Alright, let's rest then. Senior White nodded and added, right, let me show you a new invention of mine. After saying that, Senior White took out a metal block. Song Shuhang asked curiously, what is it? This is something I researched and created while I was bored according to the memory of my last clone. I haven't thought up a name for it yet, said Senior White. He then extended his hand and tossed the metal block. The metal block changed rapidly like a transformer. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a steel villa. Besides transforming into a house, it can take on the form of an immortal boat, battle armor, and a spiritual energy cannon, Senior White said. Let's rest inside it for tonight. One Song Shuhang pinched his chin. A battle armor, huh? Could I use something like that? If I did not have this wooden body and only had my head should be able to perfectly fit into the steel armor. The steel villa floated quietly on the lake. Song Shuhang was mentally exhausted. He quickly found a room in the villa, fell on the bed, and shut his eyes. Wait, I forgot to ask Fairy Blue Phoenix for another slot for the Holy Mountain. Song Shuhang suddenly remembered before falling asleep. He struggled to open his eyes, clicked on the notepad app on his phone, and entered a string of words. After waking up, ask Fairy Blue Phoenix for another slot for the Holy Mountain for 16. After finishing inputting that in the notepad, he set the phone aside and fell asleep without locking his screen. 3 Outside the steel villa. Fairy Creation sat at the door of the villa in a daze, with her feet soaked in the water. The virtuous Lamia swiftly moved back and forth across the lake on the virtuous fat whale. The black-skinned soft feather was holding a rope, whose other end was tied to the tail of the virtuous fat whale, and was surfing on the lake. As an inner demon, if she were to directly hold on to the whale's tail, she would get harmed. For as she could not find a surfboard, they temporarily had Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword take on the role of a surfboard. Senior Turtle floated on the surface of the lake, paddling from time to time. Surprisingly, Lady Onion was sitting beside Senior White and asking him about cultivation. It seemed that there was something that had stimulated Lady Onion to be diligent today. 16 said, Sister White Dragon, you should go play too. Sister White Dragon scratched her chin with her small claws, smiled slightly, and then rose into the air. She flew toward the virtuous Lamia. 16 stretched herself, then walked into the villa. She walked gently so as to avoid disturbing anyone. She came to Song Shuhang's room and gently pushed the door open. Inside the room, Shuhang had already fallen asleep. He had consumed too much of his energy today. He was so exhausted that he did not even notice 16's arrival. 16 took out a blanket from her Cosmos bag and covered Song Shuhang with it. While covering Song Shuhang with the blanket, she saw that his phone screen was unlocked. She reached out and took the phone, planning on turning off the screen. When she went to turn off the phone, she saw the contents of Song Shuhang's note. 16 smiled sweetly and locked Song Shuhang's phone before gently placing it beside him. Good night, Shuhang. She whispered before leaving the room. Her mood had suddenly changed for the better. After 16 left the room, an illusory figure emerged from Song Shuhang's body. It was his ghost spirit, who had a very low sense of presence. After the small ghost spirit exited Shuhang's body, both of her hands grabbed at the air as if it were grabbing something. Then, this small spirit ghost started nibbling. She seemed to be enjoying whatever she was eating. After the fat ball's blood sacrifice formation was dealt with, it still left a curse on Song Shuhang's body. Now, this delicious curse was being held by the spirit ghost and nibbled bit by bit. After eating the curse for a while, the ghost spirit let out a burp. As the curse was a curse from the ruler of the netherworld, even if it was merely a curse that came after the blood sacrifice formation, it carried immense energy. Because of that, the ghost spirit could not eat it all in one go. Even after eating it for a long time, she had only managed to nibble off a small portion of the curse. One for a ghost spirit, there was no happier matter than this. After eating, the ghost spirit returned to Song Shuhang's body to digest the portion of the curse that she had just eaten and turn it into her own power. During this process, some spiritual energy would also be fed back to the host, Song Shuhang. After Song Shuhang slept through half of the night, his mental state recovered significantly. Why does it feel like there's something I forgot to do? In his sleep, Song Shuhang remembered that he seemed to have an important matter that he had yet to deal with. He felt that there was something else he needed to do besides asking for a slot for 16. Right, I wanted to go to the world of the Black Lotus and check on how Senior White 2 is doing. Song Shuhang suddenly remembered. Translator, God Brandy. Senior White 2 had fallen victim to the schemes of the Fat Ball and had been sealed with a fake bone of eternity. According to the Fat Ball, the seal would last for at least 5,000 years. That was why it had tried to pull Song Shuhang to its side. I wonder how Senior White 2 is doing. Song Shuhang's consciousness entered the inner world. Then, he stepped into the world of the Black Lotus through the passage that connected the two worlds. When his consciousness entered the world of the Black Lotus, it was automatically given a soul-like body. However, only his head was able to enter, so he looked like a severed head at the moment. Song Shuhang twisted his neck and said, "Why is it only my head that got inside? Does this mean that my wooden body doesn't have a head now? It probably looks like there was murder back in the room." A young man's headless body was lying on the bed, but his head was nowhere to be found. There was no blood at the scene, no murder weapon. How did the young man's head disappear? Who was the murderer who killed him? Find out in the next issue. Song Shuhang cleared his throat and looked at the world of the Black Lotus. As he looked around, he discovered that the world of the Black Lotus had changed greatly. The wasteland from before was now filled with plants from the netherworld. However, it could be seen that when Senior White 2 planted these plants, he did not put much thought into it. They weren't arranged neatly. In addition, every few steps that Song Shuhang's consciousness took, he saw some precious-looking treasures lying around the world of the Black Lotus. Unfortunately, he did not see any spirit stones. Senior White 2 needs a Black Lotus world assistant to help him manage and organize the world of the Black Lotus. Song Shuhang thought to himself. Roar, which rascal dares to break into my master's territory? Come over here and accept your fate. At this moment, a tiger's roar echoed in Song Shuhang's ears. Song Shuhang turned his head and saw an ugly tiger baring its teeth and claws in the distance. Yo, long time no see. Song Shuhang waved at the ugly tiger. Damn. It's tyrannical Song. After the ugly tiger saw that it was Song Shuhang, it waved with its paw. Then, its long body twisted into a U-like shape as it asked, "How come you have time to visit the world of the Black Lotus today? I thought that someone had finally dared to force their way into my master's world, giving me the chance to show off my skills. I didn't expect it to be you. You're really ruining the fun for me." Song Shuhang felt that unless people were impatient to die, they would not break into the personal world of Senior White, a ruler of the netherworld. Where is Senior White now? Song Shuhang asked. I heard that he was tricked by the Fat Ball. Let me take a look at how he's doing. I might be able to help him. Perhaps he could use the pay-to-win strike to sacrifice the fat ball's pseudo-bone like he did last time and break the seal. My master is at the very center of the world of the Black Lotus. There is a very beautiful lair there, which is my master's trophy. Now my lord lives there. The ugly tiger licked its paws and pointed in the direction where the lair was. Thank you. Song Shuhang waved back at the ugly tiger, and his consciousness flew toward the center of the world of the Black Lotus world. As he got closer to the center, he caught sight of the fat ball's old home. It was the loot Senior White 2 obtained after tricking the fat ball. Speaking of which, could Senior White getting tricked have something to do with this old lair of the fat ball? Song Shuhang came to the entrance of the fat ball's old lair. He searched for a long time but could not find the doorbell. So, he could only shout at the top of his lungs, "Senior White. I'm here. Can you open the door for me?" He then shouted a few more times because he was worried that Senior White 2 might not have heard him. After a while, the entrance to the lair, which was a metal door, opened up. Tyrannical, Song. There is a path to heaven, yet you don't walk it, there's no door to hell, yet you forced your way in. Take this attack. The demonic hamster rushed out of the metal door. It jumped, and the sword at its waist flew out of its own accord. Otherworldly, flying, demon. A fight right as we meet? Song Shuhang exclaimed, "Come at me." This was a scene that he had visualized in his mind many times. A night where a full moon hung in the sky while he was standing on the summit of the Forbidden City, one anyway, hamster jumped up, it soared like a shooting star as it slashed at him with the otherworldly flying demon technique. As for him, he just so happened to have a powerful move he wanted to test out. Although it was not a night of a full moon nor were they at the top of the Forbidden City, it did not affect Song Shuhang's mood. His long hair fluttered, and he instantly condensed 20 fists out of his hair. Among them, 6 fists performed the basic Buddhist fist technique, each using one of the 6 different forms. 2 other fists performed the 2 forms of the demon subduing Buddhist fist technique. 1 fist performed the Buddha's giant palm of punishment. 2 palms acted as sabers and performed the heaven-burning flaming saber technique and the saber nurturing technique. As for the remaining 9 fists, the index, middle, and ring fingers were all curled up with the thumbs, while the little fingers all stood straight to form the shape of the number 6. Then, they all swayed vigorously. 3, 666, 666, 666. An excellent person did not need others to cheer for them, they could cheer for themselves. Behind Song Shuhang, a total of 66 holy apes appeared. The large holy ape at the lead looked at Song Shuhang's 9 cheering palms and fell into deep thought. It seemed that the competition was becoming greater as time passed by. It was like riding a boat against the current, if they did not advance, they would be pushed back. 2 If they did not keep pace with the times, they would be abandoned. As such, the big holy ape opened up its scholarly scripture with its left hand and began chanting in a deep voice. At the same time, its right hand made a 6 gesture and swayed vigorously. The 65 smaller holy apes in the back quickly followed the lead of their boss. In various languages, they began to sing the content of the scriptures. The 66 holy apes raised 66 arms and chanted 666 with deep voices. 2 The otherworldly flying demon technique versus Song Shuhang's basic Buddhist fist technique plus demon subduing Buddhist fist technique plus Buddha's giant palm of punishment plus heaven-burning flaming saber technique. Poor hamster was beaten dumb. 2 Its body hit the metal wall of the fat ball's lair, then bounced back and landed in front of Song Shuhang again. Song Shuhang's last saber nurturing technique, which had been gathering momentum for a long time, mercilessly slammed onto the demonic hamster's body. Ah! The demonic hamster let out a scream and did not move again. Song Shuhang caught it with one hand. Do you accept defeat? The 66 holy ape projections, suspended in the air, formed a circle around the demonic hamster and stared at it intently. The demonic hamster gritted its teeth and said, "When I ascend to the 6th stage, I will definitely beat you." "1, sure. I'll be cheering for you." Song Shuhang smiled slightly, his hair fluttering wildly. "1, go in. My master is waiting for you." The demonic hamster closed its eyes. When the 66 holy apes were staring at it from all directions, it felt great pressure. "1 inside the lair." Song Shuhang called out, "Senior White, I've come to visit." Senior White 2's voice sounded, "Shuhang, you came just in time. Come here and gather your light of virtue and holy light. Help me suppress this ancient netherworld fragment." Chapter 2010 Hahaha. Song Shuhang asked, "A fragment of the netherworld's will? Is it a fragment of the fat ball?" He had used the secret appraisal technique to identify those pseudo-bones of eternity, so he knew that the fat ball had mixed part of its body in the bones. It seemed that the fat ball had gone for wool but came home shorn. Not only did it fail to seal Senior White 2, but the part of its body that was in the bone had been extracted and was now being suppressed by Senior White 2. Song Shuhang felt energized when he heard that he was going to fight the fat ball. "I'm coming. How do I seal this piece of the fat ball?" His entire being was filled with courage. One with Senior White 2 right behind him as he fought the fat ball, he had nothing to fear. Senior White 2 said, "Who told you that it's the fragment of a ruler of the netherworld? In fact, it's a fragment of the ancient nether's will." A fragment of the ancient nether's will. When Song Shuhang heard that it was not the fat ball, he lost his interest, and the energy that had just filled his body vanished. "Speaking of the ancient nether's will, are you talking about Mingyin Kappa?" Song Shuhang asked. He was referring to the materialized form of the will of the ancient nether world back in the Black Dragon world. Song Shuhang had turned that fragment of Mingyin Kappa's karmic spear into a saber of karma. By relying on that, he then summoned Senior White 2, wielder of the wool-striped dragon, the 2 pavilion master Chus and the mysterious figure behind them, the scholarly sage's eye, the power of the dragon network's will, and launched an absolutely terrifying attack at Demon Emperor Haji. 2. Wait, Senior White. Did you not fall for the fat ball's trap and get sealed in the world of the Black Lotus? Song Shuhang looked confused. If he were sealed, how did he have the time to get the ancient netherworld fragment and bring it to the world of the Black Lotus? Was Senior White 2 actually fine? Senior White 2 replied with a smile, "I did fall for the fat ball's trap for the first time in a while. Not only my clone, but my main body can't move either." He had been fighting the fat ball for years, so it was normal to win and lose. It was not that they had never tricked each other before. This was just the daily life of the 2 rulers of the netherworld. While speaking, Senior White 2's true body appeared. At this time, his real body was trapped inside a crystal pillar. The crystal pillar was hollow, and Senior White 2's body floated up and down inside it. This trap had been carefully set by the fat ball boss, and it was not easy to deal with. The one responsible for suppressing the ancient netherworld fragment was a clone of Senior White 2. It was the same clone who often wandered around the main world. However, this clone also had half of its body suppressed under the crystal pillar, and only its upper body was able to move around. Song Shuhang pinched his chin. He discovered that the Senior White of the main world and the Senior White of the netherworld seemed to always be in sync. The main world Senior White had cut himself in half, while the netherworld Senior White 2 had half of his clone sealed. Also, if you keep saying "White Rabbit" in your head, I don't mind turning you into a little bug, an actual bug, Senior White 2 added. No, Senior White, I've leveled up, Song Shuhang said solemnly. Previously, the fat ball did not call me a little bug. I've become a little rat now. 5 Ever since Shuhang had lost his guts, his mouth had become more straightforward. His brain operated a lot faster now that he only had his head left. The corner of Senior White 2's mouth twitched. Why are you so proud of being a little rat? 3 And the next time I encounter the fat ball, I might evolve and become even harder to deal with. With your help, Senior White, it'll be even harder to crush me. Song Shuhang tried to flatter Senior White. Although he was a lot more straightforward now, his brain was still present. He knew that after seeking death, he should try to make amends. The corners of Senior White 2's mouth twitched again. Truth be told, he did not know how he should evaluate the current Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang asked curiously, Senior White, since both your main body and your clone are sealed, where did this ancient netherworld fragment come from? Senior White 2 said calmly, it's because I did quite a few things back in the ancient netherworld. The ancient netherworld was his new territory. Although he did not have much time to manage the ancient netherworld and may have to return it to the ancient netherworld in the future, he liked this new territory very much for now. Stop wasting time and help me. Envelop the ancient netherworld fragment with your holy light. I'm still sealed by the fat ball and can't use my energy. Senior White 2's clone lifted his hand slightly. Song Shuhang took a few steps forward, his hair fluttering. He summoned the defiant whale warrior's glove, and with his mind, he utilized the holy light energy of the big-eyed planet inside the glove to cover the ancient netherworld fragment. The pure white holy light shone brightly, warming people's hearts. The demonic hamster shouted, "Squeak!" Then, it rolled away. Its roll was a textbook roll, and after rolling for a while, it finally escaped from the range of the holy light. 3 Senior White 2's main body said, "Blow, the smell of holy light is disgusting." Song Shuhang, Senior White 2 continued, "Continue expanding the range of your holy light. It would be even better if you could release your power of virtue as well." Song Shuhang nodded and increased the output of his holy light. As for his light of virtue, the virtuous Lamia was still busy surfing. Nonetheless, the cold holy light from the Big Eyes planet exhibited amazing effects. The originally restless ancient netherworld fragment became calm and motionless. Senior White 2 took this opportunity to create 10 seals, and together with the seal formation disc that he had already prepared, he sealed the ancient netherworld fragment. It's done. It seems that there really are times when holy light comes in handy, Senior White 2 said with satisfaction. Song Shuhang looked at the ancient netherworld fragment, which had been reduced to the size of a small bead, and asked, Senior White, why go through all this trouble for this ancient netherworld fragment? Senior White 2 said solemnly, I want to use it as a base to create an ancient nether clone, which I would then use to play around in ancient netherworld in the place of my real body. Ahem, I mean, to manage the ancient netherworld in my place. 2 His body continued to rise and fall inside the crystal pillar, but his posture had changed. Now, his head was below while his feet were above. His long hair hung down toward the ground, revealing his slightly pointed ears. Senior White 2's ears were a little more pointed than the main world's Senior White. When his hair was dancing around, Senior White 2 looked extremely charming. But when it was Song Shuhang's hair that was dancing around, it looked like nothing more than a mess. They really did have 2 completely different styles. Song Shuhang asked curiously, how are you going to create this clone? He had always been interested in this topic. Senior White 2 squeezed his chin and said, right now, I'm still considering which functions to give to this ancient nether clone. Song Shuhang thought for a while and suggested, Senior White, how about you try copying the program of the Inner World Assistant and use that for this ancient nether clone? Inner World Assistant? Senior White 2 looked at Song Shuhang in puzzlement. Song Shuhang smiled slightly and said, hee hee. Senior White, don't you think that the world of the Black Lotus is a bit too messy? I honestly did not know that you were this sloppy. Hahaha. 13. Translator, God Brandy. Huh? What happened? Song Shuhang sat up in a daze. He stretched out his hand and scratched his head. Then, he discovered that he was in a strange state. His head was still normal, but his body had become translucent and soul-like. 1 You're awake, tyrannical song. A gentle voice came from nearby. One Song Shuhang turned his head and saw a beautiful face and a big colorful tree. The beautiful face was growing on the big tree, and the branches around her were fanning gently. "Oh, it's you, Shu, Song Shuhang said. This beautiful colorful tree was Senior White 2's pet number 4. She had been caught in the forbidden area of the Palace of Winter together with the ugly tiger, and her name was Shu. In some ways, the two Senior Whites really did seem to maintain a certain level of synchronization. Senior White 2 had this colorful and beautiful monster tree as a pet, while the main world Senior White had a monster willow. If both Senior White's pets were supposed to match one another's, then what were the equivalent of Little Sun Your Busy T233, the demonic hamster, and the orangutan general? 3. Right, I should be in Senior White 2's world of the Black Lotus. Song Shuhang realized. He remembered that he had gone to see Senior White 2 and had helped him suppress the ancient netherwool fragment. But why did he suddenly fall asleep? One Song Shuhang looked up and found that Senior White 2 was still floating up and down inside his crystal pillar. His head was still pointing downward while his feet were pointing upward, and he was smiling at him. "Oh right, Senior White," Song Shuhang pointed at the crystal pillar and said, "Would you like me to try to break the fat ball's seal?" Senior White 2 turned his body over and asked, "And how do you plan to deal with this seal?" Song Shuhang explained, "The last time I fought against the fat ball, it tried using a pseudo-bone of eternity to seal me. However, I used the pay-to-win strike to sacrifice the bone." Curiosity flashed in Senior White 2's eyes. He said, "Okay, you can give it a try." Song Shuhang approached the crystal pillar. Then, he stretched out the hand of his soul-like body and placed it on the crystal pillar. Bzzz, an electric shock traveled through the palm of his hand. Song Shuhang felt the shock reach his brain, and he quickly let go. "This crystal pillar is a seal devised by the fat ball," Senior White 2 said. "Since it's a seal, if you touch it directly, you will definitely be subjected to the seal's backlash. Senior White, since you knew, you should have told me." Song Shuhang did not know whether to laugh or cry. Senior White 2 sighed. "Isn't this basic knowledge a cultivator should have? As the first sage in 1,000 years, even if you're a fake, you should at least know the basics." Actually, whenever I have time, I do use it to study," said Song Shuhang. It was just that he did not have much time. Reading and studying were his hobbies. If he was given the time, he could sit and read books for days and nights without end. He found learning to be quite fun. For Song Shuhang stretched out his left hand again and placed it on the seal. This time, he was prepared. The feeling of being electrocuted came again, but since Song Shuhang was prepared for it, he clenched his teeth and continued to keep his hand on the pillar. Song Shuhang said softly, "Very good. Now that I'm in direct contact with it, it's time to use the divine strike." As his left hand was pressed against the crystal pillar, a dot of light condensed in his right hand. "I want to sacrifice this crystal pillar, but Senior White 2, who is inside it, should not be sacrificed. Come on, pay-to-win strike." Buzz. In the next moment, the dot of light above Song Shuhang's right fingertip shattered. He had failed to cast the pay-to-win strike. The crystal pillar was not a treasure that could be sacrificed. It was no longer a pseudo-bone of eternity but was rather a complete seal. While the pseudo-bones of eternity were treasures, the seal, formed after they were used, was no longer one. Senior White 2 asked, "Did it fail?" Song Shuhang retracted his left hand and sighed. "It failed. It appears that I was too optimistic." Senior White 2 said happily, "It's all right. It's good for people to be a little optimistic." Senior White 2 was trapped in this crystal pillar, but he did not feel anxious in the slightest. For him, this crystal pillar and the giant cocoon had about the same purpose. It was comfortable inside, so he'd have no trouble sleeping in them. Speaking of sleep, Senior White 2 suddenly felt sleepy, and his eyelids drooped down. "Senior White, can't you break the seal of the fat ball on your own?" Song Shuhang asked. Yes, of course I can break this seal. Senior White 2 nodded and said, in 50 years at most, I'll be out. For Senior White 2, 5,000 years was the same as taking a short nap. 1. Is it really going to take 5,000 years? Song Shuhang was taken aback. It looked like the fat ball was not bragging. The seal that it used this time could really seal Senior White 2 for 5,000 years. Song Shuhang asked, do you have no way to come out earlier? I can just sleep through it. Senior White 2 waved his hand. Also, I got the ancient netherwool fragment in here with me. It can be put to good use while I'm asleep. Song Shuhang said, how about I try again? Shuhang used his hair as a hand and pressed it against the crystal pillar once more. He then performed the secret appraisal technique, hoping to get some clues. The secret appraisal technique was activated. The price paid for the appraisal this time was very low. The only price that Song Shuhang had to pay was a small scratch on his face. Afterward, the results of the appraisal appeared in his mind. A powerful seal with an effective duration of 6,666 years. Even if it's affected by a powerful external force, it will still take thousands of years to break. 1. There was no more information after that. It truly was a troublesome seal. Shuhang retracted his palm made of hair. However, when he was taking back his hair, he suddenly had an idea, and he brushed his palm against the pillar, using the saber nurturing technique. 1. The saber nurturing technique was like the almighty spiritual energy to Song Shuhang now. 1. When cultivators encountered something strange, they liked to use their spiritual energy to figure out what it was or what it could do. When Song Shuhang encounters something that he did not know how to deal with, he liked using the saber nurturing technique. The saber nurturing technique fell on the crystal pillar. However, there was no response. The only change that Song Shuhang felt was that he had become slightly more bonded with this crystal pillar. At the very least, when his palm pressed against the crystal pillar, the electric shock had become much weaker. It was as if his favorability had gone up by 1. And so, Song Shuhang tried to brush the pillar with his hair a couple more times. The light of the saber nurturing technique shone again and again. After a couple of minutes, when Song Shuhang's hand pressed against the crystal pillar, he no longer felt an electric shock. 1. What have you been doing to the fat ball's seal? Asked Senior White 2. Song Shuhang replied, I'm trying to enter its good graces. I'm wondering if it will eventually give me face and open a back door for me when my favorability has gotten high enough. For Senior White 2 looked puzzled. 1. Translator, God Brandy, is it working? Asked Senior White 2. When I touched the crystal pillar just now, I didn't get electrocuted, said Song Shuhang. He retracted his arm made of hair and pressed it against the pillar again to show Senior White 2 the effects of his work. In the next moment. Ah! Song Shuhang screamed. He was electrocuted once more and fell to the ground. Hamster, who was in the distance, said, looks like it didn't work. Song Shuhang sat up from the ground, still trembling. As expected of the seal of the fat ball, as soon as he retracted his arm, it stopped recognizing him. Song Shuhang said solemnly, from the looks of it, it seems that I can't let go of the pillar while currying favor with it. Once I let go, the favorability level will return to the initial value. Separating from the pillar even for an instant will cause the value to reset. Senior White asked calmly, do you want to keep trying? Song Shuhang slowly recovered from the electric shock. He shook his head and said, maybe next time. I'll wait until after I return to my original state. He was not afraid of the pain from the electric shock. However, if he wanted to max out the favorability value in one go, it was definitely not something he would be able to do in a short time. It might take a couple of days and nights, perhaps even longer. As he was to head to the beast realm at dawn, it was better for him to wait until after he had his new body. At that time, his 20 hair arms and his left and right hands could work together. Under the effects of the 22 instances of the saber nurturing technique every second, the ceiling crystal pillar would definitely be converted much faster. Shuhang said, I'll try again after I come back from the beast realm. Senior White 2's eyes, which had gradually closed from drowsiness, opened slowly when he heard the words, beast realm. He asked, are you going to the beast realm? Shuhang replied, yeah. As soon as the sun rises, I'll be heading to the beast realm. Holy Mountain will be opening the day after tomorrow. Senior White 2 nodded slightly and said, it seems you're quite lucky. The Holy Mountain is opening at such a good time for you. Shuhang smiled slightly and said, it's thanks to Senior White. Senior White 2 said, stop flattering me. I did not help you in this matter. Shuhang kept smiling because he could not let Senior White 2 read his inner thoughts through his face. Damn, I seem to have accidentally called him White 2 in my mind just now. White, 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 white. Senior White 2 yawned and said, since you're going to Holy Mountain in the beast realm, it just so happens that there's something I need your help with. Shuhang replied with a smile, Senior White, please do tell. Senior White 2 said, a long, long time ago, a phoenix from the beast realm borrowed a stone tablet from me. Later, that stone tablet was left in Holy Mountain. From how long it's been since then, it should be about time for the stone table to be returned. A phoenix from the beast realm went to the netherworld realm to borrow a stone tablet from you, Senior White? Shuhang admired that phoenix. It had actually dared to go deep into the netherworld realm to borrow something from the ruler of the netherworld. You're overthinking it. It was from before I ascended, Senior White 2 said slowly. Back then, I made a deal with that phoenix. She borrowed the stone tablet and I got to learn the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique in exchange. One Senior White's clone pointed with its hand, and a small ray of light shot between Shuhang's eyebrows. In the next moment, a chant for manipulating a magical treasure appeared in Shuhang's mind. It was the chant used to control the stone tablet. I see. When I enter Holy Mountain, I'll look for that stone tablet for Senior White and recover it, Shuhang replied. As Senior White 2 nodded, sleepiness surged up inside him, and his body began floating up and down inside the crystal pillar. Shuhang seriously began questioning whether the ceiling crystal pillar of the fat ball had functions such as causing the one inside it to fall asleep in comfort and let them have sweet dreams, similar to the giant cocoon. When Senior White 2 had stayed inside the cocoon, he had slept very soundly, and he had been reluctant to come out. The demonic hamster nearby placed its small paw under its chin and said, Tyrannical Song, have you found a spare body? Tyrannical Song is going to explore Holy Mountain in the beast realm, and it's impossible that he's going to do so with his head alone. Shuhang replied, I got a nice wooden body. I have no trouble moving around. Hamster said disdainfully, that's a pity. I still wanted to see the scene of you flying to the beast realm with just your head. You're destined to be disappointed. Shuhang stood up and said to Senior White 2, Senior White, I've been here for quite some time. I'll be heading back. After Senior White 2 responded, no other sound came from him. Shuhang waved at the demonic hamster and the beautiful tree, then he got up and walked out of the steel lair. After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something. He turned his head back towards Senior White 2 and shouted, Senior White, your world of the Black Lotus is a little messy. Would you like to copy my inner world assistant and have the copy manage the world of the Black Lotus for you? In the crystal pillar, Senior White 2 opened his eyes slightly. How do I copy it? Shuhang replied, we can make a copy of the assistant of the dragon networks will in the Black Dragon world. My inner world assistant is a clone of the dragon network assistant. Senior White 2 replied, it's too troublesome to make a trip to the Black Dragon world. Just ask your inner world assistant to come to the world of the Black Lotus. I'll see if I can make an assistant similar to it. Okay. After I return to the inner world, I'll have it come to the world of the Black Lotus. Song Shuhang then added, Senior White, please don't tear it apart. I'm not like your main world's Senior White, and I don't have the habit of tearing things apart. Senior White too yawned and said, also, everything I dismantle can be perfectly reassembled. I've never made a mistake in this regard. For Song Shuhang, after Song Shuhang left, a projection of Little Sun T233 appeared beside the crystal pillar that Senior White 2 was in. Senior White 2 asked aloud, did the resurrection fail? Little Sun T233 replied, the resurrection was a success. I confirm that the formation master prepared has been activated. It is also confirmed that Tyrannical Song has resurrected successfully. One hamster said, that is to say, when Tyrannical Song resurrected this time, his body did not make it and only his head was restored. For Senior White 2 said, the heavenly punishment is no joke. His original plan was to revive Song Shuhang and restore his body, which had been annihilated during the heavenly punishment. Unexpectedly, while Song Shuhang did manage to resurrect, only his head remained. While they were talking, outside the door of the steel lair, there was a new guest. It was the inner world assistant. It had come to meet Senior White 2 as per Song Shuhang's order. Chapter 2013 Don't praise Shuhang or his ego will skyrocket. When Song Shuhang's consciousness left the inner world, it was already the beginning of a new day. The sunlight entered the room through a window and fell on the bed. The tender shoots of the wooden body stretched out and faced the sun. It's dawn. Song Shuhang reached out to grab his phone and unlocked it. November 22, 7:33 a.m. One Song Shuhang said, I didn't think it was already this late. I need to get up. His wooden body climbed out of bed. He then grabbed his head and went to the washroom. Senior White's steel villa was basically the same as a modern villa. After carefully washing his head, he put it back on the wooden body's neck. Song Shuhang then followed Senior White's and 16's auras and went downstairs. When he arrived in the living room on the first floor, he saw that Senior White was writing and drawing on a small blackboard, talking about some of his knowledge on cultivation. In front of him, Lady Onion, 16, and the black-skinned soft feather were sitting upright and following the lesson with great attention. Song Shuhang rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He opened his eyes. And Lady Onion was still there. Moreover, she was seriously taking notes. Song Shuhang quickly looked up at the sun in the sky. Did the sun rise from the west today? Or did Lady Onion get possessed by someone? At this moment, Senior White finished his lecture. 16 turned her head and smiled, Shuhang, you're awake. Did you sleep well? Song Shuhang nodded and replied, I did have a great sleep, and I'm full of energy. I feel as if I've been reborn. Also, I feel that the aftereffects of the blood sacrifice have disappeared completely. One Shuhang noticed that his head was no longer exhibiting any signs of drought, and he felt that he was in excellent condition. Perhaps tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, even without Senior White's jade bead, his head would be able to remain perfectly healthy. Senior White asked, Are we leaving yet? Song Shuhang replied, We can go now. When he said that, he thought of another problem. How are we supposed to go to the beast realm? Is there a guide to go there? Senior White, do you know how to get to the beast realm? Song Shuhang asked. If they really had no way to get there, Fairy Blue Phoenix could probably pick them up through a teleportation formation. Senior White nodded and said, I roughly do. Lady Onion put away her notebook and said, Are we directly heading there with Senior White's spatial abilities? No, let's head there with a vehicle, Senior White smiled and said. I have the urge to drive today rather than use spatial abilities. As he spoke, the entire steel villa began to transform. In the blink of an eye, the villa had turned into a giant flying sword. On both sides of the giant flying sword were doors and windows. When the transformation was complete, the virtuous Lamia, the black-skinned soft feather, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, and Fairy Creation swooped in through the windows. Immediately afterward, the doors and windows of the giant flying sword closed themselves shut. The black scarlet heaven sword reminded, lock the doors so that nobody gets thrown out. One Song Shuhang, for some reason, he felt a little nervous now. At this time, a strand of Pavilion Master Chu's hair stretched out from the top of Shuhang's head and asked Senior White, fellow Taoist White, which way are you going? Senior White thought for a while and said, I don't think it really matters. I remember that regardless of which direction we go, there should be a spatial passage that leads to the beast realm. If that's the case, then let's head to the Jiangnan area first, Pavilion Master Chu suggested. Song Shuhang asked, Senior Chu, do you have something to do in the Jiangnan area? There is a little fellow Taoist who is about to transcend his tribulation there. Have you forgotten about it already? Pavilion Master Chu replied. Before heading to prepare for his tribulation, he even came to pay his respects to you. Song Shuhang patted his forehead lightly. Oh, right. I remember now. It's that little fellow Taoist named Ding Gon. I remember that there was an inner demon lurking inside him. The virtuous Lamia smiled and said, how impolite. Fairy Creation added, not little fellow Taoist, but big brother. The black-skinned soft feather opened her mouth, but she did not know what to say as there were no lines left to say. Song Shuhang, Senior White said, okay, then we'll head to the Jiangnan area first. In the Jiangnan area, a young cultivator was carefully examining his tribulation transcending formation. He was a disciple of the Drifting Starlight sect, and his Taoist name was Ding Gon. He was getting ready to transcend his heavenly tribulation of the third stage. Senior sisters, Master, there doesn't seem to be any problems with the tribulation transcending formation, Ding Gon said. One of Ding Gon's two senior sisters replied, great. We'll be watching over you from out here while you transcend your formation. Check the illusory formation outside again. It's best to always be sure. A calm voice sounded in Ding Gon's ear. It was his master, Ding Qingyun. The illusory formation was a barrier to shroud the tribulation when cultivators were transcending their tribulation. It was also their last resort. Ding Gon replied, yes, Master. He reached out and lightly grabbed a pouch from his pocket. In this pouch, there was a strand of long hair that came from profound sage tyrannical song. This strand of hair could help him through the inner demon tribulation that might come his way. It was his harvest from visiting and paying his respects to Senior Tyrannical Song the last time. To his surprise, Senior Tyrannical Song was a lot more approachable than he thought. In addition, he was not as frightening as when he was delivering a lecture to all the beings of the universe. I will definitely succeed. Ding Gon lightly patted the pouch, full of confidence. With Senior Tyrannical Song's protection, I will definitely be able to transcend this tribulation. After checking the formations, magical treasures, spirit stones, and medicinal herbs one last time, Ding Gon began to draw the third stage heavenly tribulation over. In the sky of the Jiangnan area, tribulation clouds condensed, and loud claps of thunder boomed. It's thundering again. The people in the Jiangnan area raised their heads to look at the sky. Recently, the weather in the Jiangnan area had been rather abnormal. 1 second, the sky was as clear as it could be, yet in the next second, it suddenly became covered with dark clouds. The staff of the meteorological station in the Jiangnan area really wanted to cry. Meanwhile, in a private room of a restaurant in the Jiangnan area, Song Shuhang's parents were having a meal with some of their friends. The couple had been going around having fun in the Jiangnan area lately. Today, they had a get-together with a couple of friends and planned to give Shuhang a surprise visit afterward. After visiting Song Shuhang, they would then leave the city. In Papa Song's and Mama Song's age group, besides chatting about stocks, hobbies, beauty, and health care, their chats tended to revolve around their children. While they were chatting, the topic of conversation became Song Shuhang at some point. Old Song, that son of yours seems to be doing really well lately, an old friend of Papa Song said with a smile. Not long ago, that kid of yours participated in a very popular movie. I watched that movie several times. Right. He played senior brother Gao Sheng in Apocalypse War. He really managed to make that character come to life. Senior brother Gao Sheng had to die. Oh, him. I also remember that kid from old Song's family. His grades were very good, right? I seem to recall that he was even admitted to Jiangnan University. Papa Song said modestly, Shuhang, that kid is very competitive. However, he can't stand being praised. If he's praised too much, his ego might just skyrocket. Hahaha, boom, a muffled thunder interrupted Papa Song's modest display. Papa Song was taken aback by the thunder. He could sense that it was different from the usual thunder. However, he could not pinpoint what the difference was. Regardless, this thunder was very strange. It was not only him, as Mama Song felt the same way. The couple looked at each other, and they both noticed the surprise in the other's eyes. Then, they both smiled, quietly moving their gazes away from each other. Recently, it has always been like this in the Jiangnan area, inexplicable claps of thunder just come by every now and then. However, there's no need to worry. It should be over soon, Papa Song's friend explained. In recent months, sudden thunderstorms like this had been appearing quite frequently. Everyone who was from the area had already gotten used to it. Sure enough, just like Papa Song's friend said, the thunder stopped after a few seconds. The several friends who had not been together for a long time resumed their chatting. As they talked and talked, the topic went back to their children. This was the price of age. After reaching a certain age, children often became an important part of one's life. So when they chatted, they would often come back to this topic. A few of Papa Song and Mama Song's good friends had children who were a few years older than Song Shuhang, so they had already reached the stage of discussing marriage. As such, the topic went to that of their children's marriages. Old Song, does your Shuhang have a girlfriend yet? At the table, someone asked all of a sudden. You were quite wild and got married when you were still in college. Your son shouldn't be much different than you in this regard, right? Hahaha. Probably. Papa Song himself was not sure. Song Shuhang had brought several girls to their home as guests, but neither he nor Mama Song knew which one of them was Shuhang's girlfriend or if any of them was actually his girlfriend. What do you mean by probably? Does he not have a girlfriend yet? Someone laughed and said, if he doesn't, then why don't we become in-laws? Didn't your eldest daughter get married long ago? And your youngest is still in middle school. Papa Song laughed as he added, wouldn't that be a crime? For the group of friends kept chatting, and they changed topics every now and then. During this time, someone had come by the window of their room and opened it to vent the air. When the window was opened, this friend of Papa Song curiously looked at the sky in the distance. In the sky, there was a dense group of dark clouds, and it looked like a thunderstorm was coming. There was lightning flashing amidst the dark clouds, but strangely, there was not a single clap of thunder. Then, in the blink of an eye, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared. The sky outside was bright and clear again. What's going on? I didn't drink that much. The man rubbed his eyes and looked out the window again. Suddenly, the sky was filled with dark clouds again, and there were bright flashes of lightning. In the next moment, the sky was bright and the sun was shining down on the earth again. The two contrasting scenes seemed to be repeatedly switching with one another. He quickly took out his phone and began taking a video of the sky. However, what appeared in the phone's video recording was just an ordinary scene of a blue sky and white clouds. How much did I drink? Papa Song's friend turned his head and asked. About 3 glasses, Papa Song replied. The friend said, that's strange. That means I shouldn't be drunk. All of you, come here and have a look. What's there to see? The people in the room got up one by one and crowded the small window. I don't see anything special. Isn't it just an ordinary blue sky and white clouds? Blue sky and white clouds? Wait a minute, what I see from here are dark thunderclouds. I also see a blue sky and white clouds. There doesn't seem to be anything unusual. Wait, I blinked and the view changed. Papa Song and Mama Song also leaned over and looked up at the sky. After trying several angles, Mama Song said, "It seems to be an angle issue. When viewed from certain angles, it will look like there are dense thunderclouds in the sky. From some other angles, it looks like the sky is blue and littered with white clouds, while from some other angles, it looks like the view outside is switching between two scenes." 2. Is it a mirage? Could it be a large projection? No matter how one looked at it, this was not normal. Papa Song also took out his camera and pointed it at the sky to record a video. However, the only thing that appeared on the phone's screen was a blue sky with white clouds. Papa Song frowned slightly. They're getting closer. Those dark clouds are getting closer to us. Should we try to avoid it? It feels like something bad will happen if it reaches us. Wait, is there someone underneath the dark clouds? Am I seeing things? Papa Song put down the phone and looked at the sky directly. Sure enough, under the strange dark clouds, there was a figure running wildly in the air. The figure was wearing a strange pair of shoes that appeared to be constantly spewing air. It looked like it was those shoes that allowed the figure to fly in the air. The dark clouds locked onto the figure wearing the strange shoes, following him like a shadow. Is it some new technology? Are those jet shoes? The dark clouds are getting closer. Oh, that guy is quite cool. Lightning kept on flashing in the dark clouds, but there was no thunder. It was completely silent for them. It was as if the lightning had turned on silent mode. The young man moved in the air deftly, allowing the lightning to speed past him. After dodging one bolt of lightning, he would continue running wildly in the sky. This scene looked like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. The strange thing was that no matter whether it was a mobile phone, a video camera, or some other kind of video recording equipment, none of them could capture the figure in the sky. The only thing their equipment captured was a blue sky. The guy avoided 8 lightning strikes in a row but was struck by the 9th. The 9th lightning strike hit his body directly. After getting struck by the lightning, the young man fell from the sky. At this moment, another figure rose up into the sky. He stretched out his hand toward the air and took the man who had been struck by the lightning away from the downtown area. Papa Song and Mama Song's eyes widened. "Old Song, was that your son in the sky?" Yeah, it looked like him." Papa Song was confused. 2. The figure that had risen into the sky was indeed Song Shuhang. He was obviously very far away, and none of them could see his face clearly. However, when they watched him rise into the sky, everyone in the room, for some reason, was certain that this figure was Song Shuhang. None of them had praised Shuhang that much, so why did he literally skyrocket? 2. In the sky, Song Shuhang jumped up and said, "Senior Chu, are you ready?" "Yup. We only need to add some new hypnotic effects to the illusory formation in place to achieve the desired effect. It is very simple and should not have much impact on the people below." Pavilion Master Chu's voice sounded from her strand of hair, which swayed lightly in the air. Then, small bits of light scattered from the strand of hair. All of those who were paying attention to the sky saw these tiny dots of light. In the next moment, in the area where the dark clouds were, cameras, fly rigging systems, smoke machines, and so on appeared. Oh, it turns out that they're shooting a movie. This thought emerged in everyone's minds. 2. When Pavilion Master Chu, an immortal-level powerhouse, took action, the resulting hypnotic effect was especially effective. Although Pavilion Master Chu's illusion was very rough and illogical, with her being an immortal, all of those who saw the scene would ignore these unreasonable factors. People's brains would take the initiative to fill up those holes on their own. This was the benefit of being powerful. They did not need to rely on intricate designs when setting up illusions, they could simply rely on their strength. With the strength of an immortal, even if it was just some random illusion, for ordinary people, it could last for 100 years or even longer. And 100 years was a lifetime for ordinary human beings. Perhaps there would be some long-lived people who would eventually recall what they saw today when they got much older. After the influence of the illusion dissipated, they would remember the unreasonable factors in the scene. But at that point, it would not really matter. One in the sky. "Sorry for troubling you, Senior Chu," said Song Shuhang with a smile. He then mobilized his psychic energy to gently control fellow Taoist Ding Gon's body and move toward the outskirts of the Jiangnan area. Pavilion Master Chu's hair swirled around, and she replied, "It's just a small illusion, nothing much." "Speaking of which, Senior Chu, did we intervene in his tribulation?" Song Shuhang said. Pavilion Master Chu chuckled, and then she said gently, "I don't know if you've interfered with his tribulation, but I'm certain that I did not." In the end, the only thing she did was set up some illusions. She did not interfere with the tribulation in any way. As for Song Shuhang, it was hard to say. He appeared just as Ding Gon's master took action to scatter the heavenly tribulation. Afterward, Song Shuhang used his psychic energy to pick up Ding Gon and moved him to the outskirts of the Jiangnan area. Normally, when the heavenly tribulation was scattered and had to gather itself again, Song Shuhang's action of moving Ding Gon to another location would not have been considered interfering with the process. However, the heavenly tribulation had been changing with each passing day, and they were unsure if the method used to determine if someone was interfering had changed. The thing was that Song Shuhang had quite the relationship with the heavenly tribulation, so there was a chance that the tribulation would become happy just from seeing him and involve him forcibly. After a moment of silence, Song Shuhang raised his head and looked into the distance. "I hope everything goes well." In the suburbs, a giant flying sword was suspended in the air. Senior White and 16 were lying by a window, waving at him. Song Shuhang's spirit was bolstered. "Thank you for your help, Senior Tyrannical Song." At this time, Ding Gon's master also arrived. He bowed to Song Shuhang from a distance. Song Shuhang said, "We can't relax just yet. Although the tribulation clouds have been scattered, it is not over yet. With the changes that have happened to the heavenly tribulation, even if it's been dispersed, it can still regather very quickly." Ding Gon had been struck by a bolt of lightning, and his entire body was charred black. What was even worse was that the inner demon inside his body was getting restless and could give rise to an inner demon tribulation at any moment. The reason Song Shuhang and the others had appeared directly in the area where Ding Gon was transcending his tribulation was the inner demon in his body. After Ding Gon and his senior sister visited Song Shuhang last time, Pavilion Master Chu took a strand of Song Shuhang's hair and gave it to Ding Gon. At that time, she had also placed a mark through the divine weapon appraisal on Song Shuhang's hair. With that, she could sense Ding Gon's state at any time. After sensing the changes in Ding Gon's inner demon, Pavilion Master Chu told Song Shuhang and Senior White about it. After obtaining White's consent, Pavilion Master Chu used the divine weapon appraisal mark on Song Shuhang's hair and had the giant flying sword traverse space to reach the Jiangnan area. After taking a medicinal pill, Ding Gon slowly recovered. He sat up and smiled wryly as he looked at the almost intact tribulation transcending formation beside him. When his heavenly tribulation descended, his inner demon took advantage of that moment to affect him. Although he had taken precautions, he failed to resist it as he was focused on resisting the heavenly tribulation. Under the influence of his inner demon, Ding Gon left behind the intact tribulation transcending formation and ran all the way to the downtown Jiangnan area. If Song Shuhang and his master had not acted in time, he might have died already. This clearly showed the importance of having guardians stand by and watch when a person was transcending their tribulation. Loose cultivators suffered from the lack of such protective figures, so the rate of mortality when they transcended the tribulation was much higher. Senior Tyrannical Song, Ding Gon looked at Song Shuhang and said, "My inner demon is stronger than I thought." Don't worry, you can do it," Song Shuhang encouraged him. At the same time, he secretly transmitted his voice, "Do you see Sage Monarch White over there? Your heavenly tribulation will regather soon. Before that happens, pray to Sage Monarch White. Trust me, if you do that, you will have absolutely no problem transcending your tribulation. The more sincere your prayers, the better." One Ding Gon was slightly taken aback. After thinking for a moment, he bowed solemnly toward Sage Monarch White. "I pray to Sage White, please let me transcend this tribulation safely. I beg Sage White to protect me." The heavenly tribulation of the third stage condensed above Ding Gon's head once again. As Ding Gon had hardly used his tribulation transcending formation during the last wave, the formation was nearly intact. All he needed to do was to supply it with some spirit stones. Ding Gon stood in the tribulation transcending formation, slightly nervous. He was faced with both internal and external troubles. There was the heavenly tribulation descending on the outside, and there was an inner demon lurking on the inside. There was also Senior Tyrannical Song's pair of eyes, which made him extremely nervous as they stared at him. One boom, tribulation lightning condensed, and a probing lightning bolt descended. Not far away, Song Shuhang looked at the third stage heavenly tribulation while drooling. "Pay attention to your image. Your profound Sage Tyrannical Song right now. Don't lose face in front of others," Pavilion Master Chu reminded him. If he kept drooling while looking at the heavenly tribulation, it would look as if he had been shocked silly. 2. What a pity Ding Gon did not use the tribulation transcending formation I gave him. Otherwise, the third stage lightning tribulation would have been bounced away, allowing us to seal it and preserve it. I just can't help but recall the taste of the braised heavenly tribulation. That taste, that rich aroma. Song Shuhang licked his lips as he spoke. He felt hungry now. The longer he looked at the tribulation lightning, the more hungry he felt. This was not only the case for Song Shuhang but for Senior White as well. He lay by the window of the giant flying sword with shining eyes. His clone had transmitted back the information on the taste of the braised heavenly tribulation, but his real body had yet to taste the dish. 3 pairs of hungry eyes stared at the tribulation clouds. 1 pair was from Senior White, while the other 2 pairs were from Song Shuhang, as he was now a man with 4 eyes. 1 rumble, the probing lightning bolt descended. At the same time, the next wave began brewing inside the tribulation clouds. But suddenly, a snow-like dot of light appeared within the tribulation clouds, reminding one of a computer screen. Was the third stage heavenly tribulation mutating? Every time the heavenly tribulation descended, different versions of the lightning tribulation would be released according to the cultivator's strength, experience, luck, karma, and other data. The lightning tribulation that Ding Gon was facing seemed to be recalculating the power it should use. After a while, the heavenly tribulation descended again. Rumble, this time, there was no lightning, but only sonic booms. Had the lightning tribulation become a sound tribulation? 2. Chapter 2016 This Mouth of Mine. Translator, God Brandy Song Shuhang's drool disappeared in an instant. How am I supposed to eat a sound tribulation? What he wanted to eat was a braised lightning tribulation and not a sound tribulation, so there was a sudden sense of loss in his heart. However, after recalling Pavilion Master Chu's words that he should maintain his image as the first sage in 1,000 years, Shuhang arduously kept a smile on his face. Sonic booms echoed in the sky. In addition to the classic 5 elements, there were many other kinds of heavenly tribulation, and the sound tribulation was one of the relatively special ones. The sound tribulation was invisible and difficult to guard against, but in terms of pure offensive power, it was much weaker than that of a lightning tribulation of the same level. When the sonic booms ended, Ding Gon was covered in blood, with blood oozing out of his eye sockets and ears. The tribulation transcending formations of cultivators that were transcending their third stage heavenly tribulation were usually meant to defend against lightning bolts. They were not prepared for sound tribulations. This sound tribulation could be said to be rather mean with how it had sucker-punched Ding Gon. One, it was as if you were told that you were going to have a math exam that day, but were then forced to take a Russian exam that you were completely unprepared for. It would make you feel really vexed. This was how Dingon felt right now. The attack method the sound tribulation used was relatively simple. It mainly attacked through shock waves, occasionally mixing some illusory sound attacks in it. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that it was only a third-stage heavenly tribulation. If it was a sixth-stage sound tribulation, with how the heavenly tribulation was behaving recently, perhaps it would have mimicked a concert of Dharma King creation, one without fairy creation's blessings to it. For after suffering 3 waves of the sound tribulation, Dingon began to adapt to the attack pattern. By using defensive techniques, along with the strengthening effect of the tribulation transcending formation on his body, he was barely able to withstand the attacks of the sound tribulation. As long as there was no sudden mishap, he should be able to hold out until the end of the third stage heavenly tribulation. Flashes of lightning could be seen among the tribulation clouds, but no lightning struck down. Wave after wave of the sound tribulation kept on coming, shaking Dingon to the core. Dingon was completely covered in blood by now, and his limbs had become numb. However, due to the sound tribulation's lack of lethality, his overall state was actually not that bad. He just looked very miserable. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair said, "This is the last wave." She had been paying attention to the tribulation clouds the entire time. The next wave should be the last wave of this heavenly tribulation. If Dingon survived, then he would ascend to the third stage realm. But if he failed, he might die. Rumble, during the last wave, a lightning bolt descended. Inside the tribulation transcending formation, Dingon's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Sage Monarch White." He was now almost certain that he'd be able to transcend this third stage heavenly tribulation. His tribulation transcending formation had been devised to deal with a lightning tribulation. Unfortunately, the previous waves of the tribulation had all been sound attacks. With the almost intact tribulation transcending formation and the relatively decent state of his body, he could resist this last wave of the tribulation. Song Shuhang's and Senior White's eyes also shone. The lightning tribulation had finally come. The unfortunate thing was that there was only one wave of lightning tribulation. Boom! The last wave of the tribulation violently crashed down onto the tribulation transcending formation. Formation arts: lightning protection formation, lightning governing formation, heavenly dragon formation, lightning reduction formation. Dingon, who was covered in blood, shouted aloud. In one breath, he activated all of the formations within the tribulation transcending formation to contend against the lightning. All in all, there were about 20 formations, and it felt great when he unleashed them all. It was as if you had a royal flush in poker, and you were able to last until you finally managed to bring it out. The might of the lightning tribulation was vast, but after crashing down on the formation, the lightning bounced back. The 20 formations working together produced a wonderful effect. After the lightning tribulation was bounced back, with no surprise, it shot straight toward Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang laughed and said, "Hahaha, I knew things would turn out like this." As soon as the tribulation lightning landed, he had such a feeling in his heart. The heavenly tribulation had some fate with him, and it would definitely jump towards him in the end. There was no basis for this feeling. It was simply a cultivator's intuition. Therefore, he had already secretly prepared for this. Sure enough, his intuition turned out to be right. As the bolt of lightning shot toward him, his wooden body stretched out its hand and worked together with his head to mobilize a vast amount of psychic energy. The lightning tribulation was forced to halt in midair. Song Shuhang started rubbing his hands, and the huge bolt of lightning seemed as if it was sandwiched by 2 invisible hands and rubbed non-stop. Sparks flew everywhere, and electricity crackled. The majestic lightning tribulation was rubbed into a cylindrical shape under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Dingon could not help but gulp. Without the help of the tribulation transcending formation, this single bolt of tribulation lightning would have seriously injured him or killed him directly. Yet, this terrifying bolt of lightning was rubbed and flattened in the hands of profound sage tyrannical Song. It could not resist at all. 2. Senior White. Song Shuhang exclaimed after rubbing the tribulation lightning into its current form. Senior White crossed through space and arrived beside the lightning tribulation. He stretched out his hand, and a sealing rune appeared and wrapped around the lightning tribulation, instantly sealing it. It's done. Song Shuhang snapped his fingers and transferred the sealed lightning tribulation into his inner world. Ding Gon, his 2 senior sisters, and his master all stared at profound sage tyrannical Song and sage monarch White in shock. These 2 sage monarchs could actually use spatial power. Sage monarch White teleported, while profound sage tyrannical Song snapped his fingers to transfer the lightning tribulation without the use of a cosmos bag. The profound sages nowadays were truly terrifying. One after Song Shuhang put away the lightning tribulation, he smiled at Senior White and said, "Senior White, let's have a nice meal tonight." "Okay." Senior White smiled back. However, his smile lasted only for a moment. The main reason was that only half of his real body was here, and the control he had over his charm was not as perfect as before. If he were to smile for too long, he could affect the beings around him. Song Shuhang paused slightly. He then glanced at his wooden body and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at Ding Gon again. "Congratulations, little fellow Taoist Ding Gon." When the virtuous Lamia heard his words, she jumped out, wanting to speak out her line. But before she could speak, she was wrapped up by Pavilion Master Chu's hair and sent back into Song Shuhang's body. One half of the virtuous Lamia's small head stuck out from Song Shuhang's back, her eyes full of grievances. Ding Gon cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your help, senior tyrannical Song. There's no need to be so polite." Song Shuhang waved his hand and said, "This time, your inner demon did not give rise to an inner demon tribulation. When you go home, you should strengthen your will and let your inner demon transform. F***ck, this mouth of mine." 2. Inside the tribulation transcending formation, Ding Gon curled up in pain. Behind him, there was a cluster of distorted, love-type inner demons. Through the power of the heavenly tribulation, they had materialized into an inner demon tribulation. 3. Translator, God Brandy Song Shuhang received a slap in the face before he could even finish speaking. Now, his heart felt stifled. The heavenly tribulation had just ended, so he did not expect the inner demon inside Ding Gon's body to act up at this time, increasing the difficulty of the tribulation again. As for whether it was lucky or unlucky for Ding Gon to have been made to face an inner demon tribulation when he was transcending his 3rd stage heavenly tribulation, it was honestly unclear. This is why you should not be too quick to speak sometimes, or you might just end up getting slapped in the face, Pavilion Master Chu said earnestly. Next time, make sure to think carefully about your words before speaking. Song Shuhang sighed softly. "I wanted to do it, but sometimes, I just can't control myself." Pavilion Master Chu, while they were discussing, the inner demon inside Ding Gon's body transformed. The cluster of tentacles wriggled, and some of them formed tight knots. The state of the wriggling tentacles was changing non-stop, until the cluster turned into an inner demon tribulation. The main difference was that they had evolved from raw materials that only the ruler of shadows could enjoy into an ingredient that could be used in the heavenly tribulation grand banquet. Ding Gon's body was covered in tentacles, and the scene looked like something straight out of a hentai. 2. Song Shuhang recalled that Pavilion Master Chu had once mentioned that Ding Gon's inner demon was related to love. Love was something that afflicted all intelligent creatures. Even though the various large forces of the world of cultivation had psychological counseling classes for their young disciples to strengthen their understanding of love, every time their disciples had inner demons, most of them were still related to love. Love was something special. Even if one understood its nature, they could never control it completely. Even if one was a cultivator who practiced the severing of emotions, they would become crazier than anyone else once they fell in love, and the consequences they'd suffer would be even more terrifying. By the way, how did Dingon end up getting entangled by a love-type inner demon? Shuhang was quite curious. Previously, Dingon assured them that he had never had any problems with his relationships. He said that he had a Taoist partner who loved him just as much as he loved her, and their relationship was very good. Whether it was his family or his friends, he had no problems with them, so how did this twisted love come about? Shuhang looked at Dingon's two senior sisters and his master. He had previously reminded Dingon to pay attention to this matter regarding his inner demon. During this period of time, he should have at least recalled the reason behind the birth of his inner demon and taken some precautions, right? In the distance, Dingon's two senior sisters shook their heads. After visiting Senior Tyrannical Song last time, Dingon had thought hard about this matter, but unfortunately, he still failed to figure out why the inner demon had been born. Whether it was love, family, or friendship, he could not find any problems anywhere. Senior White, what do you think? Shuhang turned his head and looked at Senior White. Senior White shook his head. I don't know much about love either. Huh? Senior White, you don't know much about love? Shuhang exclaimed. But back then, someone clearly said. Cough, cough, never mind. One Senior White looked puzzled. It's nothing, Senior White. I think I might have a sore throat. Anyway, I remembered Senior White Crane just now, Shuhang said. He recalled Pavilion Master Chu's advice, so he thought about the words he was about to say carefully. Luckily, he managed to slam on the brakes, saving his poor life by shifting the attention to Senior White Crane. One White Crane doesn't love me. It simply wants to repay me, Senior White explained. If it really did love me, then its gender would have become fixed by now. 16 asked curiously, are you saying that Senior White Crane must find a partner before it can have a set gender? Once it truly falls in love, its gender will become fixed. Determining its relationship with this person is of secondary importance, Senior White said slowly. This is how it works for those of White Crane's race. 1. It really wasn't easy for Senior White Crane's race to survive until now. Shuhang sighed. Then, Senior White, is there someone who you've truly loved? Asked Lady Onion all of a sudden. She was very curious. What kind of person could make someone like Senior White fall in love? How perfect was the person or creature that could grab Senior White's attention? Lady Onion asked the question that everyone wanted to ask but subconsciously did not dare to ask. 2. The black scarlet heaven sword glanced at Lady Onion and sighed inwardly. As expected of someone who has the potential to become a wielder of the heaven's will. Someone I've truly loved? Senior White pinched his chin and fell into thought. Shuhang, 16, Sister White Dragon, Pavilion Master Chu, Senior Turtle, and even the virtuous Lamia and Fairy Creation all pricked up their ears, looking forward to hearing Senior White's answer. 1. Even the inner demon tribulation entangling Dingon stopped moving and calmed down. 1. Similarly, Dingon's senior sisters and master also pricked up their ears. In the entire world, there was only silence. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Senior White's answer. White thought hard and finally said, no, I don't think so. This answer was expected, but it still made everyone feel a sense of regret. Everyone had been looking forward to learning of someone who Senior White might have loved. But at the same time, they felt afraid of knowing the answer to this question. It was a very contradictory feeling. Everyone took a deep breath and continued with what they were doing. The tentacles covering Dingon's body began wriggling again. Then Senior White, what kind of person do you think you might fall in love with? What qualities would you look for? Lady Onion's eyes lit up and she asked another question. 3. It appeared that Lady Onion was in quite the bold state today. Just as if possessed, she kept inquiring about this topic. I've never really given it much thought. Senior White shook his head and continued, at the very least, they can't be someone I loathe. We have to be able to get along with each other. So far, the fellow Taoists who I've been able to hit it off with are those of the 9 provinces number 1 group. If you're really wondering, then I'd say they have to at least reach the standard of the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group. One senior white's answer felt rather vague. It felt as if he was not really getting to the point, or as if he was avoiding answering the question. Anyway, enough about love. I can't help you much in regards to this subject. Senior White smiled and stretched out his hand to touch the top of Lady Onion's head. As far as I'm concerned, love is just something that can make a person happy. In the meantime, Ding Gon pressed his hands against the ground and slowly got up. Yes, Senior, love makes people happy. He roared with all his strength, I feel very happy. 1. Chapter 2018 Song Shuhang's Heart Freezes. Translator, God Brandy. Ding Gon wanted to let everybody know that he was very happy. His Daoist partner had not come with him this time, so he roared loudly in hopes that his love would reach her ears through the recount of his master and senior sisters. He wanted to take this opportunity to tell her how much he loved her. His love was genuine and had absolutely no relation to inner demons. Moreover, there was absolutely no problem with his love for her, it was pure and not twisted in the slightest. I'm very happy. Ding Gon exclaimed. Are you happy too? No, my surname is Song. Song Shuhang could not help but crack a dad joke out of instinct. Ding Gon's momentum was suddenly cut off. My surname is Su. 16 chuckled. My surname is Onion, I guess? Lady Onion mused while pointing to herself. No, never mind. Senior Turtle stopped halfway, seemingly unable to speak out its true name. Ding Gon was frozen in place for a good few seconds. After a while, he calmly brushed aside Senior Tyrannical Song and the others' teasing. Senior Sage White, thanks to what you said, I realized that my love is genuine. Now, I feel as if I'm overflowing with power. No matter how twisted the love of this inner demon is, it won't be able to affect me, Ding Gon roared loudly once more. Roaring could enhance one's spirits and boost one's confidence. The louder one roared, the greater the effect on one's confidence. 2. The inner demon that resides in me, regardless of why it was born, is doomed to be obliterated. It cannot shake my heart. Ding Gon then yelled at the inner demon tribulation attached to him, get off of me. Get out. Behind him, the wriggling tentacles continued to struggle. But the more they struggled, the more the tentacles knotted themselves together, until there were thousands of knots. In the sky, Song Shuhang pinched his chin and said while in thought, is this the power of love? Sigh, the power of love. Senior Turtle stroked its chin with its forelegs. I now understand psychology a little bit more. Fellow Daoist Turtle, I feel that love may have only played a part in little fellow Daoist Ding Gon's sudden increase of power. Rather, do you also feel that this little fellow Daoist is showing the symptoms of a henpecked man? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said happily. One had suspected that being a henpecked man may be one of the reasons for the formation of Ding Gon's inner demon. But interestingly enough, it was also what enabled him to expel his inner demon. Of course, this was only the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword's guess. It did not actually have any hard evidence to support its claims. It was merely food for thought. Amidst the constant roars of Ding Gon, the inner demon that was attached to his body was slowly but surely being expelled. However, no inner demon tribulation was easy to deal with. The inner demon hung on to a thread, continuing to survive despite Ding Gon's arduous efforts to expel it. The two sides had entered a game of tug-of-war. It caused those who were watching to be on edge. When it came to dealing with something like an inner demon tribulation, it was unfortunately very difficult for outsiders to lend a helping hand. The inner demon tribulation was also a part of the heavenly tribulation, so it was not easy for outsiders to intervene in such a thing. Fairy creation? Song Shuhang tried to summon her. After all, her singing had the power to weaken inner demons. Half of fairy creation's head popped out of Song Shuhang's body and she glanced at Ding Gon. Song dumb, then, fairy creation went back into his body, showing a clear lack of interest in the matter. Song, bizarre. Hey, Song Shuhang, it seemed that fairy creation would not be lending any help this time. Senior White, Shuhang called out. Senior White turned his head curiously. Song Shuhang said, do you want to try eating this inner demon tribulation? After all, none of us have gotten to taste it yet. When he heard this, Senior White's eyes flashed with intrigue. Song Shuhang continued, according to the Heavenly Tribulation Grand Banquet, the level of the Inner Demon Tribulation sashimi slices dish is even higher than that of the braised Heavenly Tribulation. One Senior White's eyes shone even brighter after hearing this. There seemed to be hidden the splendor of the sun and moon within his eyes. They shone with their own brilliance, a brilliance that was simply dazzling. In the sky, the tribulation clouds dispersed. A beam of sunlight shone on the body of Ding Gon's inner demon tribulation through the gradually clearing tribulation clouds. This beam was like a light straight from the heavens, welcoming the return of a lost soul. Under this light, Ding Gon's inner demon tribulation began to separate from his body and slowly rose into the sky. Song Shuhang said, is it ascending to the heavens? Or is it being retrieved? 16 said, speaking of which, will an inner demon tribulation disappear once it's expelled? Senior White said, inner demons are ever-changing, so no matter what happens to an inner demon tribulation, you should not be surprised. Didn't fellow Taoist Northern River even have a relationship with his inner demon for many years? In other words, it was quite normal for an inner demon that was expelled from a cultivator's body to still be alive and kicking, or even go back from where it had come from. It should not come as any surprise if there were even more bizarre events. Song Shuhang said, however, Ding Gon's heavenly tribulation has already come to an end, right? Pavilion Master Chu said, yes, it's over. He has ascended from the second stage realm to the third stage realm, and the first of his 4 mysterious meridians have begun to open. That means, Song Shuhang took out a glove and put it on. The ancestral witch's blessing allowed the user to perform short-distance spatial teleportation within a range of 500 meters. Song Shuhang's figure appeared directly above the knotted tentacles. The inner demon tribulation did not seem to notice Song Shuhang and continued its journey up into the sky. Song Shuhang reached out and grabbed the inner demon tribulation tentacles. I'll be taking this inner demon tribulation. One the squid-like tentacles, which were still wriggling around, let out a shrill cry. However, the mass of tentacles could not invade Song Shuhang's body as the black-skinned soft feathers hands had already reached out and tightly grabbed onto its body. Song Shuhang teleported again and reappeared next to Senior White. He handed Ding Gon's inner demon tribulation to Senior White, wishing for him to seal it. Senior White placed his hand on the inner demon tribulation and made more than 10 hand seals in a row to seal the inner demon tribulation. With that, Ding Gon's heavenly tribulation had officially come to an end. In the middle of the sky, Song Shuhang silently took out his phone and unlocked the screen with his password. He then opened the interface of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Time to change my Taoist name, said Song Shuhang as he changed his Taoist name to Tyrannical Saber Song 1. After looking at his past experiences, every time he used this Taoist name, he would be a little bit luckier. Then, while Senior White was sealing the inner demon tribulation, he quickly typed a message into the chat box. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, Seniors, quietly spread this piece of news. Senior White said that if he were to choose his other half, they must at least be as good as the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group. In other words, if Senior White were to choose a partner, it is likely to come from this group. So, all the fairies in the group, prepare yourselves well. P.S. This message will be deleted in 10 seconds. 3 Sioux Clan 16, I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end. What did you do to Senior White? Why did you talk about marriage with him? Young Master Phoenix Slayer, Shuhang, have you lost your mind again? Song Shuhang smiled slightly. After about 10 seconds, as Senior White finished sealing the inner demon tribulation, Song Shuhang quickly tried to delete the message. But then, the fingers of his wooden body became stiff. A prompt had popped up, network connection error. Song Shuhang's heart froze. 1. Chapter 2019 Song Wish Fulfilled. Shuhang Translator, God Brandy. Song Shuhang knew that luck was not on his side when he saw the network connection error prompt. His phone's screen was showing that there were 2 bars of signal, yet there was no internet connection. Under normal circumstances, his heartbeat should accelerate when in this kind of situation, but his wooden body did not coordinate with him. Someone once joked that these days, having an internet connection was of the utmost importance for most people. Once they lost connection to the internet, they would find it difficult to live their lives. Song Shuhang had always felt that he was an exception to this. How could the internet possibly be so vital? It would be fine if it didn't exist. If there was no internet, he could still read books, and reading books for free in bookstores made him much happier than surfing the internet. But at this moment, he personally experienced what it was like for those who relied on the internet a lot when they lost connection. His fingers moved quickly, tapping all over his phone, but his phone would just not connect to the internet. It was important to remember that this was a phone that had been magically modified, and it would be able to connect to the internet even if it was in space. At this time, Senior White finished sealing the inner demon tribulation, and he turned his head to look at Song Shuhang. Shuhang, it's sealed. White beckoned at Song Shuhang. Come over here and take it. Song Shuhang replied, coming. At this time, he suddenly had an idea. He opened up his contacts list and looked for Senior Yellow Mountain's name. He was planning on sending an SMS to Senior Yellow Mountain and asking him to delete the message that he had just sent with his group owner privileges. Ha! I'm so witty. Song Shuhang quickly tapped on the keyboard and soon finished writing the message, which was then successfully sent to Senior Yellow Mountain. Although there was no internet connection, his phone still had a signal. Now, he just needed to stall for some time and keep Senior White occupied so that he wouldn't look at his phone. Song Shuhang finally managed to calm himself down a bit. He put away his phone and began taking small steps towards Senior White. While he was walking towards Senior White's phone rang. Senior White held the sealed inner demon tribulation in one hand and took out his phone with the other. He answered the call and put the phone to his ear. Hello, White Crane, what's the matter? Song Shuhang stopped in his tracks. 16 covered her eyes with her hands. Senior White, I heard that you're looking for a partner from among the members of the 9 Provinces #1 group. Can I sign myself up? True Monarch White Crane's excited voice sounded from the other end. A puzzled look appeared on Senior White's face. A partner? At the same time, Senior White subconsciously turned to look at Shuhang. Shuhang looked as if he were doing a moonwalk. He was making the motions for walking forward, but he was actually moving further and further away from him. Hee. Senior White's eyes narrowed, and a beautiful smile emerged on his face. Senior White said with a smile, did Shuhang post something in the group chat? True Monarch White Crane did not forget its loyalty. No, it's not little friend Shuhang. I got this news from somewhere else. Senior White said, okay, I see. I'll talk to you later. Then, Senior White hung up the phone and waved to Song Shuhang in the distance. Song Shuhang revealed an embarrassed smile. Senior White said, come here, I won't eat you. Take this sealed inner demon tribulation. Song Shuhang braced himself and moved closer to Senior White. Tremblingly, he extended his right hand. At this moment, he looked like a poor native who had mispronounced the 3-character classic and was about to taste Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's ruler. Senior White smiled and handed the sealed inner demon tribulation to him, and Song Shuhang received it carefully. There was no problem with the seal, and the inner demon tribulation did not suddenly break out of the seal and jump at him. Shuhang let out a breath of relief. He immediately sent the inner demon tribulation into his inner world, placing it together with the sealed tribulation lightning. Then, he glanced at Senior White again. "Let's go." Senior White lifted Meteor Sword, turned around handsomely, and returned to the giant flying sword magical treasure. Shuhang looked confused. "That's it? No coiling flight? No supersonic trip to outer space? No punishments? Could Senior White have just forgiven me?" After being left stunned for a while, he suddenly thought of another possibility. Maybe because he's going to get to have a taste of the braised heavenly tribulation and the inner demon tribulation sashimi slices soon, Senior White is in a good mood. When a person is in a good mood, small mistakes can be ignored. Shuhang finally understood how important it was to be a master at cooking. "I'm coming, Senior White." Shuhang smiled brightly, and he gestured to 16. 16, Senior Turtle, let's go. The black scarlet heaven sword said, "I bet that little friend Shuhang will not survive until tonight." Senior Turtle retorted in a righteous tone, "Don't say such an unlucky thing. I bet that he will at least live until this afternoon." 16 put down her hands which were covering her eyes, and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Sister White Dragon whispered in her ear, "Sage White's reaction is too weird. Could Sage White be really looking for a partner?" 16 shook her head. Afterward, she drove her treasured saber and followed Shuhang. After all of them returned to the giant flying sword, the magical treasure started moving again and flew toward the passage that led to the beast realm. As for the aftermath left by the tribulation, it was left to Ding Gon and his master to deal with. One inside a restaurant in the Jiangnan area, Papa Song, Mama Song, and their friends sat down again and continued chatting amongst themselves. Regarding what they had seen just now outside the window, all of them ignored it due to the influence of Pavilion Master Chu's magical technique. The only impression that was left in Papa Song's and Mama Song's minds was that Shuhang had skyrocketed. Other than that, they also had a faint impression of the two beauties beside Shuhang. Papa Song and Mama Song looked at each other tacitly. The flying sword continued to fly through the sky rapidly. Senior White had activated the autopilot, so that he did not need to manually operate the magical treasure to reach the beast realm. With that, he could also rest. Senior White folded his hands and propped up his chin, his eyes shining like stars in the night sky. But if one were to look closely, they would be able to notice that he was distracted. Inside the cabin of the flying sword, Senior Turtle was imparting some cultivation knowledge to Lady Onion. 716 sat next to Shuhang and listened with him. 1. There was never a shortage of tribulation transcender and immortal level lectures when around Shuhang. 2. Whenever Senior Turtle lectured seriously, the content of its lecture was never a disappointment. It taught Lady Onion in the same way that the great Northern Emperor had taught it. Shuhang was mesmerized as he listened in. Suddenly, a gust of sand drifted past him, and a hot wind blew against his face. "Huh!" Shuhang was taken aback. In the next moment, he discovered that he had unknowingly appeared in a desert. This place, isn't this Senior White's illusory reality? Did Senior White become distracted again? Shuhang rubbed his temples in distress. With the desert already here, the young man in green robes should be appearing soon, right? Jingle, he soon heard the jingling sound of a horse's bell. Perfect, said Shuhang. He had been looking for a chance to enter Senior White's illusory reality. He did not expect to have his wish granted so soon. 2. Translator, God Brandy. Not long ago, Shuhang had been thinking of asking Senior White to use his illusory reality again when he returned to the main world. He did not expect his wish to be granted so quickly. In the past, when he was still new to cultivation, he had been pulled into Senior White's illusory reality by mistake. And when he was inside, he was abused repeatedly by the young man in green robes. But now that his strength had reached the 6th stage true monarch realm, he felt that he would definitely be able to beat up the young man. 3. A part of his confidence came from Daodu's speculations. Daodu had speculated that the young man in green robes inside the desert only possessed strength between the 2nd and 3rd stage. For when Daodu, Song Shuhang, and young Mistress Candy had been pulled into the illusory reality, Daodu also met the young man in green robes. At that time, Daodu, who was at the 4th stage realm, only needed to assume his true form and lie still on the ground, and the young man in green robes could not do anything to him. And now, if Shuhang, who was at the 6th stage, were placed against the young man who was around the 2nd or 3rd stage realm in strength, then... He. 1. Over here, young man. Song Shuhang laughed heartily as he turned to look in the direction the sound was coming. Young man, let me teach you a lesson on fist techniques today. Jingle, the horse bells ringing got closer and closer. Soon enough, a young man in green robes and a white horse could be seen approaching Song Shuhang. The young man looked handsome. He had red lips and white teeth, and his skin was as smooth as jade. He looked about 15 or 16 years old. There's no mistake, it's him. He was the exact same as he was 6 months ago. Nothing had changed about him. When Song Shuhang saw the young man in green robes, the young man also saw him, and their eyes made contact. Now, the line I should be hearing next is, little white, I finally found you. This line was akin to a nightmare back then. Song Shuhang replayed the plot of the illusory reality in his head. While he was in thought, the young man in green robes and the white horse reached a small sand dune and stopped. The young man held the horse's reins as he looked at Song Shuhang from a distance. He made no further movement afterward. Song Shuhang looked puzzled. Why hasn't he come over yet? The young man in green robes left the horse alone. Then, while standing on that little sand dune, he began throwing punches. He first displayed a basic fist technique, which was the same fist technique he hammered into Song Shuhang's mind and body back then. After he finished performing this basic fist technique, he switched to a higher-level fist technique. His fists were filled with energy, and along with his movements, the yellow sand flew up in the sky. The scene looked majestic. Song Shuhang scratched his head in confusion. The plot seems to be playing out differently. Could it be that I triggered some hidden plot? The last hidden plot he triggered was the young man in green robes confessing to Little White. Could it be something similar this time? Song Shuhang was looking forward to what would happen next. After a while, the young man finished performing 3 other sets of fist techniques. He then retracted his fists, exhaled, and led his horse away along with the sound of its ringing bell. He walked away just like that. And just like that, Song Shuhang was left alone and confused in the scorching hot desert. Am I supposed to keep waiting for him under the scorching sun? Is he not going to come up and beat me like last time? Don't go. Song Shuhang chased after the young man in green robes. With his current speed, it was not difficult for him to catch up to the young man in green robes. However, before he could even take 2 steps, the young man and the white horse had disappeared. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky, speechless. It doesn't matter. The young man in green robes and the white horse will definitely come back soon. Song Shuhang stopped in his tracks and found a place to sit in the desert. If I see the young man in green robes again, I won't say anything and I'll immediately make a move. At that time, the power of his fists and 20 hair fists would be unleashed fully. He would let the young man in green robes know how powerful he was right now. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the pleasant sound of a ringing bell could be heard again. He's back. Song Shuhang jumped up from his spot and looked in the direction the ringing was coming from. A young man and a horse appeared in his vision once more. He. Song Shuhang clenched his fists and spread out his long hair, forming 20 fists. He was ready to go. Jingle, the young man in green robes and the white horse reached the sand dune once again. As before, the young man paused when he saw Song Shuhang. Then, the two of them stared at each other. The young man left his horse beside the dunes and began to practice a fist technique. This time, Song Shuhang did not give him a chance to escape. 1. Basic Buddhist Fist Technique. 1. His punch shot forward as fast as a bullet and as heavy as an artillery shell. The power it carried was overwhelming. The young man in green robes smiled when he saw Song Shuhang jump up. "Little White, you aren't angry, are you?" While he was speaking, he moved forward and raised his arm, easily receiving Song Shuhang's punch. Bam! Song Shuhang's punch was deflected with ease. At the same time, the young man struck out with his other palm, launching it right at Shuhang's chest. Puzzled, Song Shuhang urged his psychic energy and forcibly lifted his body to avoid the palm. At the same time, all 20 of his hair fists locked onto the young man. The basic Buddhist fist technique, the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique, the Buddha's giant palm of punishment, and the 33 divine beasts technique's huge whale spout were used all at once. The 20 fists smashed toward the young man in green robes in unison. He. "Little White, you're amazing, but I won't lose to you." The young man revealed a joyful smile. "Watch this secret technique of mine. Thousand Hands Magical Technique." 1. The young man's palms drew strange arcs in the air. Each of these palms carried the power of fate. In the next moment, Song Shuhang saw a sea of palms. His vision was completely filled with the palms of the young man. It was a despicable AoE attack. 2. Those palms that filled the sky not only neutralized all of Song Shuhang's attacks but also forced him into a defensive stance. This was not something a cultivator at the 2nd or 3rd stage realm could do. Nobody in the 2nd or 3rd stage realm was this powerful. Shuhang could no longer underestimate his opponent. He had to treat the young man in green robes as someone of the same realm as him. Song Shuhang's wooden body shook. Basic Buddhist Fist Technique. 2. His 2 fists and his 20 hair fists all performed the second form of the basic Buddhist fist technique. 1. Every single one of his fists was like a shooting star as they blasted out hundreds of supersonic attacks in an instant. 2. Boom. 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 Song Shuhang and the young man in green robes fought at supersonic speed, attacking each other countless times. Every time their fists and palms met, terrifying shock waves ensued, followed by a thunderous booming sound. After thousands of collisions, a storm had formed in the desert. The young man in green robes was on par with Song Shuhang. Ha! Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. While their fists and palms were about equal, he still had his eye techniques. Expert's appraisal. Song Shuhang's left eye lit up. This was a skill that only peerless powerhouses could resist. Now, it was time to see whether or not the young man in green robes was immune to it. The expert's appraisal, once released, was unavoidable. Nay, just as Song Shuhang's left eye lit up, a hoof came falling down from the sky and landed on his back, knocking him to the ground. 1. Song Shuhang. "Oh, time's up. I have to go back." The young man in green robes also stopped. He jumped up, mounted the horse, and rode it into the distance. "Little White, you look so good with long hair." 2. Song Shuhang's hair fluttered in the wind, his mind in disarray. At this moment, he realized that one of the reasons for the triggering of this hidden plot was his long hair. 1. It was likely that his long hair, along with some other factors he was currently unclear of, had triggered this new plot. Now that he had figured out the cause, things had become a lot easier for him to resolve. Song Shuhang reached out, and the tyrant cuttlefish's twin blades from the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure appeared in his hands. He then raised the twin blades and cut his hair. His long hair was cut and shortened. Seeing this, Song Shuhang nodded with satisfaction. Without his long hair, this hidden plot should no longer be triggered. In a while, when the young man in green robes appears again, he should be back to his old self. He. Song Shuhang raised the twin blades and waited for the young man to appear again. At the same time, he began to analyze the content of the hidden plot in his mind. He felt that this new plot, in the timeline, must come after the part where the young man had spoken about waiting until Little White's hair had grown until his waist. Moreover, it seemed that the young man in green robes had accidentally angered Little White. Because of this, he did not approach Little White immediately when he appeared, and instead performed some fist techniques while keeping some distance. Then, before Little White lost his temper, he would finish his performance and leave. Another thing to take note of was that Little White's hair was growing. Regardless of whether Little White's long hair would reach his waist or not, it was indisputable that Little White was serious about growing his hair longer. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth curled up as he felt as if he had grasped another part of Senior White's dark history. Jingle, while he was in thought, the jingling of a bell came from afar. This time, the young man in green robes had reappeared at a faster pace. This is it. This is the normal interval between the appearances of the young man in green robes, Song Shuhang thought to himself. The young man who reduced him to tears multiple times would always reappear after a similar interval of time. It's time. Song Shuhang turned his head and looked in the direction the jingling was coming. A man and a white horse appeared in his field of vision, but this time, the young man was no more. He had grown up. One, he was still handsome, and his appearance was rather similar to the current Senior White. Song Shuhang was stunned. Did I trigger another hidden plot? Little White, you've cut your hair, said the grown-up version of the young man in green robes. His voice was now deeper than before. Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at the sky, speechless. Previously, his long hair triggered hidden plot 2. After cutting his long hair, he ended up triggering hidden plot 3. He just wanted to see the original young man in green robes. Forget it. Whether he's older or younger, he's still the same person. I'll just destroy him. Song Shuhang jumped up and stepped on a black lotus. The virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk was pushed to the limit. At the same time, with a flick of his left hand, the left blade of the tyrant Cuttlefish's twin blades shot out. Moonlight Saber Control. The treasured saber turned into a beam of moonlight, slashing at the young man in green robes. Shuhang then twirled his right wrist, and raging flames blazed on his blade. A powerful saber intent condensed, it was the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. Hahaha, Little White, you're still the same as before. The young man in green robes laughed. Then he reached out and brought out a long sword. Sword light flashed and blocked the moonlight saber control. Go! At the same time, another sword flew out from the young man's waist, turning into a colorful sword light that shot toward Song Shuhang. He used a sword technique to deal with Song Shuhang's saber controlling technique, and then a sword controlling technique to fend off Song Shuhang's heaven-burning flaming saber technique. A man and his sword against a treasured saber. A man and his saber against a flying sword. To keep things fair, Song Shuhang had to start using the savage saber. It was the saber controlling technique that Senior Eternal Fire had prepared for him. He was learning it while he was using it. Song Shuhang's talent in the saber was indeed outstanding. Some of the seniors had already commented on this quality of his in the past. If talent in saber techniques were to be quantified, then ordinary geniuses who were talented in the saber path would have something along these lines: sword talent 1, saber talent 9, and some of the more extreme ones might have sword talent 0, saber talent 10. However, Song Shuhang's talent points were distributed in such a way that his sword talent was at -10, and his saber talent was at 20. Anyway, while learning the saber technique, he was still able to keep up with the young man in green robes. But there was also a chance that the young man in green robes was just going along with him. It was unknown how long the fight lasted, but Song Shuhang devoted himself to the battle wholeheartedly, obsessed with practicing the savage saber. Before he knew it, he performed the entire set of savage saber, from beginning to end. The young man in green robes said, "Not bad, little white." After that, he pulled away. Nay, a familiar sound rang in Song Shuhang's ears. Then, a horse's hoof stomped on him, knocking him to the ground. Song Shuhang's face was buried in the sand. Hahaha. The young man in green robes crouched beside Song Shuhang, reaching out and poking him. Song Shuhang wanted to look up, but the young man pressed his hand on his head, pushing his face deeper into the sand. How could someone be so mean? The ugliness of human nature was revealed at this moment. The young man in green robes suddenly said, "Little white, why do you think people die?" One Song Shuhang. Where is this hidden plot three-headed? Shuhang kept his head buried in the sand, waiting for the plot to unfold. The young man in green robes continued, "Even if you are a cultivator, if you are killed, you die. 3. No, if a cultivator is killed, they can resurrect. Just like I did several times." Song Shuhang thought to himself. However, he did not say anything so as to not disturb the development of the plot. The young man in green robes suddenly said, "Oh, time's up." Then, he got up and jumped back onto the white horse. The white horse ran away and disappeared far into the distance. Song Shuhang looked confused. What about the plot? What comes after? Song Shuhang raised his head to look at the sky. I waited for so long, but you did not show me a proper ending. 1. I haven't finished making up the following story. At this moment, a high-pitched voice sounded in Song Shuhang's ear. Song Shuhang turned his head and saw that Little White was sitting in the desert while hugging his knees. He was holding a branch and drawing in the sand. Little White? Song Shuhang stared at the young Senior White. I'm Senior White. Little White threw away the branch and clapped his hands in satisfaction. I'll let you see the rest of the plot after I finish editing it. 1. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Wait, Senior White, then what about the previous hidden plots 2 and 3? Oh, I made them up just now, said White with a nod. I made them one scene at a time according to your fantasies. 1. The longest road I've walked was scripted by Senior White. 1. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky, again speechless. In the meantime, Little White was still crouching nearby, drawing on the sand. Song Shuhang asked, were all the plots just now you're doing, Senior White? When he thought about it, he felt that part of the plot was especially melodramatic. Little White said, time's up. That line again. Song Shuhang wondered, what does that mean? We've arrived, Little White replied. Song Shuhang felt the world start spinning. The desert was gone, and he found himself back in the giant flying sword. The illusory reality had been cancelled. He looked at Senior White, who was in the driver's seat, and saw that he had fallen asleep. The flying sword magical treasure was flying on autopilot. Song Shuhang looked at Senior White's long hair. His hair was longer than it was before, but it did not reach his waist yet. It reached his back, but it was still above his waist. It looks like it will reach his waist soon. Song Shuhang pinched his chin and pondered. Shuhang, did you cut your hair? Asked 16. Ahem. Due to certain factors beyond my control, I had to cut my hair. Song Shuhang turned to 16, Senior Turtle, and Lady Onion, and asked, by the way, 16, Lady Onion, did you also enter an illusory reality just now? 16 nodded, her face flushing slightly. Her slender fingers twirled her short hair around. The bashful 16 looked especially beautiful. If it was not for the fact that his body was made of wood at the moment, Song Shuhang's heartbeat would have definitely sped up. But the question was, why did she look so bashful? Song Shuhang was confused. Lady Onion giggled and said, Shuhang, I entered your room and saw you sitting on the bed alone. You were saying random lines such as, I'm by your side and, hit the brakes, there's a cliff ahead. After that, you proposed to me. However, every time you proposed, you would die inexplicably and become a corpse. After spending some time in the illusory reality, half of the room was filled with your corpses. It was scary at first, but it became fun later on. Song Shuhang's eyes widened. Lady Onion's experience in the illusory reality was clearly not the same as his. What she entered should be Senior White's second illusory reality, the unfinished one. 16, were you also put in that version? Song Shuhang asked, looking at 16. 16 replied softly, So 16, in the illusory reality you were in, Song Shuhang also proposed to you? Lady Onion giggled. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. Next to him, Senior Turtle suddenly gestured with its forelimbs and said in a childish tone, disgusting, I don't know who they were, but they called me Little Tortoise. I'm a sea turtle, not a tortoise, and it's impossible for me to grow long hair. What? Little Tortoise? Song Shuhang was so confused that he did not know what expression to show on his face. It seemed that Senior White's second illusory reality had changed. Moreover, if there was a proposal, then it should have been that line, right? Little White, when your hair reaches your waist, will you marry me? But apparently, in Senior White's second illusory reality, that line was changed. When he saw 16's blushing face, Song Shuhang could almost imagine the scene. I'm afraid that the line must have become something like, 16, when your hair reaches your waist, will you marry me? For Lady Onion, the name was replaced with Lady Onion. And for Senior Turtle, it was replaced with Little Tortoise. When he thought of this, Song Shuhang's liver hurt. With this being the case, if a man got pulled into Senior White's illusory reality, wouldn't Shuhang also propose to them? For example, if a member of the 9 provinces number 1 group was pulled into Senior White's illusory reality, something like this would ensue, Senior Yellow Mountain, when your hair reaches your waist, will you marry me? Heavens! Song Shuhang patted his cheeks with both of his hands. He did not want to continue thinking about this matter, or he would probably have nightmares. Regardless, this second illusory reality of Senior White had become quite terrifying. Next time, he had to watch out and make it so that Senior White did not use it lightly. His honor was at stake. Sister White Dragon's voice sounded. Shuhang, was that not the illusory reality you experienced? Song Shuhang let out a long sigh. He nodded and said, I entered the old version of Senior White's illusory reality, the desert world, and got trampled by a horse's hoof twice. Sister White Dragon said regretfully, so you didn't encounter the same illusion as us. I thought you had experienced the scene of you confessing to yourself. She thought that Song Shuhang had cut his long hair short because his other self proposed to him. Unexpectedly, that was not the case. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Sister White Dragon was very kind in the past, and every move of hers carried the gentleness of an older sibling. Song Shuhang began to miss the original Sister White Dragon. At that time, just hearing the gentle voice of Sister White Dragon would make people feel reinvigorated. Sister White Dragon's little claws stretched out. She covered her mouth and said with a giggle, I was imagining a scene where a Song Shuhang appears out of nowhere and expresses his love to another Song Shuhang. That would definitely be a very interesting scene to witness. Here, let me narrate it for you. In the illusory reality, Song Shuhang sat on his bed and said to the other Song Shuhang, Shuhang, when your hair reaches your waist, will you marry me? Then, the other Song Shuhang, who just so happened to have long hair, flung his hair backward and replied, okay. 16 hurriedly called out, Sister White Dragon. What a horrible scene to behold, said Song Shuhang. But suddenly, he paused. Sister White Dragon winked at him. Song Shuhang scratched his head. At this time, he did not know what else he could do other than laugh. At the same time, he could not help but think of the Sioux clan's annual meeting in December. Senior Turtle raised its forelimbs to its chin. As an expert in psychology, it had guessed a lot from Song Shuhang's and 16's expressions. Lady Onion's two little hands lay on its turtle shell. She was also in thought. At this moment, the black-skinned soft feather appeared and shouted loudly, "A mountain, a mountain, a mountain." Song Shuhang turned his head in confusion. "A mountain, a mountain. Senior White!" Song Shuhang shouted. He quickly rushed to Senior White's side and reached out to pat him. Buzz dash around Senior White, a protective barrier flashed. Then, Song Shuhang was sent flying away. Powerful cultivators were all like this. Even if they were just taking a nap, the spiritual energy in their bodies would automatically protect them. The power of the rebound was pretty big, and Song Shuhang rolled in the air several times as he was sent flying backward. The impact was so strong that even his head and body got separated. The black-skinned soft feather exclaimed, "We're going to crash into the mountain." Song Shuhang's head screamed loudly, "Wake up, Senior White. It's too late." Senior Turtle's head and limbs shrank back into its shell. It took Lady Onion inside the shell with it as it shouted loudly, "Everyone, prepare for the impact." "Ah, my head." Song Shuhang shouted as he subconsciously controlled his hair, turning them into fists. But as soon as he did that, he realized that his hair was short now. The 20 fists he created were so tiny that they looked like toys. They probably could not even hammer another person's chest, and they were merely a decoration. 16 trotted over to Song Shuhang, then bent over to pick up his head. Boom! The giant flying sword crashed into the mountain ahead of them with a deafening boom, inserting itself into the mountain. Because the giant flying sword had been flying very fast, the impact was very strong. Song Shuhang's head was sent flying again, and 16 did not manage to catch it in time. His head was hurled toward an iron wall. Yet, just as his face was about to smash against the wall, a black lotus flower bloomed, sandwiching itself between the iron wall and his face, acting as a buffer. Bang! However, Song Shuhang's face smashed through the black lotus, crashing into the iron wall. "Ah!" Song Shuhang screamed in agony. If he had not used his psychic energy and black lotus to reduce his speed, his face would have definitely become swollen from the impact. Song Shuhang thought to himself, "Fortunately, I still had some tricks I could use." While he was in thought, a huge turtle shell headed his way. Song Shuhang's eyes widened in horror. Senior Turtle. Bang! Senior Turtle's shell smashed onto Song Shuhang's head. The hopelessness from the incoming impact caused Song Shuhang to close his eyes in despair. Senior Turtle said, "Huh? The impact was not as bad as I thought." "Of course," Song Shuhang said calmly. "That's because there was a guy surnamed Song who acted as a buffer for you." Senior Turtle stuck out its head. It looked at Song Shuhang, who was crammed in between its shell and the wall, and said with a wry smile, "You must have suffered. I'll take this one for the team." Song Shuhang sighed. "Senior Turtle, can you get off of me now? Your turtle shell is hurting my face." Even after using the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha, the steel hands technique, and the holy ape dragon power technique, to strengthen my face, this is still uncomfortable. Hahaha. Senior Turtle stretched out its limbs and jumped away dexterously. Song Shuhang's head flew up and returned to his wooden body. "A lot of my branches are broken. I'll trim them for you." 16 stepped forward and took out a knife, beginning to trim Song Shuhang's broken branches. As per old customs, she kept the branches as they might come in handy in the future. Senior White, Senior White. The black-skinned soft feather was still calling Senior White's name. Senior White raised his head in a daze, and there was some drool at the corners of his mouth. The black-skinned soft feather turned her head immediately. Senior White, who had just woken up, had yet to restrain his charm. Coupled with the confused appearance he had after just waking up, the charm he was letting out was especially terrifying. It was better not to look at him directly during times like this. "Oh, we're here." Senior White stretched himself and stood up. Then, he turned his head and looked at Song Shuhang and the others. Shuhang, the turtle shell tattoo on your face is quite nice. Senior White nodded and said in praise after a slight pause. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. Thank you for the compliment, Senior White. It was indeed a unique turtle shell tattoo. Let's go, get off the flying sword. We've reached the beast realm, said Senior White. He then opened the hatch of the giant flying sword, stepped into the air, and walked toward the tip of the magical treasure. Song Shuhang seemed to remember something and quickly said, let's go. We need to keep up with Senior White. The black-skinned soft feather returned to Song Shuhang's shadow. Then, the group followed Senior White to the position where the flying sword was inserted into the mountain. As Song Shuhang had expected, Senior White was crouching before a small hole at this moment. His sleeves were pulled up, and he was digging. Sure enough, Senior White's luck is doing its work, Song Shuhang explained. Whenever this innate ability of Senior White is activated, people around him may be subjected to some misery, but as long as they survive the disaster, they'll be rewarded for it. Was it really that bad? I don't think so, said Senior Turtle. Well, it was miserable for me. Song Shuhang sighed. Overall, though, the level of danger was quite modest this time around. Consequently, the quality of the treasure should not be that high. Here it is. Senior White reached out and took out a small box. There were 2 sealing strips on the small box. On one of the strips was written, golden or silver trigrams, in the time it takes to say a word, I've already predicted 1 billion things. On the other strip was written, divination after divination, I've become the great immortal master of myriad divinatory trigrams. Song Shuhang said, these lines sound awfully familiar. He felt like he had encountered these lines somewhere before. Senior White nodded as well. He reached out and stroked the seals lightly. The 2 seals fell off, revealing a pile of face masks inside the box. Face masks. Senior Turtle's eyes lit up. It was very fond of this kind of treasure. Senior White said slowly, masks. He reached out and grabbed a note from the small box. On it was written a sentence in a scribble-like font. Song Shuhang could not understand what was written on the note. Senior White read aloud. There are many forms of life. One face is one life is one joy. Here are 20 different faces given to those who are fated to find this box celestial silver trigram. 16 looked at the mask-like objects. Celestial silver trigram? Song Shuhang asked, could he be Senior Copper Trigram's master? Someone in the line of the metal trigrams? The disciple of Immortal Master Copper Trigram was named, Immortal Fortune Teller Iron Trigram, so this celestial silver trigram should be Copper Trigram's master, and above him should be Golden Trigram. What's above Golden Trigram, though? Song Shuhang wondered. This should be a mask for disguise. Senior White turned his head and thought for a moment. He then distributed the masks to Song Shuhang, 16, the black-skinned soft feather, Lady Onion, and Senior Turtle. Senior White said, I'll keep the rest for now. If you need them, just ask. If you have no more use for them after returning to the main world, give them to fellow Taoist Copper Trigram. Song Shuhang held the disguise mask. Can we change our appearance by putting them on? That should be the case. Senior White nodded and said, it might be useful when we enter Geholy Mountain here in the Beast Realm. Song Shuhang and the others stored away the disguise masks. Since Senior White said that they might be useful, then they would definitely be of some use when the time came. Lady Onion looked around curiously and asked, is this the Beast Realm? Yes, this is indeed the smell of the Beast Realm's air, replied Song Shuhang. The air of the Beast Realm was different from Earth, and if one smelled it carefully, they would notice that it smelled a bit like eggs. In some places where the temperature was relatively high, the smell would even match that of scrambled eggs. When one was hungry, breathing in the Beast Realm's air was akin to torture. Song Shuhang took out the metal disc and said, "I'll contact Fairy Blue Phoenix to confirm where we are. It's about time for our meeting." Senior White replied, "Okay." Senior White then moved toward the giant flying sword. Due to the violent collision with the mountain, the tip of the magical treasure was severely damaged. 16 asked, "Senior White, do you need to repair the flying sword?" "No need for that," Senior White smiled and said. He stretched out his hand slightly, and the giant flying sword shrank to the size of a metal bar. Senior White replenished it with spirit stones and summoned it again. Whoosh! After a wave of sci-fi-like transformations, the small bar became a giant flying sword again. The shining flying sword looked brand new, and the damage it had suffered before was gone. This feature was simply too convenient. With it, every time one summoned the flying sword again, they'd no longer have to worry about minor damages. In the meantime, Song Shuhang's metal disc connected with Fairy Blue Phoenix's. "Fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, have you arrived in the beast realm?" Fairy Blue Phoenix sounded expectant. Song Shuhang said with a laugh, "Yes, Fairy Blue Phoenix. We have arrived at beast realm. Where should we meet?" Fairy Blue Phoenix replied, "I'll send the coordinates to fellow Taoist tyrannical Song. I've prepared a place for you and your friends. I'm just waiting for you to come over." She then sent Song Shuhang the coordinates through the metal disc. Both parties could use the metal disc like a navigator. It was very convenient. Senior White leaned over to take a look, nodded, and said, "It's not that far. Get on the flying sword. We'll fly over." The giant flying sword was switched on, and it began flying toward the coordinates sent by Fairy Blue Phoenix. This time, Song Shuhang kept his eyes on Senior White the whole time. He was afraid of Senior White unknowingly getting distracted and unleashing his illusory reality again. The flying sword flew steadily, and Senior White did not get distracted this time, probably because Song Shuhang was staring at him the whole time. Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief. Behind him, Lady Onion took out a phone and began watching movies online. Song Shuhang turned his head and asked, "Huh? Lady Onion, how come you have a signal in the beast realm?" Lady Onion was stunned for a moment. She patted the onion sprout above her head and said, "Right, this is the beast realm. Why can I surf the internet?" Song Shuhang was equally confused. "I set up a special, mobile Wi-Fi in this flying sword. As long as the spatial passage that connects it to Earth remains stable, the people inside can connect to Earth's network," Senior White said without turning his head. "It's similar to when Song Shuhang had his neck in the living spring of his inner world and the rest of his head in the outside world. The origin of this Wi-Fi is on Earth, but it can reach inside this magical treasure." "So that's the case." Song Shuhang nodded. This was a good method, but ordinary cultivators who had not mastered any spatial abilities could not accomplish this. Senior White continued, "Actually, there are quite a number of other worlds in the universe that have stable spatial passages with Earth. People in the world of cultivation also sell packages of interworld mobile Wi-Fi, but those ones transmit a signal through a spatial formation. They aren't that good, and their price is on the high side. Do we need a password to connect to the Wi-Fi, Senior White?" Song Shuhang took out his phone and tried to connect to the Wi-Fi inside the flying sword. Senior White replied, "There isn't a password. It would not really matter as the only way to connect to the Wi-Fi is by being inside this magical treasure." Song Shuhang managed to connect to the network. He habitually opened the 9 Provinces #1 group, just in time to see that someone had tagged him. It was Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. "Does Senior Thrice Reckless need me for something?" Song Shuhang had been swiping through the chat logs when he saw that Thrice Reckless Mad Saber had pinged him earlier. It was about 2 minutes ago. Song Shuhang thought to himself, what a coincidence. If I hadn't connected to the internet, I wouldn't have seen Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's message. In the chat. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, at Tyrannical Saber Song 1, Little Friend Shuhang, I remember that you have Fengsho Express Delivery's contact info. Give it to me so that I can send you a package as well. What is Senior Thrice Reckless going to send? Shuhang scrolled up again and found another message from Senior Thrice Reckless. To be precise, there were several messages. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, tragic. Today was truly tragic. Northern River's Loose Cultivator was the first to reply to Thrice Reckless. What happened? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, I finally managed to contact Fairy Skylark. She's got something to do in the Beast Realm, so we decided to meet up there. Cute Dowdu, screw you. It's still broad daylight, why do you have to abuse us single dogs like this? How did we annoy you? Young Master Phoenix Slayer, don't interrupt, Dowdu. This is perfect food for single dogs. You should be happy and enjoy the feast. Fairy Lychee, Snow Wolf Cave Master, I almost forgot that Phoenix Slayer used to snatch away Dowdu's food. For example, he was very fond of the special bones that Senior Yellow Mountain bought for Dowdu. So, if you're sending dog food, Phoenix Slayer will also enjoy the meal. Cute Dowdu, Northern River's Loose Cultivator, stop changing the topic. I want to know what happened next. At Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, then what? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, because I arrived a bit early, Fairy Skylark wasn't there yet, so I just started practicing on a cliff in the Beast Realm. After practicing for a while, I got a little bored, so I set up a high bar on the cliff. Then, I sealed my spiritual energy and began having fun. It was very exciting, and I strongly recommend everyone to try this. When I was holding onto the bar and saw the abyss in front of me, the excitement I felt was simply beyond words. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, why were you practicing at the edge of a cliff? Fairy Dongfang 6, did your hand accidentally slip and cause you to fly off the cliff? No, my hand did not slip. This is not the first time I've played around like this, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber retorted. Anyway, I was having loads of fun and was in a better state than ever before. I even performed an extremely difficult acrobatic move. But just as I did that, a giant flying sword flew over from nowhere. It plunged into the mountain peak, blowing it away. This caused me to get thrown off the cliff. As a result, I fell into a valley and got seriously injured. Seeing this, Shuhang was left speechless. What a coincidence. The giant flying sword that Senior Thrice Reckless said came out of nowhere and struck the mountain was probably the same giant flying sword that they were riding right now. For the sake of excitement, Senior Thrice Reckless sealed all of his spiritual energy when he was playing with the high bar on the cliff. Then when the mountain got hit, he fell off the cliff and got seriously injured. The hand that Shuhang was using to hold the phone stiffened. No wonder I felt that the danger was not that great despite Senior White's luck entering into action. Was the majority of the suffering shouldered by Senior Thrice Reckless? He thought to himself. Speaking of which, how should he explain what happened to Senior Thrice Reckless? 16 asked in puzzlement, what happened? Shuhang guessed, when the giant flying sword hit the mountain, it might have hit Senior Thrice Reckless. Senior White turned his head in confusion. 16 exclaimed, what? When I connected to the internet just now, I saw Senior Thrice Reckless messages in the group. Senior White, did you not sense Senior Thrice Reckless aura earlier? Shuhang did not know whether to laugh or cry. Senior White replied, when I woke up, the flying sword had already hit the mountain. Afterward, I only sensed the aura of the treasure, not that of fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless. 16 finished reading the messages and said, could it be due to Senior Thrice Reckless sealing his spiritual energy? Sister White Dragon said, besides sealing his spiritual energy, he might have also had a magical treasure that was concealing his aura. This is the Beast Realm, and when human cultivators come here, they generally like wearing such magical treasure. Lady Onion said, then, should we go check how Senior Thrice Reckless is doing? Senior White said, I'll turn around. Shuhang said, I'll ask Senior Thrice Reckless if his injuries are serious. While saying that, he opened the chat interface. Senior Thrice Reckless had pinged him and asked for Fengsho Express Delivery's contact info. He said that there was something he wanted to give to the fellow Taoists in the group. He had just fallen off a cliff, yet he still had the mind to give everybody gifts. Could it be that with the activation of Senior White's luck, after Senior Thrice Reckless fell off the cliff, he got something good? After the text was scrolled down, Shuhang saw the follow-up messages from Senior Thrice Reckless. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, I don't know which big shot I offended today, but they struck me with a giant flying sword while I was minding my own business. The flying sword was gigantic, and it was extremely fierce. That big shot is really heartless. All of the spiritual energy in my body was sealed when I fell off the cliff, so my injuries are pretty serious. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, who did you offend? Fairy Dongfang 6, do you have any healing medicine on you? Fairy Lychee, is Senior Skylark there? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, fortunately, I had some medicine. At Northern River's Loose Cultivator, I didn't offend anyone, and I've been behaving well as of late. In order to make sure that my meeting with Fairy Skylark goes smoothly, I printed 100 pictures of Senior White and gave them as presents to 100 strangers. Seeing this, Shuhang silently looked up at the sky. Senior Thrice Reckless, did you misunderstand the meaning of behaving well? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Skylark has arrived and is healing me. In addition, when I fell off the cliff, I happened to land on a patch of Millennium Beast Ganoderma. It was thanks to these mushrooms that I managed to survive the fall. The patch of mushrooms was huge, and they were all over the ground. I picked a lot of them. When I return to the main world, I'll give everyone some as souvenirs. That was why Thrice Reckless Mad Saber pinged Shuhang. Afterward, there was a selfie of Thrice Reckless Mad Saber picking Beast Ganoderma. It looked like he was still quite lively. After some thought, Shuhang replied to Senior Thrice Reckless in the group. At Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, how are your injuries? We're turning around to check on you. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber? You're turning around to check on me? Tyrannical Saber Song 1, we came to the Beast Realm today as I'm going to be participating in the trials over at Geholy Mountain. P.S. Senior White was driving us to the Beast Realm, and he used his newly made giant flying sword that combined science and cultivation technology. It looks like a flying sword on the outside, but it's more like an airplane on the inside. Also, it has Wi-Fi inside. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, the more I read your message, the more I feel unsettled. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Young Master Phoenix Slayer, +1 Fairy Lychee, +2 The members of the 9 Provinces number 1 group sent a row of candles in the group chat. Shuhang, -5 While driving, Senior White fell asleep. After entering the Beast Realm, the flying sword accidentally crashed into a mountain peak and got stuck. What a coincidence. Su Clan 16, at Thrice Reckless Mad Saber nearly burst into tears. And here I was wondering why I encountered such a large number of treasures after this catastrophe. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said happily, fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless, don't cry. Stand up and roar. Shuhang, at Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. We've turned around. We're coming to check on you. No, don't. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber hurriedly said. Don't come over. Don't let Senior White get close to me right now. I'm fine. I'm really fine. Senior Skylark is also by my side. There's no need to worry about me. A sudden strong desire to survive and his intuition as a cultivator told Thrice Reckless that it was better not to let Senior White get close to him for the time being. Afterward, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber added, actually, Skylark and I will be heading to Geholy Mountain in a while as well. We can meet again tomorrow or the day after, so let's just meet there instead. Shuhang asked, are you sure? Yup. I'm in excellent condition now, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said. By the way, leave me Fengsho Express deliveries number. I'll send you a batch of Millennium Beast Ganoderma later. Song Shuhang raised his head and passed on Senior Thrice Reckless message to Senior White. Senior White pondered for some time, then turned the flying sword back around again. However, before leaving, he took one of the twigs that 16 had trimmed off of Song Shuhang's wooden body. He made the twig into a disposable flying sword and attached 4 masks to it. Then, he sent the disposable flying sword toward the mountain that they had previously crashed into. Senior White was very fair when it came to dividing treasures. Shortly after, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber sent Song Shuhang a private message. Shuhang, why did Senior White send me these 4 face masks? I'm so flustered. Is Senior White planning to shave off my face? Song Shuhang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He replied, Senior Thrice Reckless, those masks are just disguise masks. Oh, I see. That's good then, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber replied. By the way, Shuhang, you're going to Geholy Mountain for the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, right? Skylark asked me to tell you that if you are aiming for that inheritance, it would be best for you to bring the dragon into the trial. Bring the dragon? Will the trial ground at Geholy Mountain allow me to bring in a dragon? Song Shuhang pinched his chin and thought. From the name of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, it looked like it was a technique born from the combined power of holy apes and dragons. However, ever since he began practicing this body-tempering technique, Shuhang had only ever seen apes, and he had never caught the glimpse of a dragon. Judging from Senior Skylark's hint, could it be that the General Principles Inheritance chapter of the Cultivation technique has something to do with dragons? Would the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique only be complete after combining it with draconic energy? While he was in thought, he sent another message to Senior Thrice Reckless. Besides the dragon, do I also need to bring in a holy ape? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber replied, I didn't expect you to be like this, Shuhang. Are you saying that I'm an ape? Little friend Shuhang, you've changed. I won't talk to you anymore. The price of interworld internet is very high. I'm going offline. Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. What? That's not what I meant. I simply thought that since you told me I take a dragon with me, maybe I would also need a holy ape. Unfortunately, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's icon on his friend list had already dimmed, and it said that he was offline. He had really disconnected. Song Shuhang was not given any opportunity to explain himself. He looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. What did Thrice Reckless tell you? Senior White asked while driving. Song Shuhang replied, Senior Thrice Reckless conveyed me a message from Senior Skylark. He said that when I enter Geholy Mountain for the trial, it would be best for me to take a dragon with me. Senior White asked, a dragon? Oh, the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. So you need to take a dragon with you, eh? That should be the case, said Song Shuhang. He then turned to look at 16 and Sister White Dragon. Speaking of dragons, 16 had awakened the dragon bloodline in her body, and Sister White Dragon was the ancestral golden dragon of the ancient heavenly city, a supreme-level existence among dragons. If the inheritance chapter of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique required the help of a dragon, then it should be enough for him to take them with him. And so, he decided that when he met up with Fairy Blue Phoenix, he would ask her for another slot so that he could bring 16 in with him. Song Shuhang said, Geholy Mountain's trial grounds might block the inner world. So, to be safe, I'll ask Fairy Blue Phoenix for another slot. The trial grounds were ranked as a forbidden area. For such places, locking the surrounding space was the bare minimum. Therefore, it was not wise to rely on the inner world to smuggle people in. Having taken his decision, Song Shuhang contacted Fairy Blue Phoenix through the metal disc. As the call connected, Song Shuhang went straight to the topic and asked, Fairy Blue Phoenix, I wanted to ask you if you had any extra slots for Geholy Mountain. Fairy Blue Phoenix asked, Fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, is there another person you want to bring into the holy mountain? Song Shuhang nodded and replied, yes. Fairy Blue Phoenix smiled wryly. I'm sorry, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, but there's not enough time. The holy mountain will be opening tomorrow, so I have no way to get another slot for you in such a short time. If it was still some time before the opening, she might be able to get a few more slots. However, it was really difficult for her to do so with the holy mountain opening so soon. Senior White gestured to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang nodded and replied, all right. Thanks anyway, Fairy Blue Phoenix. I'll just figure something out by myself. After ending the call with Fairy Blue Phoenix, Song Shuhang looked at Senior White. Senior White smiled and said, you can just use my small black room-breaking disposable flying sword. You can have 16 stay in your inner world and then have her fly to my coordinates when the time comes. After we enter the inheritance area, she should be able to regroup with us. No matter how strong the restrictions inside Holy Mountain are, there is no way they surpass those in the wielder's small black room. Great idea. Song Shuhang gave a thumbs up. Senior White's real body is so reliable. Senior White the Almighty. Senior White smiled slightly. Then, he turned his head and continued driving. However, it would be better if we could get another slot. After all, if the trial were to require some kind of authentication token, then even if 16 gets inside, it would be useless with her not being able to access the trial. It was like hacking into a computer just to get stuck because you didn't have a verified game account to play the game. Song Shuhang said, it would be great if another bug with a slot appeared at this time so that we could get an extra slot for Holy Mountain. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword smiled and said, are you talking about yourself? After all, wasn't Song Shuhang also a bug with a slot to enter the Holy Mountain? Lady Onion said, Shuhang has evolved from a bug to a mouse. Oh, you're right. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword nodded. While they were talking, Senior White braked. The giant flying sword, which had been flying at constant speed, stopped all of a sudden. Song Shuhang stabilized himself, having learned from their previous crash, he braced himself for impact. 16 asked, what happened? The black-skinned soft feather emerged from Song Shuhang's shadow and asked, are we going to crash into a mountain again? Senior White stopped the flying sword and looked into the distance. There are two groups of people fighting ahead. If we continued on our current trajectory, we would have crashed into them. Song Shuhang asked, then, are we going to avoid them? Senior White said, I'll change our path, and just in case, I will strengthen the flying sword. Strengthen the flying sword? Senior White can't be planning on running those people over, right? Song Shuhang became a little worried. At this time, ahead of Senior White's giant flying sword, there were a total of 13 cultivators that were in battle. These 13 were all beast cultivators, and each of them had distinctive racial features and tattoos. After the two groups of people fought for a while, they put some distance between them. There were 7 people on the left and 6 people on the right. They gnashed their teeth as they glared at those from the opposing group. Roar! The 7 people on the left roared in unison. Above their heads, holy ape appeared one after the other. Moreover, there were a lot of them. Each of them had at least 10 holy ape projections. This meant that, among the 7 people, the weakest was at the 5th stage realm. The beast cultivator that led this group was wearing a straw hat, and there were 41 holy apes above his head. This meant that his strength had already reached the 7th stage venerable realm. The beast cultivator with the straw hat sneered and said, Taoist turntable, my strength has already reached the level of 41 holy apes. Why do you still insist on fighting me? On the right side, one of the 6 beast cultivators of the tiger race who was carrying a turntable on his back sneered back and said, why are you so proud of having 41 holy apes? His body shook, and 42 holy ape projections appeared behind him. I'm going to show you today that I, turntable, am stronger than you. Ha! The tiger cultivator called Turntable swayed his arms backward, flexing his marble-like chest muscles. On top of his head, the 42 holy apes mimicked his actions. Strong spiritual energy erupted from his body, generating shock waves visible to the naked eye. You only have one more holy ape than I do. In a true fight, it is still not certain who is going to win. The beast cultivator with the straw hat did not show weakness and swayed his arms as well, displaying his huge chest muscles. He was bigger than Taoist Turntable, and so were his muscles. The 41 holy apes above his head similarly swayed their arms backward, raised their heads, and puffed out their chests. Hahaha. The spiritual energy in the bodies of the 7 beast cultivators on the left erupted. Ha! The 6 beast cultivators on the right did the same. The shock waves resulting from their outbursts of power collided, creating a pillar that reached the clouds. As the waves of air continued to clash, the pillar almost turned into a tornado. In the distance, the corners of Shuhang's mouth twitched. What's going on? Are they comparing their number of holy apes and roars? This is in line with the fighting style of the people in the beast realm. Senior Turtle leaned its head against the window, gazing at the beast cultivators in the distance. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair also leaned in front of the window and looked at them. All of them have practiced the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique, which means that they've probably come here to participate in the trial taking place on Geholy Mountain. Doesn't this mean that they have the qualifications to enter Geholy Mountain? Lady Onion's eyes lit up. Could they grab those qualifications for themselves? While they were talking, the 2 groups of beast cultivators engaged in a skirmish once again. As both sides mainly practiced the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique, all of them focused on cultivating their bodies. The resulting scene was comparable to a bodybuilder competition. Senior White said, "Let's slip away." The range of the brawl was growing larger and larger. If things were to continue this way, the giant flying sword would soon get involved in the battle. Senior White turned the giant flying sword and prepared to fly past the beast cultivators. But at that moment, a person wearing a helmet who was a part of the brawl was punched in the face by one of their opponents and sent flying into the air, slamming into their flying sword. After she hit the flying sword, the helmet on the woman's face fell off, revealing her pretty face. She had short, shoulder-length hair. Her face was pretty even without makeup, and her eyebrows were well trimmed. 16. Lady Onion could not help but call out. This figure that had slammed into the flying sword was very similar to 16 in terms of appearance. Shuhang's heart thumped. Could this be another one of 16's clones? He turned to look at 16, who shook her head in reply. If one looked closely, they would notice that this beast cultivator looked slightly different from 16. For example, her body build was not the same. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "She seems to have passed out." Lady Onion asked, "Should we leave her alone?" The black-skinned Soft Feather asked, "What if she's a relative of 16? Then, let's take her away with us." Senior White decided. Kachak dash, the hatch of the flying sword opened while Senior White was turning the flying sword around. The unconscious woman that looked like the grown-up version of 16 fell right into the hatch. The hatch closed, and Senior White nodded with satisfaction, pleased with his skills. "Let's go." "Should we notify her companions?" asked 16. Perhaps because the other party looked quite a bit like her, she felt worried for her. Senior White thought for a while and agreed. "Okay, Shuhang, send a group voice transmission to both sides. Tell them they can look for us when the fight is over if they want to retrieve the girl." The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword added, "But be careful not to scare the little fellow Taoists who are brawling. Remember, do not stare at them too much." Shuhang opened the window, held his head outside the flying sword, and sent a group voice transmission to the beast cultivators. "All of you, listen up. I'll be taking one of your companions with me. After you are done fighting, come to Fairy Blue Phoenix if you wish to get her back. After saying that, Shuhang brought out his 3 sage seals. The sage seals symbolizing tyrannical song, tyrannical scholar, and tyrannical dragon appeared all at once. After sending the message, he pulled his head back into the flying sword, placing it back on his neck. Let's go. Senior White accelerated, driving the flying sword past the 2 groups of beast cultivators. In a mere few seconds, they had left the battlefield behind. Before the beast cultivators could even react, the flying sword was gone. Inside the flying sword, Lady Onion looked at the unconscious beast cultivator and asked, "Should we give her some treatment?" Sister White Dragon drilled out of 16, raised her small claws, and used some healing techniques on the beast cultivator. The beast cultivator opened her eyes slightly, glancing at 16 and then at Sister White Dragon. After smiling strangely, her eyes shut once again. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Did she lose her mind?" After a quick check, Sister White Dragon said, "It might be because that punch hit her too hard. Anyway, there's no need to worry as she practices the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique. Coupled with the powerful physique of beast cultivators, she should be fine after some sleep." The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword suggested, "How about we have Shuhang use the saber nurturing technique on her?" "Senior, the saber nurturing technique is not all-purpose," reminded Shuhang. In the meantime, the beast cultivators, who were in the middle of a brawl, paused once again. Both sides had looks of confusion on their faces as they watched the giant flying sword fly into the distance. None of them understood a single word of what Shuhang had said. After all, not every member of the beast realm spoke foreign languages. Regardless, even if they did not understand his words, they knew who the other party was after seeing the 3 dazzling sage seals that had appeared a few moments ago. Tai. Tyrannical Song. Tai. Tyrannical Scholar. Tai. Tyrannical Dragon. Why was Profound Sage Tyrannical Song in the beast realm? After being stunned for a while, the beast cultivator with the straw hat stared at Daoist turntable again. Then, both of their chest muscles bulged, shock waves collided, and their holy apes raised their heads and released soundless roars. And so, the third brawl began. In the beast realm, on Geholy Mountain. Fairy Blue Phoenix greeted Profound Sage Tyrannical Song with a bright smile on her face. The giant flying sword slowly descended, and Shuhang and his party stepped out of it, gazing at the holy mountain. Geholy Mountain did not stand alone but was part of a mountain range. On top of the holy mountain, there was a towering tree that pierced through the clouds in the sky. Senior White looked at the holy mountain, deep in thought. "Senior White?" Shuhang called out. "This place. I came here soon after I left my hometown," Senior White said suddenly. "I feel like it's not too far from my hometown." Senior White's hometown? Shuhang's eyes lit up. This was because he realized that if he could find Senior White's hometown, he could get more information on Senior White's origins. In the past, the 2 Senior Whites would always end up avoiding each other due to various factors. That was, of course, until their first official meeting. After the 2 Whites met, they shared some of the information they had with each other. One of the things they shared, for example, was that, Wielder of the Wool White, had left a backup, and that backup was probably a little sister. Another thing they shared was the production method of the small black room-breaking disposable flying sword. Finally, the 2 Senior Whites tried to shed some light on their identities. After all, there were too many similarities between the 2, both in appearance and character. Even their dark past was the same, as that line about long hair reaching the waist could provoke both Senior Whites. However, that incident was remembered differently by the 2 of them. From what the main world's Senior White remembered, he was Little White. Yet, according to Senior White 2's memory, he was the young man pulling the white horse. This part of his memory was shared by him and Wielder of the Wool White. Also, in Senior White 2's memory, Little White was the embodiment of the desert, and he faced a problem one day. He could no longer maintain his existence and began to disappear. In order to keep Little White alive, White too chose to refine the desert and fuse with him. He then abandoned his name and became White. The memories of the two senior Whites clashed. This was why Shuhang, who had just swallowed a rebirth pill and was not afraid of death on that fateful day, rolled up his sleeves and with the consent of Senior White, used the secret appraisal technique on him to pry some information out of him. After doing that, he finally got some useful information. Senior White was a human. Senior White was a unique existence in this world, and his origin was out of the ordinary. He had to look for Senior White's hometown if he wanted more information. Fellow Daoist White's hometown? Is it near Geholy Mountain? Fairy Blue Phoenix looked at Sage White curiously, now wondering if he was born in the beast realm. Senior White replied, I'm not quite sure myself. The memory I have of my hometown is very vague. It might be because it has been too long, or it might be the after effect of some secret technique I used when I was younger. Shuhang looked at Geholy Mountain and smiled slightly. My intuition tells me that after entering the Holy Mountain, we might shed some light on this matter. Half of Senior White's true body had escaped from the 9th stage heavenly tribulation, choosing to adventure with him all the way to Geholy Mountain. Senior White too had a magical stone tablet, which was borrowed by a phoenix from the beast realm before he became the wielder of the will, that remained in the trial grounds of Geholy Mountain. All paths related to the two Senior Whites led to Geholy Mountain. Shuhang said boldly, let's have a good rest and head to Geholy Mountain tomorrow. With Senior White by his side, he had nothing to fear. Then, I shall take everyone to the accommodation I have prepared for you so that you may have a good night's rest. Fairy Blue Phoenix blushed slightly before leading the way for Shuhang and others. Shuhang was planning on having a good rest and preparing for tomorrow's trials. However, he did not expect that not long after arriving at the place Fairy Blue Phoenix had arranged for him, he would get busy. A group of patients who were severely infected by the evil energy of the netherworld had come to him looking for treatment. They looked pitiful, and their eyes were filled with an eagerness for salvation. Their hopeful expressions made Shuhang unable to have the heart to refuse them. Although he had lost his actual heart, his wooden heart was also strangely soft. In any case, despite his fierce reputation, Shuhang's kind nature had not been lost. This was something the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group and the 2 Senior Whites really liked about him. This batch of infected patients came prepared. It seemed they had been instructed by some expert before coming over. As a result, after each patient was cured, Shuhang received a large number of forging materials, medicinal seeds, and spirit fruits which he sent into the inner world. Due to the rewards, Shuhang was finding it even harder to refuse those who came. He was not one of those stubborn old people who would not accept gifts. These rewards were exactly what he needed. The inner world was so big, and there were too many places where he could plant spirit plants. Having more kinds of plants was good for the development of the inner world. In addition, several of his disciples had yet to forge their life-bound magical treasure. As their master, he had to save materials for them and make it so that they could win the race of cultivation at the starting line. And if he was going to attend the Sioux clan's annual meeting in December, he could not go empty-handed, could he? Moreover, since he had made a trip to the beast realm, he had to bring back some souvenirs for the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group. If Senior Thrice Reckless was going to give everyone some souvenirs, he had to bring something back as well. As he was curing the patients, without him noticing, it had gotten quite late. Another day had passed. When he was about done treating all of the patients, Shuhang's inner world had gotten a free meal. Shuhang, are you done yet? At this moment, 16 pushed open the door and entered the room. Behind her, a treasured saber was floating in the air. The grown-up version of 16 was lying on it. The adult version of 16 had not woken up yet. 16 had just entered the door when thousands of tentacles suddenly flew toward her. These were the inner world's lotus roots. The roots moved as fast as lightning, and before 16 could even react, they had inserted themselves into the body of her grown-up version. Shuhang called out, "No, wait." Just now, he was focused on the things inside the inner world as he was sorting out today's harvest. As a result, the lotus roots seemed to regard the grown-up version of 16 as a patient and automatically pierced her body. 16 was at a loss as to what to say. Shuhang quickly issued an order to the roots, "Come back." As soon as he ordered them, the lotus roots rushed back. Although they had been stopped by Shuhang in time, the roots had still absorbed some energy from the grown-up version of 16 when they had taken root in her body. The unconscious woman frowned, groaning in pain. "Fortunately, I didn't drain her dry." Shuhang snapped his fingers, and the lotus projection disappeared. Sister White Dragon emerged from 16's body and asked curiously, "Your lotus projection roots can extract more than just the evil energy of the netherworld?" Shuhang nodded. "The inner world is not a very picky eater." "Then, how about you try extracting some of 16's energy?" Sister White Dragon's small claws stretched out, and she pinched her chin. Shuhang's eyes widened, his face confused. Sister White Dragon said, "Don't you practice the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique? Since Skylark reminded you to take a dragon with you, and there is no slot for 16, why don't you just draw a portion of her energy and take it with you?" Shuhang looked at 16. "Should I stab her with my tentacles?" After visualizing the scene in his mind for a bit, he realized how horrible it would look. "Sister White Dragon, there's no need to worry about that." Shuhang coughed lightly and continued, "Even if 16 does not have a slot, we can use Senior White's small black room-breaking disposable flying sword." 16 turned to look at Sister White Dragon and said, "And if he's going to extract energy, shouldn't he be drawing your energy?" Shuhang nodded in agreement. "Yeah. After all, Sister White Dragon is an actual dragon." Sister White Dragon fell silent. She lowered her head to look at Shuhang and stared at him for a good while. In the end, she shook her head gently and sighed. "Sure enough, it's very tiring to communicate with a young man like you who has sharpened his sword for 10 years but has never actually used it. You're given opportunities, but you can't grasp them. I was trying to help you, but you want to stab me with your tentacles in return?" Shuhang. He kept on getting the feeling that Sister White Dragon was laughing at him. Creak dash, at this time, the door to his room was pushed open again. "It's already so late and you two still haven't gone to sleep. Are you having trouble sleeping?" Senior White came in with an empty water bottle and handed it to Shuhang. After taking the empty water bottle, Shuhang teleported it to the living spring in his inner world, filled it with water, and brought it back before handing it to Senior White. "I just finished working." 16 replied, "I saw that the lights in Shuhang's room were still on, so I came over to take a look." Senior White smiled and said, "Since you haven't slept yet, allow me to invite you to drink some tea. I bought some scented tea when I was shopping around the Beast Realm earlier. Drinking this tea can enhance the quality of one's sleep. It's pretty effective." In a small pavilion under the moonlight, Senior White began to boil water and make tea. Senior Turtle, Lady Onion, 16, and Shuhang lined up. They did not know which ingredients Senior White used for the tea, but they had to admit that it smelled really good. After having a drink, Shuhang felt his eyelids become heavy. After another sip, he fell straight asleep. In his sleep, Shuhang dreamed of a familiar scene. He was in a world of pure white clouds. Shuhang walked among the clouds, feeling as if he was walking on cotton. In front of him, a figure was leading the way, and he followed. They walked and walked until the figure suddenly turned around. It was the scholarly sage. The eyes of the scholarly sage lit up like the rising sun. Shuhang felt a dull pain in his lower back when he saw the familiar figure of the sage. He had researched this subject in the past and knew that pregnancy was likely the cause of this back pain. Anyway, what surprise was the sage going to give him this time? After studying spiders and learning to use 3 eyes with 3 pupils each, was the sage going to start studying flies? Unexpectedly, the sage did not talk about eyes this time. Instead, he asked, "Do you know what a nascent soul is?" Shuhang replied, "I do. During the 7th stage venerable realm, the lotus formation births a nascent soul." Wrong. The sage's eyes shone, and he rebutted, "Without experiencing pregnancy, how can a nascent soul come to be?" Shuhang, after taking a huge detour, the topic still returned to the impregnating gaze. "Some things never change, I guess. No pregnancy, no baby. Do you understand?" The sage's eyes shone brightly. F***ck. It's the expert's appraisal. Shuhang was startled. A chilling sensation filled his soul, and he woke up from his dream. Shuhang murmured to himself, "It's just a dream. It's just a dream." While he was speaking, he discovered that his consciousness was still floating among the clouds. Is the dream not over yet? Could it be a series of dreams? Or a dream within a dream? Do I have no option to log out of this dream? Inside the dream. His consciousness drifted among the clouds until he arrived at a familiar building. It was a building located in his old school, one of the teaching buildings of Wenzhou City's No. 2 middle school. Inside this teaching building, the students listened carefully. At the podium, there was a teacher who looked both familiar and unfamiliar to him, imparting the knowledge of life to the students. This included the process of conception and the birth of a baby. In the end, everything still went back to pregnancy. Shuhang, is this nightmare still not over? A lovely voice said in dissatisfaction, "It's not over yet. Why do you, a grown-up man, keep dreaming about pregnancy over and over again?" Shuhang? Who is that? Is this person influencing my dreams? I was wondering why I suddenly started having nightmares related to pregnancy. It turns out that someone was secretly messing with me. Now that I know that someone is causing trouble, things have become a lot easier to resolve. Dreams and the subconscious were among Shuhang's strong points. Even putting aside his innate ability to enter dreams, the virtuous lamia, fairy creation, the black-skinned soft feather, and the black scarlet heaven sword all had the ability to influence and resist abilities related to dreams. True self-meditation scripture. Shuhang took the initiative to open up his consciousness space. Speaking of which, I haven't paid much attention to my true self recently. I wonder what my true self looks like now. Shuhang summoned his true self. During the period of time in which he hadn't checked his true self, he had been possessed by the scholarly sage, so he must have acquired a bit of scholarly temperament, right? Soon, his true self emerged inside the consciousness space. Shuhang guessed right this time. His true self had been influenced by the scholarly sage. For example, on the top of his head, there was the typical hat of a Confucian scholar. Looking further down, there was nothing. The true self was a reflection of his main body, and there was nothing left of his body at the moment. There was only a head, which remained suspended in the air while giving off a pitch-black metallic luster. Shuhang closed his eyes in pain, unable to keep looking at his true self. Fairy creation appeared. She reached out to touch Shuhang's true self, and sang, "I song, dumb use your tongue dash." The virtuous lamia said, "In the sky, one stroke at a time." The black-skinned soft feather thought for a moment and added, "How about writing down the word miserable?" Miserable indeed. Shuhang did not refute them. The black scarlet heaven sword asked, "Stop messing around. Anyway, who's the fellow influencing your dreams?" Despite being an inner demon, it had not sensed the person secretly affecting Shuhang's dreams. The virtuous lamia, a materialization of light of virtue, had also failed to detect any mental attack. "Show yourself." Shuhang turned his head. Inside the consciousness space, a figure was forced out of its hidden state. The figure had shoulder-length hair, a pretty little face, and well-trimmed eyebrows. It was the grown-up version of 16. It's you. Song Shuhang's eyes narrowed. He did not expect that it was her who had affected his dreams. The adult 16 looked back at Song Shuhang calmly. Tell me, who are you? And why were you influencing my dreams? Song Shuhang flung his hair backward, and the symbol of his scholarly aura, the Confucian hat, was sent flying. The adult version of 16 replied slowly, I'm Su Clan's 6-. She's lying, the black-skinned soft feather said. Teen. The adult version of 16 waited for quite a while before spitting out the last syllable. Song Shuhang, the black scarlet heaven sword, stared at the adult 16 and said solemnly, if you are 16, then you must have expired. Chapter 20:30 I'll be taking your body. As soon as Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword finished speaking, the atmosphere became awkward. Song Shuhang stared at the adult 16, and the adult 16 stared back at him. Silence reigned supreme. The black Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword broke the silence. Didn't I hit the nail on the head just now? Why are none of you talking? This is making me feel embarrassed. But just as before, the only response that Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword received was silence. Finally, after a while, the black-skinned soft feather asked, why can the adult 16 appear in Senior Song's mind and affect his dreams? Song Shuhang thought for some time, and thought of a possible reason for this. The virtuous Lamia stretched out a small hand and matched his actions, tapping on her forehead as if to say, I got it now. Song Shuhang said, perhaps it's because I accidentally stabbed this adult version of 16 with my lotus roots earlier. Shuhang had failed to stop the roots of the lotus projection in time, and they had drawn some energy from the adult 16's body. Now, it seemed that that small portion of energy had affected his dreams. Interesting, the adult 16 was only at the 5th stage realm. In the brawl between the two groups of beast cultivators a while back, she had been punched right in the face by an enemy and had been sent slamming into Senior White's giant flying sword, falling unconscious. Despite her low realm, that small portion of energy that Song Shuhang had absorbed had been able to sneak past the senses of the virtuous Lamia, fairy creation, the black-skinned soft feather, the black scarlet heaven sword, and the inner world and affect his dreams. What kind of innate ability is this? It looks like I'll have to inspect you. Song Shuhang's long hair turned into a palm, darting toward the adult 16. He was going to use the secret appraisal technique to figure out her origins. The adult 16 did not move. She neither resisted nor tried to dodge, simply staring at Song Shuhang in silence. Before Song Shuhang's hair reached her, she said, are you going to use those tentacles on me again? Song Shuhang's hair froze. These are not tentacles, it's my hair. Look at it closely, it's a hand made out of hair. Also, what stabbed into your body previously were not tentacles. Those were the roots of my lotus projection. Song Shuhang retorted. Doesn't matter. They look like tentacles anyway. The adult 16 sneered. Song Shuhang, sometimes, words could hurt more than a physical attack. Even if you're great with words, it won't stop me from appraising you. The hand made of hair finally landed on the adult 16's body. However, before Song Shuhang could initiate the secret appraisal technique, the adult 16 began to dissipate. Her body first assumed the shape of a dragon. Afterward, the dragon's flesh broke down, leaving only bones behind. Eventually, even the bones began to break down, turning into particles of light. The black-skinned soft feather asked curiously, Senior Song, you're so amazing. How did you do that? Song Shuhang's hair hand froze in midair. I didn't do anything. I think the energy I extracted from her got used up. After thinking for a while, Song Shuhang said, let's leave this consciousness space. The adult 16's body is still with 16. I'll appraise her body directly. Song Shuhang opened his eyes. The sky was no longer dark, it was already the beginning of a new day. Senior White's voice sounded, "Good morning, Shuhang." Song Shuhang turned his head and saw Senior White holding a teacup, sipping tea. The night went by so quickly, eh? Song Shuhang scratched his head. After drinking that cup of tea, he had a few dreams and came in contact with the adult 16 in his consciousness. In the blink of an eye, it was already dawn. Senior White smiled slightly. "This tea is pretty effective, isn't it?" Song Shuhang asked, "A little too effective if you ask me. By the way, what happened to the adult 16? Sister White Dragon approached them. Her tail wrapped around Song Shuhang's neck, and her little claws pointed toward the sky. In the sky, there was the thunderous sound of fighting. Song Shuhang looked up and saw that 16 and the adult 16 were fighting. "We were mistaken earlier," Sister White Dragon said solemnly. "This 16 is also a trial clone. It's just that her state is very strange, completely different from the past trial clones. Moreover, the trial clones that 16 came into contact with previously only formed after she activated the Sioux clan's trial. However, this trial clone is different. She seems to have existed for a long time and has always been living here in the beast realm." Song Shuhang said, "Could it have something to do with me extracting her power?" Shuhang then described what had happened in his dreams and how they had been influenced by the adult 16. He also mentioned how the remnant energy of the adult 16 eventually turned into dragon bones before dissipating. "Dragon bones? And she affected your dream?" Sister White Dragon mused. Senior White put down his teacup and said, "Could she be a mirage dragon?" The mirage dragons of the world of cultivation were different from those found in Chinese legends. They were not born from the interracial love between a snake and a pheasant but were rather a type of flood dragon. When it came to illusions and manipulating dreams, mirage dragons were the most well-known among the dragons. Mirage dragons had a very strange hobby. They liked to be served as food and be eaten by other creatures. They generally would not die while being eaten and would parasitize the creature that ate them instead. They would then use their mirage ability to affect the host and create a mirage world where they fulfill the host's wishes. In this state, the host would secrete a special type of energy that the mirage dragon could use for its practice. However, if they were to encounter a big shot with a heaven-defying digestive ability, then the mirage dragon would likely die. It was both an exciting and deadly hobby. Mirage dragons had once appeared at Immortal Fairy Bishue's Immortal Feast. That was how Shuhang knew about them. "Yeah, reminds me of my colorful waist." Song Shuhang nodded and said his colorful waist was related to mirage dragons. Luckily, when his body was about to be destroyed by the heavenly punishment, the blood of the scholarly sage transferred all of the important treasures on his body to a safe place, minimizing his loss. Sister White Dragon looked at the adult 16, who was fighting 16. "Maybe this trial clone used a method we don't know about and fused with a mirage dragon, becoming whatever it is now." Song Shuhang said, "Then, does this mean that my lotus roots extracted the mirage dragon's power from her body, causing her to reveal her true form?" Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at the adult 16. "This adult version of 16 is at the 5th stage realm. Can 16 beat her?" Song Shuhang was a little worried. However, in 16's trial battles, no one else could intervene, and even Sister White Dragon could only watch from the sidelines. All Song Shuhang could do was stare at the adult 16, hoping to put pressure on her. There were not many practitioners in the universe who could look profound sage tyrannical Song in the eye and keep their calm. The adult 16 felt extremely uncomfortable with Shuhang watching. She then looked at 16 and said slowly, "One move to determine the outcome." "Okay." 16 returned her saber to its sheath while preparing to launch one final attack. The adult 16 took a deep breath. Then, she suddenly rushed toward Song Shuhang. To be precise, she rushed toward Song Shuhang's wooden body. Tyrannical Song. The adult 16 smiled slightly. "I'll be taking your body." Song Shuhang asked, "Can I defend myself?" Fairy creation drilled out of Song Shuhang's back and sang, "Without experiencing pregnancy, how can a nascent soul come to be? Come on, join me and give birth to a nascent soul." Chapter 20:31 I'll turn around for you. After singing those lines, Fairy creation put on a ferocious look. She bared her teeth at the adult 16, trying to intimidate her. At this moment, Song Shuhang wished he could stuff Fairy creation back into his body right away. The adult 16 was not scared. She even dared to look Song Shuhang in the eye and came charging at him at incredible speed. Tisk, Song Shuhang's wooden body crossed its arms, and behind him, the two sets of the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure emerged. At the same time, 7 life wheels appeared. As long as Song Shuhang's willed it, he could destroy the adult 16 in a single attack. "Shuhang, don't attack." Sister White Dragon patted Song Shuhang with her claw. "Trust 16. She is stronger than you think." In the air, 16 unsheathed her treasured saber. The small dragon horns on her head drew lightning, and the air was instantly filled with water vapor that later turned into fog. The lightning and fog at 16's feet formed a scene that resembled a cloud-filled landscape painting. The adult 16 was also within the scope of this huge painting. Saber light flashed. Dozens of saber wounds appeared on the adult 16's body, and blood splattered everywhere. The cloud-filled landscape was not just a pretty painting, it was part of 16's saber technique. When 16's saber was unsheathed, the landscape revealed its sharp edges. This is 16's saber path. Sister White Dragon was like a parent who was watching her child win an award. She said proudly, "This is her unique way of combining art and saber. She is a true genius when it comes to saber techniques." The adult 16 was in great pain. The serious injuries that her body just suffered instantly rendered her unable to move. As a result, her body fell down from the sky. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and stopped her. Using psychic energy, he supported the adult 16's body, allowing her to smoothly land back on the ground. While lying on the ground, she turned her head and stared at Song Shuhang's wooden body, her eyes full of nostalgia. Hiss! Behind Song Shuhang, Fairy creation continued to bare her teeth. Sister White Dragon smiled slightly. "It's over." 16 descended from the air. "Sister White Dragon, help me." "Sure." Sister White Dragon loosened the grip on Song Shuhang's neck and returned to 16. In the next moment, something similar to an illusory reality appeared behind 16. In this space, there was a surging river. Sister White Dragon's claw made a grabbing motion, and a crystal coffin emerged from the spirit river. Witnessing 16's trial ceremony again, Song Shuhang thought of Yu Jiaojiao, whom he had not seen for a long time, and her seabed cemetery. If 16 took time to develop a spirit river crystal coffin service, perhaps it could compete with Yu Jiaojiao's seabed cemetery business. Sister White Dragon looked at Song Shuhang. "I'm getting the feeling that you're thinking of something stupid." When big shots were facing Song Shuhang, they would automatically get a face-reading ability. Sister White Dragon said, "Stop thinking of nonsense. Move the adult 16 over here." Song Shuhang raised his finger, and his psychic energy picked up the adult 16's body, sending her over to 16. 16 stretched out her arms to catch the adult 16 and gently placed her inside the crystal coffin, covering it with a lid. After placing the other 16 into the coffin, 16 let out a breath of relief. Sister White Dragon's voice sounded. "Don't let your guard down. Before the ceremony is completed, you must remain cautious all the time." After saying that, she wrapped around 16, setting up numerous defensive barriers around her. At the same time, a beam of light shot out from a gap in the crystal coffin, hitting the defenses that Sister White Dragon had set up. 16 said, "I was careless." The laser struck the defenses, failing to get past them. However, the beam of light did not dissipate after its failed attack. Instead, just as if it had just been reflected by a mirror, it bounced toward Song Shuhang. "Be careful, Shuhang!" Lady Onion shouted from afar. However, it seemed like it was too late. That laser landed on Song Shuhang's body, getting under his skin. Senior Turtle said slowly, since the very beginning, her target was Shuhang. After the beam of light penetrated Song Shuhang's body, it was as if it had come to life. It started to move about in Song Shuhang's body. It was trying to take control of the wooden body. 16 looked down at the crystal coffin. Her trial clone was still lying inside, motionless. "Perhaps my previous guess was wrong," Sister White Dragon said. It seems that it was not 16's trial clone that absorbed a Mirage Dragon, but a guy with the power of Mirage Dragons who invaded 16's trial clone. Now, this fellow left the trial clone and found a new target to possess, Song Shuhang's wooden body in this case. She wants to take Shuhang's body? Then drive her out. Lady Onion shouted. After all, Song Shuhang's wooden body was more useful than his head. This wooden body would bear delicious fruit, and the branches could also be used to make magical treasures. If, in the future, the poor Song Shuhang could not pay her wages, she could sell the fruits and branches of his wooden body to cover for her wages. Due to this, Lady Onion did not want to lose the wooden body. "Don't worry." Senior Turtle chuckled. "Shuhang's body is not so easy to take over." Sister White Dragon laughed at the same time. Senior White held his teacup and took a nice sip. Then, a big tree beside him shook, causing loud rustling sounds. "Adult 16, your performance was excellent. Let me turn around and face you." Song Shuhang's voice sounded, and the big tree turned around, revealing Song Shuhang's face. The beam of light that was trying to take over the body of Song Shuhang froze. If Song Shuhang was beside Sage White, then whose body was it trying to take over? Do you want to know what happened? The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth curled upward. He raised his right hand and made a hand seal and said, "Then allow me to clear your doubts." Whoosh, the Song Shuhang that had been invaded by the adult 16 turned into a flame. The flame substituting technique is a very useful technique. As Senior Eternal Fire guessed, it does suit me well. After taking some time to study it, I managed to reach the beginner level. Song Shuhang crossed his arms behind his back and said, "Now, it's time for you to start your performance, Adult 16. When a beam of light that could take control of another creature's body invaded someone's substitute, what would happen? If the person who created the substitute cancelled the magical technique, what would happen to the beam of light?" Song Shuhang crossed his arms over his chest, happily looking at his flame substitute and the light which occupied it. Behind him, Fairy Creation imitated his movements, also crossing her arms as she towered over Shuhang. Behind Fairy Creation was the virtuous Lamia. Her arms were also crossed over her chest as she towered over Fairy Creation. Behind them was the cute newbie, the black-skinned soft feather. Similar to her two seniors, the black-skinned soft feather had her arms crossed as she towered above the virtuous Lamia. Arranged like a ladder, they all simultaneously stared at the adult 16. 16 could no longer bear to look at Song Shuhang, and she covered her face with her hands. "Shuhang is really hopeless." Sister White Dragon sighed softly. Song Shuhang, who was now at the 6th stage realm, had good ears and clearly heard Sister White Dragon's words. "You can't blame me for this. I just crossed my arms." "The adult 16 wants to escape from the flame's substitute," cried Lady Onion from Senior Turtle's back. Inside the flame substitute, the living light began to twist around, seemingly trying to escape from it. But while it was easy to get in, the same could not be said for leaving. Earlier, Song Shuhang's flame substitute had let the light inside on purpose. After 2 breaths of time, Song Shuhang's flame substitute began changing, assuming a human form. The flame substitute's form had originally been modeled after Song Shuhang, but after being invaded by the adult 16, its appearance began to change. During the transformation, the flame substitute's chest bulged slightly, its waist narrowed, and its overall frame shrunk. It was like a clay figurine taking shape. After a few seconds, the flame substitute changed into the adult 16's appearance. In addition to having a more mature figure, the dragon horns on her head were different from 16's. On her head was a single small horn of a mirage dragon, which was different in shape and model from 16's. Sister White Dragon said, "Interesting, it actually kept 16's appearance." With trembling hands, the adult 16 looked at Song Shuhang. It looked as if flames were shooting out from her eyes. "Congratulations, adult 16. Song Shuhang smiled slightly and said, "You took over my flame substitute. What do you think about it?" After saying that, he stretched out his hand and readied it so that he could snap his fingers at any moment. In addition, let me remind you of one thing. Although this flame substitute is under your control, it is still the result of a magical technique I used, and that has not changed. As long as I snap my fingers, this flame substitute will disappear. The moment I, fairy creation sang. Snap my fingers, the virtuous Lamia continued. You disappear. The black-skinned soft feather added. Fairy creation raised her head, stared at the black-skinned soft feather, and sang, You are gone. You disappear contained only 2 words instead of 3. The black-skinned soft feather stuck out her tongue. Meanwhile, the adult 16, who had taken over the flame substitute, grit her teeth. That beam of light was still roaming inside her body. It now wanted to get out, but every time it tried to do so, it was suppressed and forced to stay inside. Senior White took a sip of his tea and said, "It seems that her invasion ability cannot be used repeatedly in quick succession." Senior Turtle said, "If this invasion ability could be used continuously, it would be quite horrific." Orners, now, begin your performance. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth curled upward. Tell me about you. Why were you parasitizing 16's trial clone, and why were you looking at my wooden body with such greed? As long as your performance is good, I can light you up. The adult 16 opened her mouth, letting out a whooshing sound. The structure of the flame substitute was different from that of a living creature, and special skills were required to allow it to reproduce proper speech. The adult 16 gritted her teeth and stretched out her hands, grabbing the mirage dragon horn on her head. Ya dash, she yelled. Afterward, she pulled at the horn with all of her might. This move of hers utterly shocked Song Shuhang. He felt pain just from watching what she was doing. After forcefully pulling out the horn, the adult 16 used it to stab her body, creating a gaping hole in her body of flames. Senior White held the teacup and said, "It seems she wants to escape from your flame substitute through death. Perhaps she can free herself after its host dies." Song Shuhang sighed. Then, he snapped his fingers. Snap! Snap, snap, snap dash. Above his head, the 3 fairies snapped their fingers in unison. Song Shuhang, if these 3 don't go back into my body, my style is going to be trash forever. In front of them, the flame substitute disappeared. Even if it had been taken over, the essence of the flame substitute had not changed. Whether it existed or not was still under Song Shuhang's control. Lady Onion asked, "Is the light still alive?" Senior Turtle said slowly, "It looks like it disappeared along with Song Shuhang's flame substitute." Sister White Dragon looked around and said, "This time, it's really over." 16 nodded and pushed the crystal coffin into the river behind her. In the next moment, the spirit river realm closed. The ceremonial ritual was over. 16 stretched herself. She got stronger again when the ceremony was completed. She felt a dreamlike energy inside her, the power of the mirage dragon. Immediately afterward, 16 looked down at her chest, and a joyful expression appeared on her face. It might be difficult to see with the naked eye, but cultivators were very much aware of any changes to their bodies. As a result, 16 felt more confident about her future. Sister White Dragon patted 16 gently. At this time, Song Shuhang said, "Do you guys think the adult 16 had a slot to enter Ge Holy Mountain? Also, what if her companions came looking for her? They could not just give them 16 in the adult 16's place, right?" In terms of appearance, 16 was still different from the adult 16, and the difference in size was very obvious. Speaking of which, Senior Song, the black-skinned soft feather said while towering over Shuhang, "How about you try creating another flame substitute?" "What for?" asked Song Shuhang while stretching out his hand to make a hand seal. In the next moment, a new flame substitute was created. Among the flames, a figure with a slender waist and a slightly bulging chest appeared in front of everyone. The black-skinned soft feather giggled. "It's exactly as I guessed." The new flame substitute and Song Shuhang stared at each other. Song Shuhang. "This makes no sense." Song Shuhang scratched his head. The flame substitute was different from the light of virtue and the steel manifestation. It was purely a substitution technique, and after such a technique was used and cancelled, the substitute generated from the previous instance of the technique should not reappear again. It was the same as a fireball. After a mage used a fireball, the ball of fire could be seized by an enemy and changed forcefully. However, the fireball changing should not change how the original technique worked in any way. So what in the world was going on here? After the adult 16 reappeared, her first reaction was to stretch out her hand and pull out her mirage horn. Afterward, she tightly held onto it and stabbed it into her own body. She had no intention of living, and her mind was dead set on killing herself. "It's ruined," Song Shuhang murmured to himself. "What's ruined?" Lady Onion looked at Song Shuhang in puzzlement. Senior White took a sip of tea and explained, his flame substitution technique. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. The flame substitution technique was a life-saving trump card that could perfectly replicate the appearance of the main body and die in its place. But now, once his flame substitute was summoned, it would immediately take on the appearance of the adult 16. Because of this, it was much less useful. At the very least, it could no longer be used to deceive big shots into attacking the substitute instead of his main body. As if that wasn't enough, the adult 16 would immediately pull out her mirage horn and stab herself to death after the technique was used. In the future, whenever Song Shuhang used the flame substitution technique, while fighting an enemy, the adult 16, who had taken over his flame substitute, would keep trying to pull out her horn and kill herself. What use did he have for that? Yeah. Finally, the flame substitute exploded, and the adult 16 let out a joyful cry. According to her previous experience, as soon as the host died, she would break free. After the flame substitute exploded, it simply disappeared. The black-skinned soft feather asked, "Senior Song, how about using the technique again?" Song Shuhang made a hand seal and cast the technique again. A new flame substitute appeared, still taking on the adult 16's appearance, which meant that the flame substitution technique had yet to return to normality. The flaming adult 16 stared at Song Shuhang again. She stretched out her hand and prepared to pull out her mirage horn. "Stop struggling," Song Shuhang said. "It doesn't matter how many times you die. The only thing that happens after you die is the flame substitute dissipating. If I create a new one, it will still be you." "Yeah." The adult 16's voice was full of unwillingness. Song Shuhang sighed and said, citing a famous saying of the 9 provinces number 1 group, "If you seek death, then you will die. If you don't seek death, then you will not die." Senior White asked, "Who said that?" Song Shuhang replied, "It's something everyone says to Senior Thrice Reckless and Immortal Master Copper Trigram." Senior White nodded and said to Song Shuhang, "If you don't seek death, you won't die." The Black Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword also said to Song Shuhang, "If you seek death, you will die." Song Shuhang asked, "Why are you saying that to me?" Senior White looked at him and smiled warmly. This smile alone was enough to protect people for 1,000 years. Inside a small pavilion. Senior White changed the tea leaves and brewed another jug of tea for everyone. In the meantime, Shuhang began using his psychic energy to smooth out the potholes in the ground left behind from the battle between the adults 16 and 16. At this time, Fairy Blue Phoenix's voice came from outside the residence. "Fellow Daoist tyrannical Song, are you resting?" Lady Onion said, "Fairy Blue Phoenix is here." Shuhang replied, "We're all awake, Fairy. Please feel free to come in." Fairy Blue Phoenix said, "I've brought a few more guests who want to meet fellow Daoist tyrannical Song. More patience?" Shuhang said, "All right, come in." He honestly had no qualms about it. It was actually quite good timing. With another wave of evil energy of the netherworld coming to his doors right before the trial at Geholy Mountain, his inner world might upgrade by the time the trial began. After a while, Fairy Blue Phoenix rushed over with 5 beast cultivators. Other than the leader of the 5 beast cultivators, the other 4 looked very uneasy. After all, the man they were going to be meeting was the most terrifying existence in the past 1,000 years, profound sage tyrannical Song, huh? Not patience? Lady Onion said with disappointment in her tone. More patience meant more treasures. Although the treasures were not spirit stones and could not be used to pay her wages, they could still be sold in exchange for things that could be used to pay her. When Shuhang saw the 5 beast cultivators, he quickly got rid of the flame substitute. The 5 beast cultivators who had come were the companions of the adult 16. The one leading the group of 5 was Daoist Turntable, who had 42 holy apes. The group of 5 followed closely behind Fairy Blue Phoenix. At the furthest back was a female beast cultivator who was hugging her stomach tightly. She suffered from a disease that had only recently come into existence, a disease that went by the name of tyrannical Song speech sequela and had spread across the universe wildly. While this disease did not affect one's daily life, hearing the name of profound sage tyrannical Song, seeing pictures or images of him, or hearing his voice, could lead to a relapse. Fellow Daoist tyrannical Song, fellow Daoist Sage White, you should get ready. Geholy Mountain will be opening soon. Let me bring you over. While saying that, Fairy Blue Phoenix took out a small seal, and motioned for Shuhang and Senior White to stretch their hands out. Senior White and Shuhang held out their arms toward her. Fairy Blue Phoenix first stamped the seal on Senior White's wrist. The seal stamp shone faintly, and then disappeared. Then, she faced Shuhang and got ready to stamp down on his arm. "Wait a minute, Fairy Blue Phoenix." Shuhang suddenly thought of something and said, "My body below the neck is not my real body. So, if the seal were to be stamped on my arm, when we enter Geholy Mountain, won't my head be left out while the rest of my body enters?" Fellow Daoist tyrannical Song's concerns are reasonable. Fairy Blue Phoenix nodded. After saying that, she raised her hand and stamped the seal on Shuhang's face. It was important not to stamp the other party's forehead. This was because there were many practitioners across the universe who possess things like a third eye, or simply use their foreheads to release all kinds of attacks. If that were the case, the effect of the seal might be affected. This was why Fairy Blue Phoenix placed the stamp on Shuhang's face. After stamping the seal onto his face, Fairy Blue Phoenix took a few steps back, her cheeks flushed red. Lady Onion blinked. "Face tattoo, Shuhang." Shuhang retorted, "It's a seal, not a face tattoo." Afterward, he looked at the tiger cultivator Daoist Turntable. Daoist Turntable stepped forward and calmly said, "Senior tyrannical Song, we have come to take back our companion as we agreed previously." After saying that, he looked at 16. "Huh? 16, how did you become so small?" Daoist Turntable wondered, "Especially your..." "No, wait. Your whole body got smaller." 16, Fairy Blue Phoenix was a little confused. The fairy beside tyrannical Song is actually Daoist Turntable's companion? Fairy Blue Phoenix had met 16 back when she had gone to Earth. Because of that, she found herself confused as to when 16 had become Daoist Turntable's companion. Sister White Dragon stretched out her claw and patted 16's head lightly, as if comforting a child. Behind Daoist Turntable, a young beast cultivator kicked his calf and said, "Master, don't make trouble." Senior Tyrannical Song, "Thank you for taking care of our injured companion," said Daoist Turntable with a cough. He stretched out his hand and pushed forward a gift box, extending it toward Song Shuhang. Those of the beast realm were especially diligent when it came to gift-giving. Daoist Turntable continued, "As agreed, we've come over to take 16 back." Song Shuhang smiled slightly, pushed the gift back, and said, "She is not your 16, but my 16. He was planning on clarifying the matter regarding the adult 16 to these cultivators from the beast realm. Huh? Daoist Turntable was bewildered. In just one night, 16 has become profound sage tyrannical songs? Is the charm of the first sage in 1,000 years that terrifying? While he was in thought, the corner of his eyes suddenly caught sight of the picturesque sage White sitting in the pavilion. Daoist Turntable frowned. If it were Sage White's charm, I can understand how 16 might have fallen in love overnight. However, I don't get how that would happen for Senior Tyrannical Song. Unless 16 secretly fell in love with Sage White, but wanted to take a detour, so she confessed to profound Sage Tyrannical Song in order to stay by Sage White's side. Daoist Turntable's mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts, and he instantly thought up the plot of a bitter love drama. Just as he was unable to extricate himself from his thoughts, the trembling beast cultivator behind him mustered up the courage to say, "Senior Tyrannical Song, even if everyone has already become pregnant with your child, you can't use that matter to force little sister 16 to become your Daoist companion. Although little sister 16 once said that she would only get together with a single Daoist companion in her life, that does not mean that you can become her Daoist companion just because of what you did during your speech." Song Shuhang retorted, "Fairy, don't speak such misleading words. That's called experiencing the process of pregnancy, and it's a part of the maternal love chapter of the scholarly sage's teaching. It's a very serious subject." Daoist Turntable coughed lightly and looked at 16. 16, what's going on here? He and the beast cultivators behind him all looked at 16. 16 pinched her chin and fell into thought. Song Shuhang found himself quite curious. There was a rather large difference in size and temperament between the adult 16 and 16, yet Daoist Turntable and his companion seemed to have decided that they were one and the same. From beginning to end, they did not seem to have thought of the possibility that the 16 in front of them was not their companion. That's because the ceremony has been completed. Sister White Dragon used the secret sound transmission technique to transmit her voice to Song Shuhang's ears. After the ceremony was completed, the adult 16 became 16. Even some of the adult 16's memories can be viewed by 16. Therefore, it is normal for these beast cultivators to regard 16 as their companion. 16 once said to Song Shuhang that even if the trial fails, she would not disappear, and this was the very principle she was referring to. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. "I didn't even ask it out loud and just thought about it in my mind. Despite that, Sister White Dragon answered my inner doubts." 16 said to Daoist Turntable, "I'll go with you to participate in Geholy Mountain's trial." The adult 16 had practiced a formation with these 5 beast cultivators to pass the outer trials of Geholy Mountain. Without the adult 16, the formation would be missing a very important piece, which would be disastrous for Daoist Turntable and his party. As such, she decided to take the place of the adult 16 and sever the karma in this way. Furthermore, she needed a slot that would allow her to enter Geholy Mountain. After passing the outer trials of Geholy Mountain, she could join Song Shuhang. "Senior White, can you do me a favor?" 16 looked at Senior White. Senior White nodded and asked, "What is it?" "Can you cut Sister White Dragon and me into 2 halves? Like what you did to yourself?" 16 asked. Sister White Dragon almost fainted from fright. No problem, replied Senior White. 16 giggled. Thank you, Senior White. She lifted her clothes, revealing her slender waist. Senior White summoned out a box-shaped magical treasure and moved it toward her waist. Under everyone's terrified gazes, 16's body was cut apart. However, there was no blood coming out of the incision, and 16 was still alive and well. Song Shuhang took a step back and gently embraced 16's upper body. At the same time, Senior White summoned the magical treasure and gestured at Sister White Dragon. Sister White Dragon asked, "Can we not?" Everyone fell silent. Sister White Dragon sighed. "All right. Just be careful when you cut me. My waist is right here. Don't make a mistake." Sister White Dragon's body was also cut into two halves. Song Shuhang said, "I'm surprised that this magical treasure worked on Sister White Dragon." Sister White Dragon's state was similar to the virtuous Lamia, and she had a body made of pure energy. It was thus quite surprising that her body could be cut in half in such a way. Following that, under Senior White's machinations, the half-bodies of 16 and Sister White Dragon were exchanged. On one side was a combination of 16's upper body and Sister White Dragon's lower body. On the other side was a combination of Sister White Dragon's upper body and 16's lower body. The body with 16's upper body waved to Song Shuhang and company and left with Daoist Turntable and the several other beast cultivators. As for the body with Sister White Dragon's upper body, she stood beside Song Shuhang and patted his shoulder with her hand before saying softly, "Shuhang, do I look like the Dragon King of the Four Seas from that movie now, the kind with a dragon head and a human body?" Song Shuhang shook his head. In that movie, only the head of the Dragon King of the Four Seas was a dragon head. But as for you, Sister White Dragon, your whole upper body is that of a dragon. By the way, can't you assume a human appearance? I can't at the moment. But as 16's cultivation realm improves in the future, I'll be able to transform like fairy at #%X, Sister White Dragon replied. However, I would still prefer to remain as a dragon. Song Shuhang glanced at himself, at Senior White, and at 16 plus Sister White Dragon's fusion. He felt that the three of them were really a great combination. Eventually, Fairy Blue Phoenix brought Song Shuhang and Senior White to the Holy Mountain. Both Senior Turtle and Lady Onion had been sent into the inner world by Song Shuhang. Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song, fellow Daoist Sage White, are you ready? Fairy Blue Phoenix asked. The trial ground is about to open. While she was speaking, a golden moon appeared in the sky, right above the Holy Mountain. Rays of golden moonlight shone down, and roads were formed by runes that had emerged out of thin air. All those who have a slot for the trial can embark on these golden roads and move onward. Fairy Blue Phoenix blushed slightly as she continued, I wish fellow Daoist Tyrannical Song success. However, for some reason, her wishing him success felt like it was raising a red flag. The roads of golden runes reached the ground one by one. At last, 6 runic roads appeared in front of Song Shuhang and Senior White. Song Shuhang asked, Senior White, which way do we go? There were several roads ahead. If it were another cultivator, they would probably worry themselves to death when faced with so many choices. Fortunately, Shuhang had Senior White by his side. He could simply let Senior White choose and then follow him. With Senior White's luck, he had nothing to worry about. This one. Senior White made his choice. Then, he stepped onto one of the runic roads, getting transported to Holy Mountain as if he had taken an escalator. Song Shuhang jumped onto the same road. The combination of Sister White Dragon and 16 followed closely behind them. She had also successfully embarked on the trial roads. It seems that even after 16 was cut in half, she's still considered as one person. Song Shuhang turned his head to look at Sister White Dragon and nodded. It was equivalent to them having gained an extra fighter for free. The runic roads transported Senior White, Song Shuhang, and Sister White Dragon into the depths of Holy Mountain. Along the way, Song Shuhang saw that on the trial roads not too far away from theirs, the other practitioners would, from time to time, tremble, scream in pain, or fall to their knees and break down crying. It seemed that as soon as they embarked on the runic roads, the trial had begun. What was the best way to test out the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique? Of course, it was taking attacks. A full-on attack on a practitioner's body would effectively test their mastery of the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique. Therefore, the beast cultivators on the runic roads were suffering various attacks. Lightning, fire, humongous pressure, floods, hammers, slashes, etc. These attacks could not be seen by outsiders. Only those who were taking the trial and standing on the runic roads could see and experience these events. Fortunately, I brought Senior White with me, said Song Shuhang with lingering fear. So far, the runic road that he and Senior White had taken did not make them experience any disaster. Huh. I thought that you would be disappointed. After all, aren't you Song? I enjoy pain, pain makes me stronger, Shuhang. The black senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said. Its state was very special, and just like the black-skinned soft feather, it could sneak into Song Shuhang's shadow and join the trial. Song Shuhang, I just have a strong tolerance for pain, but that does not mean that I enjoy pain. Don't put me together with masochists. The black senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said seriously, Shuhang, you have 3 body tempering techniques, so there's no need to shy away from the challenge. I recommend that you jump onto the road next to us and enjoy the trial to its fullest and strengthen yourself. Song Shuhang reached out and used the saber nurturing technique on Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword 10 times. After the second instance of the saber nurturing technique, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword had already turned quiet. Senior White turned around and said, "We're here." The runic road had directly transported everyone to the bottom of the giant tree growing on Geholy Mountain. Senior White stepped off of the runic road, and as soon as he took his feet off of the runic road, boom! 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 Right by Song Shuhang's ears, the sound of explosions echoed. The sound of the explosions was mixed with the sound of thunder and the crackling fire. At the same time, Shuhang felt as if a humongous weight had been placed on the top of his head. As soon as the walking lucky charm, Senior White, left the runic road, the trials erupted in all their strength. Ah! Song Shuhang screamed again and again. If he were to face the trials one by one, he would not be afraid of them in the slightest. The pain caused by each one separately was no different from a drizzle to him. However, when they all erupted at the same time, the sheer number caused a great change in intensity, and the pain they inflicted reached a terrifying level. Song Shuhang could not help but let out his classic four-toned scream. The attacks did not last long as Song Shuhang was already close to the end of the runic road by the time Senior White stepped off of it. As he finished screaming, he reached the end. Senior White turned around and used a healing technique on him while sharing his analysis. It seems that the pain inflicted by the trial road is mental. There are no signs of injury on your body. That was for the best. My mental pain tolerance is over 10 times higher than my physical pain tolerance. Song Shuhang then turned to look at Sister White Dragon. Were Sister White Dragon and 16 going to be okay? On the runic road, Sister White Dragon scratched her chin with her little claw and said, "Lightning damage? It's so weak." She was a member of the dragon race, and her resistance to lightning damage was very strong. The weak lightning attacks used by the trial road were not even enough to scratch an itch for her. "I'm afraid that the majority of the road's energy was used up on Shuhang's body," Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair said. In preparation for the possibility of the inner world getting blocked as they entered the trial area, she had transplanted a strand of her hair on top of Song Shuhang's head. So that was the case. No wonder the attack felt so weak. Sister White Dragon used a healing technique on Shuhang. "You've worked hard, little friend Shuhang." Song Shuhang took a breath and patted his chest. In the meantime, the people on the other roads were also delivered to the bottom of the giant tree. Almost all of the practitioners had passed the test of the runic roads. After all, this was just an appetizer. Those who had been deemed qualified to participate in the trial had considerable strength, so it was normal for them to be able to make their way through the runic roads as long as they tried hard enough. Other than a few particularly unlucky guys, who fell into a coma due to unforeseen circumstances, the rest managed to make it through the runic roads. After everyone arrived at the feet of the giant tree, rays of golden moonlight came down again. When he was bathed in the golden moonlight, Shuhang felt his skin become thicker. It seemed all those who practiced the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique would benefit from the moonlight. The moonlight bath lasted for about 10 breaths of time. After that, the giant tree opened. Inside the giant tree, one by one, cabins came into view. The size of the cabins varied. There were single-person models, two-person models, and some that looked like they were made for 5 or 6 people. Shuhang, Pavilion Master Chu speculated, "It looks like we're going to be sitting in these cabins." "As usual, Senior White, please choose a cabin," said Shuhang. This time, he was going to hug Senior White's thigh tightly. If Senior White left the cabin, he would immediately follow him. At the same time, he turned to inspect the crowd. But as there were too many beast cultivators, he could not find 16. Shuhang asked, "Sister White Dragon, can you sense 16's position?" "I'll try." Sister White Dragon closed her eyes and searched for a while. Then, she shook her head and said, "Holy Mountain is worthy of its fame. I can only vaguely perceive the aura of my and 16's other half. When I try to pinpoint them, the specific coordinates seem as if they're changing every moment." In Sister White Dragon's field of vision, Holy Mountain was composed of countless small spaces, and the position of these small spaces was ever-changing. Because the frequency at which the spaces were moving was too fast, she would lose track of 16 right after locking onto her aura. "It is indeed an interesting place," Senior White praised. Senior White's interest was piqued. Shuhang laughed and said, "Senior White, which cabin should we choose?" A place that could attract Senior White's interest was a place where crisis coexisted with opportunity. Shuhang had thus decided to hold on to Senior White's thigh tightly. He would make sure that the distance between him and Senior White would not exceed 1 meter. Let's just go with that one." Senior White stretched out his hand and casually pointed to a cabin. "Then that one it is. Sister White Dragon, let's." All of a sudden, Shuhang found himself at a loss for words. This was because the cabin that Senior White had randomly pointed at was a small, single-person cabin. And it was a smaller model among single-person cabins. It looked like only someone like 16 could fit inside it. Shuhang's wooden body was huge, so he would not be able to squeeze into the cabin with Senior White. If Senior White went into that cabin, what were he and Sister White Dragon supposed to do? If they were to sit in separate cabins, then the distance between him and Senior White would definitely exceed 1 meter. How could he hug Senior White's thigh if that happened? "No, I have to try my hardest. Senior White, that cabin is too small. How about we switch to another one?" Shuhang suggested to Senior White. In general, Senior White was a very reasonable person. If Shuhang's suggestion made sense, Senior White would consider it. But this time, Senior White seemed to have an especially soft spot for this cabin. He shook his head slightly, his smooth black hair fluttering in the air. "I like this cabin," Senior White said seriously. "My intuition tells me that this single-person cabin is the most interesting among the lot. No other cabin is as interesting as this one." Shuhang tried persuading, but that cabin is too small. At most, only 1/16 can squeeze into it. Senior White, it will be difficult even for you to squeeze into it. The space inside is just too small, and it would definitely not be a good experience to sit inside it. We should choose a 3-person cabin. Senior White looked thoughtfully at the small cabin. Indeed, the space inside the cabin was a little too small. It would be really crowded if he sat inside it. Idiot, don't use 16 as a unit of measurement. Sister White Dragon hit Shuhang with her claw in dissatisfaction. At this moment, the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword had already recovered, and it could not wait to add, yes, fellow Taoist White, it's best if you choose a 3-person cabin so that Shuhang can hug your thigh. Hahaha. Fellow Taoist Scarlet Heaven Sword, you are too straightforward, Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair said. Although your words are true, you should save some face for Shuhang. Song Shuhang, the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword coughed lightly and corrected itself, fellow Taoist White, Shuhang is worried about your safety, so he hopes to be able to sit in the same cabin with you and make sure you're safe. Song Shuhang's heart felt even more stifled when he heard that. Senior White nodded and said, this cabin is indeed a little too small. When Song Shuhang heard his words, a smile appeared on his face. I did it. I managed to convince Senior White through my reasonable words and by appealing to his emotions. I've decided. Senior White nodded and said, I'll let you hug my thighs this time, Shuhang. Then Senior White, which cabin do we choose? Song Shuhang said cheerfully. Striking while the iron was hot, he hurriedly asked Senior White to choose a 3-person cabin. No need to fret. Senior White smiled slightly. Afterward, he reached out and gestured at his waist. Suddenly, his waist and thighs separated. Song Shuhang. Here you go. I'll be leaving my thighs with you for safekeeping, Shuhang. A smile bloomed on Senior White's face. Then, his real body quickly went into the small cabin. Now, the size of the cabin was just right, and it was also very comfortable to sit inside it. Senior White nodded in satisfaction. In this way, he could satisfy his wish of sitting in the small, single-person cabin, and also satisfy little friend Shuhang's wish of hugging his thigh. It was a perfect solution. Song Shuhang, Jono. Inside the single-person cabin, Senior White gave him a thumbs up. His 2 thighs then made their way to Song Shuhang's side. Song Shuhang, who was dumbfounded, suddenly felt deep malice coming from the world. After some time, Song Shuhang and Sister White Dragon chose the 3-person cabin right behind Senior White's cabin. Next to Song Shuhang were the thighs of Senior White's clone. It looked as if Senior White had just cast an invisibility technique on his upper body. It was a rather literal interpretation of hugging someone's thigh. Song Shuhang asked, Sister White Dragon, do you know how to perform divinations? A little bit, Sister White Dragon said happily. No matter what, she was once the ancestral golden dragon of the ancient heavenly city, a top existence even among immortals. Song Shuhang pointed to himself and said, can you divine my future? Sister White Dragon quickly replied, don't worry, you won't die. Song Shuhang tilted his head and looked out of the cabin, feeling a strong stifling sensation. Focus. Don't be distracted, Sister White Dragon said. Maintain contact with fellow Taoist White at all times so that even if something happens, you can respond immediately. Song Shuhang nodded and said, that's the only thing I can do. After some time, all the cultivators who got past the runic roads had boarded the cabins on the giant tree. Golden moonlight shone down, and everyone felt their cabins start to vibrate. Song Shuhang subconsciously reached out and grabbed at the side of his seat, but he discovered that there was nothing there. There's no seat belt. Without a seat belt, he had no sense of security. Boom! Outside, a cannon blast sounded. Along with the sound of the cannon blast, Senior White's voice could be heard vaguely. Song Shuhang looked up and saw that the single-person cabin that Senior White was sitting in had been launched into the air. Like a small flying boat, it flew toward the golden moon above. The small cabin flew fast, almost as fast as Senior White's disposable flying swords. That's the cabin that Senior White said was the most exciting? Song Shuhang swallowed. Boom! Immediately afterward, there was an even louder cannon blast. Song Shuhang asked, has another cabin been launched? Sister White Dragon replied, no. The entire giant tree has been launched. Song Shuhang. The giant tree that was rooted on Geholy Mountain had been shot into the sky, rushing toward the golden moon. Pavilion Master Chu's voice sounded, so the trial area is actually the golden moon above us. Song Shuhang suddenly remembered something. Is Senior White's hometown on the moon? Chapter 2037. If not for my little brothers holding me back, I would have gone up there and beat you up. Fairy Creation's small head came out for a peek, but due to the limited space, her head could only stick close to Song Shuhang's ear as she sang loudly, I'm looking up at the moon. Song Shuhang was taken aback by Fairy Creation's sudden appearance. He reacted quickly and covered his other ear. From his experience, he knew that whether it was Fairy Creation or the virtuous Lamia, whenever one came out, the other would follow soon. But even after a while, the virtuous Lamia did not come out. Song Shuhang was puzzled. For some reason, with the virtuous Lamia not coming out, he felt uncomfortable. Fairy, come out and sing. After you sing, I'll feel more at ease. Don't be shy. Sing whenever you want. At this moment, Sister White Dragon softly said, a new trial is coming. Then, her figure shrunk abruptly to the size of 16, though still maintaining a dragon's upper body. When he saw her like this, Song Shuhang recalled Yu Jiaojiao. What kind of trial is it? Song Shuhang turned his head and asked. At the same time, he saw two humongous creatures appear in front of the giant tree and the single-person cabin that Senior White was in. The two creatures were huge holy apes. The one on the left had a body that was bulging with muscles, while the one on the right had a more balanced frame. The two holy apes stood in the air side by side, their bodies overshadowing the sky and the moon. As the two holy apes appeared, 66 holy apes materialized on the top of Song Shuhang's head. The Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique had activated on its own. The 66 holy apes were wearing scholarly robes, and they were all holding scholarly scriptures in their hands. With the large holy ape from Senior White 2 at the very center, the rest of the holy apes arranged themselves into 6 petal-like lines around it. After the holy apes appeared, they did not begin chanting or reciting their scriptures. Instead, they calmly looked at the two humongous holy apes. This was not the case only for Song Shuhang. All of the beast cultivators participating in the trial had their Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique passively activated. The entire world seemed to have become filled with apes of varying sizes. It was a spectacular sight. However, besides Song Shuhang's holy apes, the other holy apes were all cluttered together in a mess. They were not arranged in any order whatsoever. Song Shuhang looked at the two humongous holy apes. It seemed that this trial requires the holy apes of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique to be acknowledged by these two huge holy apes. Will the trial after this one be related to dragons? After all, it was the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. Since the apes had already appeared, it would make sense for the dragons not to be too far away, right? Was 00000 the humongous holy apes let out strange cries. After everyone's holy ape projections were summoned, golden light shot out from the eyes of the humongous holy ape on the left. The light scanned through everyone who was participating in the trial. As Song Shuhang had guessed, Geholy Mountain's trial mainly focused on the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. These humongous holy apes were here to inspect the participants. Those who failed to meet the conditions would be eliminated. Everyone who was swept by the golden light was placed under enormous pressure, and many were almost crushed flat on the ground because of it. The light swept through everyone one by one. Soon, the golden light fell on the cabin where Song Shuhang was. The light first swept through Sister White Dragon. Wait, neither 16 nor Sister White Dragon have practiced the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. Will they be able to pass this assessment? Song Shuhang thought to himself. While his mind was occupied with this thought, the golden light swept over the combination of Sister White Dragon and 16. The dragon power in Sister White Dragon's body circulated slightly. Afterward, the golden light swept past her. It seems that as long as one either has holy ape projections or dragon power, they can pass this test. Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief. Then, his gaze shifted to Senior White, who was in the single-person cabin in the distance. Senior White does not practice the holy ape dragon power technique, nor does he have dragon power or draconic energy. Will he be able to successfully pass this test? Whoosh dash! At this moment, the golden light fell on Song Shuhang's body. The golden light expanded, directly covering Song Shuhang's 66 holy ape projections. It was time to get into the limelight. The large holy ape that had been gifted to him by Senior White too lightly patted the scholarly robes on its body. It seemed to have been waiting for this moment. With everyone's eyes focused on it, the large holy ape opened the scholarly scripture in its left hand. After that, it raised its right hand and made a 6 gesture. It then opened its mouth, and began to chant the scripture with a majestic voice while regularly swaying its right hand. After the large holy ape began chanting, all of the smaller holy apes followed suit. They all opened their scriptures and waved their right hands while chanting in a variety of languages. The muscular humongous holy ape froze. This was the first time that it had seen such strange holy ape projections. As a result, the golden light shooting out from the humongous holy ape's eyes intensified, an even more powerful pressure descended on Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang said angrily, F***CKU. Why do things always seem to go wrong when it's my turn? Roar dash! The large holy ape above Song Shuhang's head roared. It violently threw the scholarly scripture in its hand to the side and ripped off its scholarly robe, revealing its perfectly sculpted muscles. Then, it slapped its chest fiercely in an attempt to provoke the humongous holy ape. All of Song Shuhang's smaller holy apes rushed toward it and hugged the hairy legs of the large holy ape. The large holy ape kept slapping its chest while roaring non-stop. It was as if it was saying, if not for my little brothers holding me back, I would have gone up there and beat you up. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky. He had been slightly suspicious in the past, wondering if Senior White too had given him a rather problematic holy ape from his army. But this large holy ape was simply amazing. It actually dared to provoke that huge holy. It did not cower in the slightest, decisively provoking the other party. The attention of everyone who was participating in the trial was drawn toward Shuhang's large holy ape. Throughout the beast realm's history, there never had been a trial taker who had dared to confront and provoke the two ape kings. A beast cultivator suddenly said, "Wait a minute, why do those holy apes wearing scholarly clothes look so familiar?" After all, these 66 holy apes were unique. All of their holy apes were naked, but these ones had scholarly clothing on them. PR Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. The Demon Sage Tyrannical Scholar. An ancient sage tyrannical dragon. Unexpectedly, this terrifying existence was also participating in Geholy Mountain's trial. Everyone's eyes were focused on Song Shuhang and his large holy ape, causing Senior White, who was in the VIP cabin, to be ignored. At this time, the Ape King with a balanced frame was playing with Senior White. The Ape King grabbed Senior White's cabin, spun it several times in place, and then threw it out like a frisbee. After the cabin flew back, the Ape King grabbed onto it with both hands and used a magical technique. With a loud boom, the VIP cabin was then launched forward at 100 times the speed of sound. Senior White was having a great time, but the Ape King was covered in sweat from exhaustion. The Ape King with a balanced frame was falling into despair. Its job was to lift up the giant tree after the muscular Ape King was done assessing the contestants and then launch it toward the moon at an extreme speed. Afterward, it could enjoy the terrified screams of the trial takers together with the other king. These screams were enough to keep the two Ape Kings happy for several years. This was also part of the trial, to allow the participants to experience what true speed was. Those who practiced the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique must have nerves of steel. If they could not even bear this kind of speed and height, how could they hold their heads up high? Neo, however, during this trial, someone had selected the secret VIP cabin. Normally, the person who chose this cabin could be said to be the unluckiest one among all the participants, because this specific cabin would usually be handled by the Ape King with a balanced frame. In the past, while the muscular Ape King was assessing the participants, the thinner Ape King would use all the means at its disposal to toss around the VIP cabin. However, it could not threaten the life of the person on board, and could only make them faint. At the beginning, the thinner Ape King was very happy as it finally got another chance to throw around the VIP cabin after so long. As soon as the cabin came into view, it began using its different moves. It swung the VIP cabin around like a supersonic windmill, or shook it violently, hellish shakedown. Or launched it at the fastest speed it could, and then pulled it back at an even faster speed, deadly round-trip experience. It tried to force the passenger to scream out in fear in the shortest time possible. But after using nearly 30 different techniques, it found that the practitioner inside the cabin was lively and excited rather than afraid. It was at this point that the thinner Ape King began questioning its life choices. It wondered if its strength had ended up regressing as it hadn't gone all out for several thousand years. In the end, it began using magical techniques. Super Railgun Cabin Launcher, Fourfold Acceleration Formation, Holy Ape Gale Technique. It tried its best to launch the cabin to the very limits its abilities allowed. At the same time, it also arranges various obstacles on the route of the cabin to enhance the stimulation the person inside would experience. However, the person in the cabin only became happier. The thinner Ape King was absolutely bewildered. It looked through the cover of the cabin to check on the person inside. It wanted to see who exactly was inside. Sage White. After a single glance, it knew the identity of the person inside the cabin. Even without the Sage Seal's effect, it was impossible for anyone who had seen Sage White to forget him because of his outstanding looks. After learning of Senior White's identity, the thinner Ape King worked even harder. Its brain went into overdrive as it tried to think of all the methods it could use to defeat Sage White. Within a short period of time, the thinner Ape King's brain power and physical strength were consumed greatly. It had become covered in sweat. Just when the thinner Ape King was about to reach its limit and collapse from exhaustion, the muscular Ape King completed its assessment of the trial takers. Since the muscular Ape King had two eyes, it could use both to test the participants. It assessed profound sage tyrannical songs holy apes with one of its eyes, while it used its other one to shine light on the other participants and check them out. However, this undoubtedly increased the strain on its eyes. After it finished assessing the participants, the muscular Ape King had dry eyes and felt like crying, roar. Above Song Shuhang's head, the large holy ape projection began to dance rhythmically, not showing any weakness. At this moment, a smile formed on the muscular Ape King's mouth. Keep being arrogant, profound sage tyrannical song. After all, you can only be arrogant for so long. In a while, you will get a taste of what it feels to fly at the fastest speed possible. It had decided to cooperate with the thinner Ape King to increase the flight speed by 3 times, or even more. It turned its head to call its companion, but in the next moment, it was left stunned. Its good friend, the thinner Ape King, was sweating profusely. The hair on its body was soaked wet, just as if it had just run through heavy rain. Other than that, it was gasping for air due to exhaustion. The muscular Ape King was bewildered. After hearing the call of the muscular Ape King, a relieved expression surfaced on the thinner Ape King's face. It grabbed Sage White's cabin, cast a magical technique, and sent it blasting toward the moon. It was finally over. The two Ape Kings looked at each other, their eyes moist. What the hell was wrong with the trial takers this year? Both Ape Kings had a horrible experience while managing the test. The two apes high-fived before taking a deep breath and mustering their strength. They swung their palms and hit the giant tree at the same time, using up all their magical and physical energy. Scream! Blame the fact that Sage White and Profound Sage Tyrannical Song are participating in this trial with you. Don't blame us. Boom _ the giant tree darted forward. It broke the speed of sound instantly, and its speed continued to increase in the following seconds. It seemed as if the tree was never going to stop accelerating. All the auxiliary formations on the tree were activated, and the difficulty of the trial was increased to the maximum level. In addition, many obstacles such as meteorites, iron chunks, giant bones, ancient demons, and so on appeared on the path of the giant tree. All of these obstacles enhanced the visual impact. Scream! The two ape kings grinned evilly. Although this speed might not necessarily scare Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, it was undoubtedly a hellish experience for the other trial takers. They were going to punish the other participants for the suffering they had to withstand due to Profound Sage Tyrannical Song and Sage White. Ah! Too fast. I'm going to die, stop. Unexpectedly, the first one to scream was Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. The muscular ape king was stunned. It scratched its ears, thinking that it had heard wrong. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, who was so arrogant before, gave in so quickly. However, there was no mistaking, and it was really Profound Sage Tyrannical Song screaming. The two ape kings could vaguely see Profound Sage Tyrannical Song tightly clutching the door of his cabin and screaming. The screams of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song were like a refreshing spring in the desert, nourishing the wounded hearts of the two ape kings. The duo nodded and high-fived. Then, they disappeared. In the cabins on the giant tree, all the screaming participants discovered that their holy ape projections had begun to strengthen. Their holy ape dragon power technique, which had been acknowledged by the muscular ape king, was getting stronger. Among them, Shuhang's 66 holy apes were the ones who got strengthened the most. Every holy ape above his head gained a metallic sheen to its body. It looked as if all of them were performing the steel hands technique. It was the evolution of the basic holy ape, the steel holy ape. This showed that the two ape kings held Shuhang's holy ape dragon power technique in high regard. As the managers of this trial, they were very rigorous and fair in their assessment. Boom! The giant tree crashed on the moon, landing in an overbearing manner. After the crash, half of the giant tree was inserted into the ground. No wonder there were so many holes on the moon of the beast realm. Were all of them caused by the giant tree? After the powerful impact, a large number of the beast cultivators in the cabins could not resist and ended up falling unconscious. Their companions hurriedly acted and began using various means to wake them up. There were some who fed their friends medicinal liquid, some who used healing techniques, and some who called out to their companions affectionately. However, Shuhang saw the most used and straightforward method was violently slapping them in the face. After all, the beast cultivators who could reach the golden moon all had excellent physiques and had passed the assessment of the two ape kings. So with that in mind, their companions simply slapped them mercilessly. Loud slaps echoed throughout the area. Due to the rhythm, it felt as if they were at the concert of a popular singer, and the audience was applauding enthusiastically. "Where's Senior White?" asked Shuhang, his legs weak. On this occasion, his wooden body had cooperated with his head, starting to quiver. Sister White Dragon's small claw pointed in a certain direction and replied, "He's over there, waving at us." Shuhang looked in the direction Sister White Dragon had pointed. The VIP cabin was open, and Senior White's upper body was by the cabin window, waving at Shuhang. It was apparent that Senior White was in a great mood. "Let's go meet up with Senior White." Shuhang propped himself up slowly. The giant tree's cabin then opened. Sister White Dragon stretched out her claws, lifted Shuhang and the other half of Sage White's body, and flew out of the cabin. Afterward, Sage White's lower half ran in the direction of the VIP cabin on its own. The other half of Senior White flew out of the cabin and seamlessly reunited with his missing part. "So this is the trial area of Geholy Mountain," said Senior White. He then crouched down, stretched out his hand, and poked lightly at the ground. The ground was soft, and some areas were outright sandy. Song Shuhang imitated Senior White and also poked at the ground. When his finger touched the ground, it left behind a small hole. Moreover, the hole kept getting deeper and deeper. After the 66 holy apes were transformed into steel holy apes, Song Shuhang's body was greatly strengthened. For this reason, he had trouble controlling his strength. Song Shuhang said, "The Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique was strengthened more than I thought after the trial of the Ape Kings." He shook his hand, poked at the ground again, and began to adjust his strength. This was not the first time he had experienced a sudden increase in the strength of his physical body. In other words, he was kind of used to it. At this moment, the transplanted strand of Pavilion Master Chu's hair said, "Do you also get a familiar feeling from this place?" Song Shuhang nodded and replied, "I don't know why, but as soon as we reached the Golden Moon, I felt as if I had returned home, the place where I belong." Pavilion Master Chu replied, "No, what I meant is that this place is very similar to my crystal clear water pavilion, The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword exclaimed, "The crystal clear water pavilion is fellow Taoist Chu's home." Song Shuhang felt like this place was his home. Also, back when we were approaching Geholy Mountain, Sage White said that the place gave him a sense of familiarity and made him recall his hometown. Perhaps, this golden moon can remind people of the warm feeling of home. Sister White Dragon said, "No. Everything here is very similar to an illusory reality." I think that is what fellow Taoist Chu was trying to hint at. It was not just a patch of land, but the entire golden moon that was like an illusory reality. This was not just some city, but an entire planet. It was already a miracle that Pavilion Master Chu had been able to maintain the crystal clear water pavilion. And to do that, she ended up having to spend most of her time in a state of sleep. And this golden moon was far larger than the crystal clear water pavilion. Moreover, it had not only lasted for a day or two. The existence of the Beast Realm's Geholy Mountain and the Holy Mountain's trial could be traced back all the way to the ancient era. An era before the emergence of the scholarly sage and the ancient heavenly city. Song Shuhang suddenly remembered something and asked, "Sister White Dragon, I remember that the structure of the ancient heavenly city is also related to an illusory reality, right?" Sister White Dragon nodded. Yes, the structure of the ancient heavenly city is indeed related to an illusory reality. It could be said to be an enhanced version of fellow Taoist Chu's crystal clear water pavilion. It was precisely because of its special structure that the members of the heavenly city could integrate their own path into the city. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and said, "Why do I feel like a venerable's illusory reality ability is especially heaven-defying?" Indeed. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "In my memory, Scarlet Heaven also expressed several times how wondrous an illusory reality was." Senior White's eyes lit up. If this golden moon really is an evolution of an illusory reality, then it should have a core. Let's find it. Song Shuhang asked, "How are we supposed to find it?" The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword suggested, "How about we dig a hole? If it's a core, then perhaps it's at the core of this moon." Song Shuhang said, "But it could also be somewhere on the golden moon. I think it's better to have Senior White use the branch method to locate it." "Well, then let's go with that." Senior White nodded. He reached out and broke a branch off of Song Shuhang's body and threw it into the sky. Boom dash, suddenly, a beam of light came and destroyed the branch. Song Shuhang's eyes widened. "Who is it? How dare you break my little branch?" Even if that little branch that had been broken off of his body, it was still a part of his body. This beam of light that had come out of nowhere was the prelude to the trial. In the sky, hideous monsters emerged from the shadows. They had innate skills that worked like spatial abilities. They could create a shadow in the void and travel freely in that shadow. Senior White pinched his chin and wondered, is this also part of the trial? In the distance, a three-eyed monster let out a strange laugh. It was the one that had destroyed Song Shuhang's little branch. As it laughed and laughed, it started coughing violently, as if it had choked on its own saliva. The three-eyed monster slammed its fist into its chest, but the more it hammered, the harder it choked. After choking for a while, it foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground, its body convulsing repeatedly. Song Shuhang, Sister White Dragon, the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword. It was the first time they had seen an enemy who laughed so hard that they ended up choking and falling to the ground. At the same time, those beast cultivators who climbed out of the cabins of the giant tree were already familiar with engaging in close-quarters combat with these monsters. Was this part of the trial as well? I see, said Song Shuhang. The 66 steel holy apes above his head roared as he stepped forward and punched the monster that was choking and foaming at the mouth. Wait, that punch didn't feel right. Song Shuhang quickly jumped back. He felt as if he had hit a balloon. Is it a fake monster? While he was in thought, the three-eyed monster suddenly disintegrated. Then, a broken rune landed on Song Shuhang's fist. From the rune, there were a lot of memories related to the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique that poured out. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked curiously, "What are these runes?" Song Shuhang replied, "Experience points." Experience points in the truest sense. Memories and experiences related to the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique were extremely important for those who practiced the technique. But for Song Shuhang, these were not of much use now. After all, he had been possessed by the sage's obsession and the indestructible lords will not too long ago. Through them, his understanding of the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique had risen to an extremely high level. Therefore, these cultivation experiences were of very little use to him. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "Then, are you going to grind for these experience points?" "There's no need. It would simply be a waste of time." Song Shuhang shook his head. "Let's head to the next challenge." Senior White asked, "But how do we do that?" This was indeed a big problem. Neither he, Senior White, nor Sister White Dragon knew where the next challenge of the trial would take place. For now, we can just continue trying to look for the core of this golden moon. Song Shuhang broke a branch off of his body and handed it to Senior White. Sister White Dragon said, "At our 4 o'clock, a trial taker was knocked down by a monster." Song Shuhang turned his head to look and saw a lone beast cultivator being overwhelmed by several ferocious monsters. The monsters opened their mouths and bit down at the beast cultivator ravenously. It was like they had been starved for several hundred years and finally found some food. With a thought from Song Shuhang, his serrated blade flew out and slashed 2 monsters. However, there were just too many of them around the beast cultivator. The rest of the monsters had already bitten into the skin of the beast cultivator. In the next moment, the beast cultivator's body began losing moisture at a speed visible to the naked eye. After 2 breaths of time, the beast cultivator's body had become as shriveled up as a dry mummy. After draining the moisture from the beast cultivator, the monsters became more agile and rushed toward other targets in the surroundings. Why does this scene look so familiar to me? The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said curiously. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair swayed slightly. It's similar, in a way, to those beast cultivators who were infected with the evil energy of the netherworld and sent to Song Shuhang by Fairy Blue Phoenix. Remember how those beast cultivators were drained by the roots of Song Shuhang's lotus projection? They were also all shriveled up after getting drained by the roots. Song Shuhang. What does that have to do with me? Their lives are not in danger. It's just that they've become extremely weak after having been drained of their strength. They should recover in a few months, the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said. Tisk, even the state they're left in is the same as when they're drained by Song Shuhang's tentacles. I suspect these monsters were in the same family as Song Shuhang 800 years ago. Song Shuhang retorted, 800 years ago, my ancestors weren't even born yet. Anyway, after the monsters drained the energy of these beast cultivators, the giant tree would extend some branches over and drag the weak cultivators back to it before throwing them into a cabin. In this regard, it was apparent that even if one failed the trial, there was no threat to their life. At most, they would be sent back empty-handed. Then, after resting for a few months, they would return to peak condition again. The black-skinned soft feather came out and said, "The beast cultivators who were drained look quite pitiful." Song Shuhang said, "It's still better than losing their life." The black-skinned soft feather added, "Also, have you noticed? These monsters are somewhat like inner demons." The black scarlet heaven sword added, "Indeed, these monsters are very similar to inner demons." Now that you say that, I do see some similarities. Song Shuhang had been in contact with the black-skinned soft feather and the black scarlet heaven sword for some time now, so he was no stranger to inner demons. Is it a combination of the illusory reality and inner demons? Sister White Dragon said, thoughtful. This was especially similar to what the Heavenly Emperor had done. The ancient heavenly city was based on an illusory reality. Then, in a later period, the Heavenly Emperor began studying inner demons in secret. Moreover, her research on inner demons obviously yielded some results, and this could be seen from Soft Feather's inner demon clone technique. Was this a coincidence? Pavilion Master Chu asked, "How about we capture one and study it?" Senior White shook his head. He was not interested in these monsters. "I want to grab one and give it a try." After Song Shuhang said that, he tried opening his inner world. But sure enough, inside this trial space, the inner world was blocked. It was a similar situation to when he was in the heavenly tribulation realm. Although he could sense the inner world and felt that he could open it, it would take a long time to do so. It would probably take about 10 days to half a month before it could open. It was like having a horrible internet connection. Sister White Dragon said, "Then, let's grab one." She raised her little claw, and a dog-like monster was pulled over and sent toward Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang stretched out both of his hands and got into a boxing stance, ready to strike the dog-like monster. "I have to control my strength and can't just blow it apart. I need to make sure that it only falls unconscious." However, just as the dog-like monster entered Song Shuhang's attack range, its head suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a shadow appeared above Song Shuhang's head. The monster's head emerged from the shadow and bit down at Song Shuhang's head fiercely. It was the special innate skill of these monsters. Pavilion Master Chu shouted, "Shuhang, watch out." At the same time, her strand of hair quickly moved from the top of his head all the way to his back. This strand of hair was purely used for observing the outside world. Fighting was not its main function. Song Shuhang did not expect that Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair had the ability to move. At this time, the monster was about to bite down on his head. Song Shuhang said softly, My head is not a weak spot." Crack dash, when the dog-like monster bit down on Song Shuhang's head, its teeth shattered. A dumbfounded expression surfaced on the monster's face. In the entirety of its dog life, it had bitten down on countless heads, but there was no doubt that this head was the hardest one it had ever encountered. It was so hard that it literally broke its teeth. "Buddy, how did you train your head to make it so hard?" "My teeth are broken. They're all broken." This made it so that monsters who attacked by biting would be put out of work. Song Shuhang reached out and grabbed the monster biting his head, pulling it off of his head. Sister White Dragon stretched out her small claws and cast several seals on the dog-like monster. And that's that. Song Shuhang tried to store the dog-like monster inside his magical bracelet, but it did not work. As such, he could only choose to drag it around for now. "Senior White, where should we go next?" Song Shuhang looked at Senior White. "Leave it to me." With that, Senior White gently tossed the little branch that Song Shuhang had given him. While Senior White was doing his thing, Song Shuhang looked around, ensuring no monster would suddenly destroy the branch he had given Senior White. This time, the branch thrown by Senior White smoothly landed on the ground and pointed toward their 5 o'clock. Song Shuhang said, "Nice. Nobody messed with us this time." Although he said that, he was slightly disappointed. If the branch were blown up again, he would have proposed to Senior White to throw his real body instead to determine where to go, thinking that the effect might be better. However, that did not happen, and the branch method worked, which was quite a disappointment. Wait. I shouldn't even have considered that as an option. Song Shuhang immediately dispelled the thought, sending the bold thought into the deepest depths of his mind, sealing it up with layers upon layers of seal so that it would never see the light of day again. Staying alive was the most important thing. Alright, let's head in that direction. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair ran back to the top of Song Shuhang's head, swaying with the wind. Senior White picked up the branch and headed towards their 5 o'clock together with Song Shuhang and Sister White Dragon. Song Shuhang dragged the toothless dog-like monster along with them. The monster was still struggling, but it could not resist Song Shuhang with its strength. And after being sealed, its struggle was even more pointless. Its claws left 4 deep marks on the ground while it was forcibly dragged away. The monsters in the surroundings looked at Song Shuhang, Senior White, and Sister White Dragon, silently turning their heads and targeting other cultivators. All of them were aware that these 3 were not to be messed with. The combined strength of Sage White, White Dragon, and Tyrannical Song probably made up 90% of the total strength of the participants of the trial this time. To be more precise, it was Sage White and White Dragon, both of whom had the word white in their names, that belonged to the ranks of those who must not be provoked. As for Tyrannical Song, he just happened to be together with the other 2. And so, Song Shuhang and his group got to leave behind the monster horde and move around without any obstructions. Along the way, Song Shuhang tried to look for 16 and Daoist turntable, but even after searching for so long, he could not find 16. As before, Sister White Dragon could lock onto 16's aura, but the trial ground was interfering with her senses, making it impossible for her to find her exact position. Because of that, Song Shuhang had to temporarily give up on the idea. He could only hope to run into 16 in the next part of the trial. After advancing about 10,000 meters, Senior White once again picked off a branch and threw it into the air. The branch spun in the air before plunging straight into the ground. Sister White Dragon asked curiously, "What does that mean?" Song Shuhang pinched his chin and said, "Is it pointing down or up? The branch's youngest end should be the tip, so it's pointing toward the sky, I guess," Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair said after a moment of thought. Senior White pulled out the branch and threw it in the air again. The result was the same as before. The branch plunged into the ground, its tip pointing toward the sky. Senior White looked up at the sky, but there was nothing there. Sister White Dragon said, "Could it be that because the monster horde has not been dealt with, the passage that should be in the sky has not opened yet?" Senior White smiled slightly and said, "Regardless, we can just head up there." He then stepped up into the air and flew upward. Sister White Dragon followed right after him. Song Shuhang tied down the dog-like monster before following them. But after taking 3 steps into the air, Song Shuhang felt as if there was a large invisible hand pressing down on his head, trying to force him down. With every step he took, the pressure grew stronger. The black lotus beneath his feet cracked under the great force weighing down on his body. The 66 steel holy apes were summoned again. They hovered above Song Shuhang's head and raised their heads, looking upward. Is this road to the sky also part of the trial? But Senior White and Sister White Dragon don't seem to be feeling the slightest bit of pressure as they fly upward. Is this trial only for those who have practiced the Holy Ape Dragon Power technique? Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and continued to move upward. About 100 steps ahead of him, Sister White Dragon and Senior White stopped. The 2 turned their heads and looked at Song Shuhang. After Song Shuhang reached the 50th step, the pressure weighing down on him was much stronger than before. It was so strong that his head was almost sunk into his wooden body. He could only make use of both of his arms and feet to push through. He even used the hair-growing technique, to grow long hair and form some extra hands that could help support his head. With great difficulty, he managed to reach Senior White and Sister White Dragon. Have we arrived? Yup. Senior White reached out and pulled Song Shuhang up. Sister White Dragon stretched out her small claw and swiped it in front of her. Afterward, a divine dragon appeared out of nowhere in front of them. The divine dragon seemed to be slumbering. Its body was coiled on itself, and there were faint traces of saliva at the corner of its mouth. Sure enough, after the Ape Kings, it's the dragon's turn to conduct an assessment. Song Shuhang adjusted his breathing. Now, how was this dragon going to assess him? After some thought, Song Shuhang sent forward 2 of his hair palms and pressed them on the dragon. The left hand used the secret appraisal technique to check on the identity of the dragon, while the right hand used the saber nurturing technique to measure its limits. Senior White, Sister White Dragon, as Song Shuhang's hair palms touched the dragon, its eyes opened wide. The divine dragon opened its mouth and said, "Huh? You got here so soon? Is the level of the trial takers that high this time around?" The divine dragon spoke in the language of dragons. Fortunately, Sister White Dragon was with them and could help with the translation. Therefore, they had no need to worry about not understanding each other. At this time, the 2 magical techniques that Song Shuhang had used took effect. The secret appraisal technique activated, and his left hair hand shone brightly. A faint, painful sensation emerged in Song Shuhang's mind. The appraisal had failed. It had been quite a long time since he last failed in using the secret appraisal technique. Moreover, the price of the failure was very low. He did not even suffer a wound from using the technique. This was the first time that Song Shuhang encountered such a situation. Generally speaking, if the appraisal failed, it was due to him having no way to appraise the other party because of how powerful they were. If not that, it was because the price of the appraisal exceeded the limit that Song Shuhang could bear, resulting in the forced interruption of the technique. In these 2 cases, even if the appraisal failed, the price that he would pay for using the technique was very high. But this time, the cost was nil. In the meantime, the saber nurturing technique also caused Song Shuhang's right hand to shine brightly. The huge divine dragon raised its head and let out a majestic roar. Right after waking up, it had received a refreshing and rejuvenating massage. The divine dragon lowered its head and looked at Song Shuhang. Its eyes, which had been rather drowsy earlier, were now wide awake and filled with appreciation. The divine dragon said, "Young trial taker, you aren't bad." Sister White Dragon translated its words. It seems that the divine dragon was very fond of the saber nurturing technique. Since you like it, it makes things a lot easier. Song Shuhang's long hair spread out and turned into 20 hands, which then went toward the divine dragon. At the same time, the hands of his wooden body also pressed on the body of the divine dragon. Saber nurturing technique, 22. The divine dragon raised its head high up, and its body shone so brightly that it reminded one of a small sun. After a while, the light subsided. The divine dragon lowered its head to Song Shuhang and said, "Very good. Young trial taker, I'm very fond of you." Song Shuhang, did it take a liking to me? Is that why it wants me to stay here? Pavilion Master Chu chuckled and said, "Has this dragon become addicted to the saber nurturing technique? I'm afraid that it's going to end up as a waste dragon." Sister White Dragon thought for a moment, then translated Pavilion Master Chu's sentence word for word. Pavilion Master Chu, she almost forgot that the White Dragon was her rival in love. Although they usually worked together because of Song Shuhang and 16, when it came to a chance to pull the rug from under her feet, the ancestral golden dragon of the ancient heavenly city would show no remorse. The divine dragon coughed lightly. "Fairy hair, you've misunderstood me. It's just that I feel that this young tyrannical song scholar dragon? Why do you have 3 sage names? Across the entire universe, everyone only has a single name to their person, so why does this little friend have 3 names? Sister White Dragon entered into automatic translation mode and acted as a translation machine between Song Shuhang's group and the Divine Dragon. Fairy hair? Pavilion Master Chu's heart felt stifled. Song Shuhang's hair fluttered as he replied, I ended up getting 3 names by sheer coincidence. It's fine for Senior Dragon to simply call me Tyrannical Song. The story about how he got the 3 sage names was simply too long. It would take him more than half a day if he wanted to explain everything to the dragon. I see. I'll call you Tyrannical Song then, although I like the name Tyrannical Dragon better, the Divine Dragon replied. Regardless, I feel that little friend Tyrannical Song's magical technique is really interesting, and it can be used in the trial. That is why I want him to work for me. I've exhausted most of my ideas over the years, and I don't know what method to use to test the trial takers anymore. Yet, when I experienced this magical technique of little friend Tyrannical Song, I felt greatly inspired. So, by work, you're referring to me staying here and experimenting on the trial takers with the saber nurturing technique? Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. Now that he got a better idea of what the dragon was talking about, he felt excited. That's right. And I'll make sure that you'll get paid well. The Divine Dragon's eyes were full of joy. Song Shuhang pointed to himself and said, but I am also a trial taker. The Divine Dragon said, isn't this dragon fairy maiden with you? Since you brought her here, you've met the hidden condition and passed the test. I acknowledge you, and you'll now receive my blessing. Your Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique will be strengthened. In this particular case, the assessment was just a formality. On this golden moon, the will of the Divine Dragon was absolute. The 66 holy apes above Song Shuhang's head were strengthened again. There were now golden lines that looked like tattoos on their steel-cast bodies. These golden lines eventually formed the lifelike picture of a dragon, majestic and beautiful. After the golden dragons took shape, Song Shuhang got the feeling that the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique had attained its complete form. In the past, he could only exert the power of the holy apes. But now, when he fully activated this magical technique, he could erupt with both the power of holy apes and dragons. The golden light slowly dissipated. The large holy ape put away its golden scholarly scripture. It then lifted its scholarly robe and looked at the golden dragon on its body. After a few breaths of time, the large holy ape covered its face with its hands and cried bitterly. The little holy apes also stretched out their hands and lifted up their scholarly robes. Their reaction was the same as that of the large holy ape. They covered their faces with their hands and cried bitterly. It was as if they had been defiled. Their cries were filled with sorrow. Song Shuhang was baffled. What's going on? He felt that he was finding it more and more difficult to understand the thoughts of the things attached to his body. After some thought, Senior White said, who knows, perhaps your scholarly apes feel that tattoos are not appropriate for scholars. It might be why they burst into tears after they saw the tattoos on their bodies. After all, there was a saying in the scholarly faction that one's body was received from one's parents and none had the right to alter it. Is that really a tattoo? Song Shuhang wondered. These golden lines are more similar to paint. At most, it could be considered some kind of body paint or a sticker tattoo. What's there to cry about? Hearing that, the large holy ape suddenly stopped crying. It refastened its scholarly robe, reopened its scholarly scripture, and continued chanting. The group of little holy apes followed in the footsteps of their boss. The Divine Dragon looked at Song Shuhang's holy ape projections in disbelief. It was an ancient creature, and it had seen many things throughout its long life. However, it was the first time it had seen something like little friend Tyrannical Song's holy ape projections. These holy ape projections were both strange and interesting. I really want this little guy to stay and work for me. That magical technique called saber nurturing technique feels too good. The divine dragon said, "Little fellow Taoist, I'll give you another reminder. This is a reminder that only those who brought a dragon into the trial can get from me." While it said that, it turned to look at Sister White Dragon and said, "Little friend tyrannical song, as long as you unite with Fairy White Dragon, your Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique will improve and enter the final stage. The dragon pattern on the body of your holy apes will materialize and stop being a simple picture. With that, the technique would have the power of both apes and dragons when used. This is the true and complete form of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. After your technique reaches this level, when you enter the deepest part of the trial ground, your chances of comprehending the general principles chapter will be 20% higher." Sister White Dragon translated mechanically, but as soon as she finished translating the divine dragon's words, she found herself at a loss for words. "What the hell do you mean by union?" Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair shook slightly, and said in a gentle voice, "Union? Shuhang, this is about whether or not you can comprehend the general principles chapter of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. You must be careful on the path of cultivation, and there is no room for mistakes. You and fellow Taoist White Dragon should unite. If you end up finding another girlfriend in the future, I can help you come clean. Let go of me. Get your claws off of me." Sister White Dragon grabbed the strand of hair, and Pavilion Master Chu protested loudly in response. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky and sighed. "The relationship between you two is really good." His eyes filtered the scene on their own. From his filtered perspective, it looked as if Sister White Dragon was gently stroking Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair. Without the filter, the reputation of the two fairy maidens would be left in shambles. At this time, the divine dragon added, "By union, I meant combining yours and Fairy White Dragon's powers. I can help you with the process." Sister White Dragon stopped and hurried to translate the sentence. "Also, fellow Taoist, do you know of the nascent soul of the 7th stage Venerable Realm?" When the divine dragon said this, it found a problem. How did Tyrannical Song have 3 sage names despite only being at the 6th stage realm? I know. In the realm of the Venerable, the lotus turns into a nascent soul. Song Shuhang replied. The divine dragon paused. It ignored its previous discovery and continued, "Wrong. A nascent soul that is not born from a pregnancy is unacceptable." Song Shuhang, why does this line sound so familiar? What the F***ck, isn't that what the scholarly sage said in my nightmare yesterday? Sister White Dragon, hit me. Song Shuhang turned his head and said to Sister White Dragon. He suspected that he had unknowingly fallen into some kind of illusion and was currently inside a nightmare. Sister White Dragon asked, "Why? Have you finally lost your mind?" Song Shuhang said, "I suspect that I'm having a nightmare right now. Hit me, but don't hit me too hard, I'm afraid I won't be able to control my strength." Sister White Dragon waved her small claws as she replied to Song Shuhang. At the same time, she did not forget her job as a translator. "Let me do it," said Senior White. He then pointed his finger toward Song Shuhang's forehead, flicking his head lightly. Boom! With a booming sound, Song Shuhang's head left his body, hurtling toward the divine dragon. Sheet! The divine dragon anxiously caught Song Shuhang's head. Sage White is actually so powerful. After agreeing to do it lightly, with just a single flick of his fingers, he uprooted fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song's head. Ugh, that hurt. Song Shuhang's hair fluttered as he spoke. He condensed one hand with a portion of his hair and used it to rub his forehead. The physical pain he felt told Song Shuhang that he was not having nightmares. He was now certain that he was awake and that he was in the real world. Song Shuhang, who had experienced all kinds of pain, could easily distinguish between the pain of the body and the pain of the soul or the mental pain that was felt in dreams. Sister White Dragon very professionally translated Song Shuhang's screams to the divine dragon. The divine dragon looked at profound sage Tyrannical Song's head, which was between its claws, and was at a loss for words. At this time, Song Shuhang's 20 hair arms extended to his left and right. Then, they acted like two wings and flapped, allowing him to fly back to his wooden body and plant himself back onto the wooden body's neck. This disturbing sight caused the divine dragon to feel pain in its liver. "Senior Dragon, do you know the scholarly sage?" Song Shuhang asked. Since this was not a nightmare, he suspected that there was a connection between the divine dragon and the scholarly sage. The divine dragon replied, "Who doesn't know of the scholarly sage of the ancient era? There was an immortal from our beast realm back then who had gone to the main world to challenge the scholarly sage. In the end, she came back in tears." As it spoke, it ended up reminiscing, and its tone was filled with nostalgia. When it came to creatures that had lived for tens of thousands of years, once they were caught in their memories, they became like this. It was the vicissitudes of the times. Song Shuhang looked at Sister White Dragon, Pavilion Master Chu on the top of his head, the virtuous Lamia, and Fairy Creation. These people were also existences that had been alive since the ancient era up until now, but they did not give off such a vibe at all. When Pavilion Master Chu was in the crystal clear water pavilion, she was a little similar. Although she was lazy, she would still give off the vibe of a decadent beauty. There was a sense of history about her person. However, ever since the crystal clear water pavilion was inherited by Pavilion Master Chu too, she let go of her burdens, and it was now difficult to see that side of her. Song Shuhang added, "Senior Dragon, did you know the scholarly sage personally?" The divine dragon shook his head and replied, "My existence is rather special. I have always lived on the trial grounds of this holy mountain. The scholarly sage has never been here, and so we have never met each other." Song Shuhang asked, "Then, what's with you mentioning that the nascent soul should be born from pregnancy?" The divine dragon lowered its head and said profoundly, "I see that fellow Taoist tyrannical Song is currently at the 6th stage realm, and you've already condensed life wheel. You'll now have to face your bottleneck of the 10 heavenly layers. Given your situation, within 100 years, you should definitely be able to condense a nascent soul and reach the 7th stage realm." Sister White Dragon stopped for a moment. Eventually, she still chose to translate the divine dragon's original words to Song Shuhang. Yup. Song Shuhang nodded and agreed. Within 100 years, he should indeed have condensed a nascent soul and reached the 7th stage realm. He was, at least, confident about this. After all, Senior White too had helped him by giving him 9 dragon patterns. If he could not reach the 7th stage realm even with such help bestowed upon him, then it would be extremely embarrassing for both him and Senior White too. The divine dragon continued, "After the 10 heavenly layers is the lotus formation, and finally from the lotus you go to the nascent soul. This is the path taken by normal cultivators. Among these 3, the lotus formation is merely a step of accumulation, making it not hard but rather time-consuming. Little friend tyrannical Song should understand this, right?" Song Shuhang nodded. The lotus formation step was where cultivators would prepare and accumulate energy so that they could ultimately condense a nascent soul. This step was very time-consuming. There were 6th stage true monarchs who spent 1,000 years on this step alone. There were even some who did not have much left to live that ended up getting stuck in this step, accumulating for a nascent soul until they died. The divine dragon saying that Song Shuhang would be able to condense a nascent soul within 100 years was akin to saying that he was a genius among geniuses. It believed that with Song Shuhang's solid foundation, he had a good chance of condensing a nascent soul after accumulating energy during the lotus formation for only 100 years. Under normal circumstances, even someone as talented as fellow Taoist tyrannical Song would need a lot of time to accumulate energy during this small realm. However, as you have the option of working together with a true dragon, coupled with the fact that you have the complete version of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, giving birth to a nascent soul will be better for you. The divine dragon wore a light smile on its face as it continued, "If you use this method, I estimate that you can reduce the initial amount by 50 years if you cultivate diligently, giving birth to a nascent soul much earlier." A nascent soul within 50 years? Song Shuhang scratched his head and thought that this should be an attractive plan. What do you need us to do, fellow Taoist dragon? Senior White asked directly. He found his interest piqued when he heard that the divine dragon had a way to reduce the accumulation period in the lotus formation realm through this method of giving birth to a nascent soul. Good question. The divine dragon smiled slightly. Since fellow Taoist tyrannical Song does not intend to work for a long time, what do you think of a part-time job? After you complete your task, as a reward, I will tell you and Fairy White Dragon about this method. I can also guide you if you need help. Part-time job? The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Senior White asked, what will he do as a part-time worker, train those who are participating in the trial? Yup. That's exactly what he's going to do. The divine dragon laughed. So, are you up for it? Song Shuhang looked at Senior White. Senior White nodded. I feel that being a trial officer should be pretty fun, and if you meet 16, you can give her some help and make things easier for her. Senior White is simply too witty. However, is it really okay to talk about this matter in such an upright manner? Song Shuhang raised his head and said to the divine dragon, sure, I'll take the position. Today, he was going to be a trial officer. Are you sure you want to take this job? Pavilion Master Chu's hair swayed in the wind as she said, you do know that temporary workers receive the most blame, right? Song Shuhang replied boldly, that's not a problem. I'll take the position. First, Senior White suggested taking this job. Second, he could give 16 some leeway in the trial, so why not just take the job? With Senior White around, even if something did happen, he would definitely not have to shoulder the blame. Instead, the blame would probably fall onto the world itself, so Song Shuhang felt at ease. Then, the deal is sealed. The divine dragon rubbed its claws and temporarily transferred some of its authority to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang was given the authority of a trial officer. Everyone who passed Song Shuhang's trial could go to the divine dragon to receive the dragon's blessing and have their holy ape dragon power technique improved and a dragon tattoo added to their holy apes. As for the content of the trial, the divine dragon gave Song Shuhang the freedom to decide it. It did not plan on interfering with Song Shuhang's trial method. The only requirement it had was that the difficulty of the trial had to meet a certain standard. In addition, the divine dragon gave Sage White and Fairy White Dragon some authority as well, because it saw that the duo was also very interested in the matter. It lured one worker and got 2 more for free. It was a great deal. Moreover, this was a deal where it made a huge profit. It was the kind of deal where it bought a potato and got 2 gold bars as extra. The divine dragon floated nearby happily, entering into observer mode. It was different from the Ape Kings. Their trials were changed every year but in name only. The main purpose remained the same, which was to send the trial takers to the Golden Moon. On the other hand, the divine dragon had to change the content of its trial every year. Because of that, over the years, it had lost its imagination. And now, it could no longer come up with new ways to test the trial takers. It hoped that little friend Tyrannical Song could give it a surprise, helping it come up with new ideas. Song Shuhang, Senior White, and Sister White Dragon descended to the ground. Song Shuhang asked, Senior White, what do you think should be the content of our trial? How about you just use the expert's appraisal? The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword suggested the most realistic plan. In this way, they could identify the peerless experts within the group with a single glance. If possible, I would rather not use that here, Song Shuhang retorted. He had already given too much love to the universe. He felt that he needed to take it slow and improve his image. This was to make sure that when he ascended to the 8th stage realm for real and he held his divinity show, he would be received in a more positive manner. Yes, let's keep the impregnating gaze as a last resort, Senior White agreed. He said this because none of the trial takers was immune to the impregnating gaze, so no one was going to pass the test. However, the impregnating gaze could make it into the trial even if it was not used directly. After all, it could be used as a way to test the mental strength of the trial takers. Senior White asked, Soft Feather, fellow Taoist Scarlet Heaven Sword, as inner demons, you should be able to create a bunch of phantoms of Shuhang, right? They don't need to have any attack power. It's fine as long as they can replicate his appearance. Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, that's a very simple matter. After all, Shuhang's body is right here. It's as simple as copy and paste. Very good. Senior White nodded. In a while, place some of Shuhang's phantoms in various places in the trial area. After the trial takers enter the area, make it look like the phantoms are casting the impregnating gaze on them. This method can be used to test their will. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said, good idea. Soft Feather, let's do it. The black-skinned Soft Feather stepped out from Song Shuhang's shadow and reminded gently, my name is Butterfly Song White Creation Yellow Trigram Lychee 6 Do Phoenix. Nobody is going to remember that name. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword could not help but retort. The black-skinned Soft Feather looked aggrieved. Regardless, she and the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword began making phantoms with Song Shuhang's appearance in mind. Then, according to Senior White's instructions, spread them all over the trial area. Song Shuhang took out a small notebook and began to take notes. When he returned to the Black Dragon world, he would set up a new inheritance area for Scarlet Pupil. He could just copy Senior White's plans for the current trial and have Scarlet Pupil go through the same tests. By the way, have you experienced anything particularly thrilling? Senior White asked while pinching his chin. If anybody had any such experiences, he could make them part of the trial. There are quite a few. Song Shuhang quickly ran through his memories ever since he entered the world of cultivation and blurted out, one example is when I just picked up Senior White after you came out of seclusion. Back then, the large hole that Senior White created after falling to the ground made my entire body go weak. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair above Song Shuhang's head shook lightly, silently moving down to his back from the top of his head. We can work with that. Senior White nodded. After the trial takers come here and pass the test of will, Shuhang can go over and fall onto the ground in front of them. Song Shuhang looked confused. Why am I the one who has to do that? Because you're the trial officer, said Senior White calmly. At this moment, he also had a small notebook in his hand and was writing something down. Wait, Senior White. I'm afraid I won't be able to blow up that big of a hole when I fall. Song Shuhang tried changing Senior White's mind. Senior White smiled at Song Shuhang and said, don't worry, I will use a magical technique when you fall to make sure you recreate the effect. Song Shuhang, did I just screw myself over? Also, I propose that we have Shuhang release his illusory reality. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword suggested after arranging Song Shuhang's phantoms. But my pseudo-illusory reality does not have any lethality. At most, it can do some heavenly tribulation-type damage, said Song Shuhang. Additionally, the ending in his illusory reality was usually a scene of him burning on a demonic god pillar, screaming as he died. It was very embarrassing for him. That's not the illusory reality I'm talking about. I'm referring to the death experience that you showed back when we were in the Black Dragon world. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword was indeed an inner demon, and it had many deranged ideas. What it was referring to was what Scarlet Pupil saw back then, when the young boy had experienced Song Shuhang's various deaths. This included when Song Shuhang was beaten to death over and over again in the scholarly faction's world of the Golden Lotus by the Fat Ball. Back then, copious amounts of blood were left all over the place. Then, there was the agonizing experience from when Song Shuhang died by forging his own body into a life-bound magical treasure. After that was when he closed up and inexplicably exploded and died. Besides those, there was also that time in the Black Dragon world when, in order to avoid the heavenly punishment, Song Shuhang asked Senior White's clone to behead him and cut him into small pieces. Also, there was the heavenly tribulation realm incident, when he chose to accept Sage Monarch Melon Eater's request and was pulled into the 9th stage heavenly tribulation realm. Sage Monarch Melon Eater had only protected Li Yingzhu and left Song Shuhang to fend for himself, resulting in him being blasted apart. And many more. These painful experiences were what made Song Shuhang who he was today. Not bad. Senior White recorded everything in his notebook. If we add some of my own ideas, we've almost got enough. Let's work together and try to prepare the area before the next wave of practitioners arrive. During the first phase of the Golden Moon trial, after much effort, the participants managed to deal with the numerous inner demon-like monsters. The beast cultivators also suffered some losses. Some of their unfortunate members had been sucked dry by the monsters, to the point where they had become skin and bones. These guys would have to rest for 3 to 5 months to return to their previous state. The giant tree continued to systematically grab these people and send them into its cabins. After all the monsters were slain, the giant tree uprooted its body from the Golden Moon's surface. Then, along with a loud rumbling sound, it set off to return to Geholy Mountain, bringing back those that had failed the trial with it. After witnessing the scene, the remaining trial takers sighed in relief. A tall, sheep-horned female beast cultivator said, "It's time to head to the next challenge." Most of the beast cultivators regarded this upcoming trial with great importance. Although the General Principles chapter of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique was hidden in the trial grounds, not everyone was aiming for it. The goal of the majority of the 5th and 6th stage beast cultivators was the upcoming trial, where they would be assessed and acknowledged by the Divine Dragon. If they passed the test, then their Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique would become complete, and their holy apes would gain a dragon pattern. In the future, after they ascended to the 7th, 8th, or 9th stage, they would have another opportunity to participate in Geholy Mountain's trial. It was not too late to acquire the final chapter of their cultivation technique at that time. A one-horned beast cultivator said, "By the way, I saw Senior Tyrannical Song and Sage White move on to the next stage earlier. I wonder if they have already passed the assessment of the Divine Dragon." The members of the beast realm both loved and feared Tyrannical Song. There was no need to mention why they feared him. As for why they loved him, it was because he had given medicines and tips to the beast realm that helped them treat those who got infected with the evil energy of the netherworld. In addition, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, himself, was an expert in treating those who were inflicted with the evil energy of the netherworld and had personally cured many patients. Nearly every person participating in the trial had at least one of their friends or relatives treated by Profound Sage Tyrannical Song either directly or indirectly. As such, most of them had received his help in one way or another. The tall, sheep-horned female beast cultivator said, "Overall, I hope that Senior Tyrannical Song can pass the test of the Divine Dragon. It would be even better if he has already gone to the next challenge." Because of the grace bestowed upon the beast realm by Senior Tyrannical Song, nobody wanted him to fail. But at the same time, they hoped they would not encounter him during the trial. For this reason, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song having passed the assessment or having already entered the next area, or the one after that, was what the beast cultivators thought to be the best case. With Senior Tyrannical Song's strength, he has definitely left us behind. A snake-scaled beast cultivator laughed and said, "Maybe he's already several challenges ahead. To be honest, we probably don't have to worry about him at all." The one-horned beast cultivator smiled and said, "That's right. We, as 6th and 7th stage cultivators, should not worry about Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, who is at the 8th stage." In the crowd, 16 smiled but did not say anything. She continued listening to the beast cultivators around her praising Song Shuhang. Having experienced the sudden attack of the monsters during the first phase of the Golden Moon trial, when they headed to the second area, most of the trial takers chose to move in groups, watching out for each other. Soon after, the first batch of trial takers arrived at the area of the second test. "We're here," said the snake-scaled beast cultivator. A black-furred beast cultivator said, "Be careful. There's a shadow beast ahead. At the border of the area where the second part of the trial was to be held, there was a dog-like shadow beast tied to a thin branch. The dog-like shadow beast raised its eyes and weakly glanced at the trial takers. Then, it closed its eyes, lay on the ground, and pretended to be a dead dog. A beast cultivator frowned. Why is there a shadow beast in the second part of the trial? These shadow beasts could shuttle back and forth between the shadows. Their means of attack were strange and difficult to defend against. These beast cultivators had managed to make their way here after killing a whole group of monsters, so they were not that keen on having to fight again so soon. The snake-scaled beast cultivator said, "I'll go kill that shadow beast." At this time, the sheep-horned female beast cultivator hurriedly said, "Wait, don't be impulsive. I remember that Senior Tyrannical Song grabbed a dog-like shadow beast when he left the area of the first test. It's very likely that this shadow beast is part of Senior Tyrannical Song's loot." Yeah, I also remember Senior Tyrannical Song dragging away a dog-like shadow beast earlier. But why did Senior Tyrannical Song leave this beast tied here? Could it be that he has not passed the second trial yet? I don't see Senior Tyrannical Song or the others that were with him anywhere nearby. Could he have failed? With the strength that Senior Tyrannical Song possesses, there is no way he fails this kind of test. Perhaps Senior Tyrannical Song just tied the shadow beast here and went to the next area. Regardless of what happened, let's just ignore this shadow beast. And so, this group of beast cultivators that had 9 members bypassed the dog-like shadow beast and entered the second test's area. As soon as they stepped into the area of the second test, they felt as if the entire world had started spinning. Immediately afterward, the 9 people were sent to 9 different locations. Spatial energy? The 9 beast cultivators were startled, and they all immediately assumed defensive stances. At this moment, the sound of a microphone being tuned rang in their ears. Welcome to the second test of the Golden Moon Trial, where you will be taking on the hardest challenge of your lives. Those who pass this test will be acknowledged by the Divine Dragon and receive its blessing. Those who fail will fall into a hell full of despair and be unable to reincarnate for eternity. A gentle female voice sounded in everyone's ears. As the language of the beast realm was used, there were no problems with regard to communication. The 9 beast cultivators gulped anxiously. Are you ready? I'll give you 10 seconds to prepare. Widen your eyes, prepare your defenses, and welcome the harshest test. The 9 beast cultivators all focused. They fully activated their Holy Ape Dragon Power technique, and various defensive measures emerged around them in quick succession. Their eyes stared straight ahead with rapt attention. Then, a familiar figure that the beast cultivators respected, loved, and feared appeared in their field of view. After this figure appeared, a pair of deep eyes shone ominously. What is love? What is filial piety? Do you know the greatness of maternal love? Then, a terrifying light appeared in the pair of eyes. Due to the 9 beast cultivators focusing as much as they could, their eyes wide and staring straight ahead, they did not have the slightest chance of escaping the sudden flash of light. At this moment, even closing their eyes had become a luxury. They were left with no way out. Tyrannical Song, the 9 beast cultivators screamed in unison, their minds collapsing. They had thought of thousands of possible outcomes and many kinds of cruel tests. However, they did not expect that profound sage Tyrannical Song would ambush them all of a sudden. He was also a trial taker, so why did Senior Tyrannical Song suddenly become part of the test? Chapter 2046 Director White, there's something wrong with the script. Were we not on the same side until a moment ago? When did you become a trial officer? The beast cultivators had readied themselves, but they were still taken by surprise. They knew that this trial would be especially harsh, but they did not expect that the test would be administered by Senior Tyrannical Song himself. Whenever Tyrannical Song's eyes lit up, the world dimmed. Even though the impregnating gaze did not really take effect, the beast cultivators began feeling some discomfort in their stomachs. The problem here is that I already understand maternal love very well. The snake-scaled beast cultivator burst into tears. Additionally, my race is oviparous, so giving birth is not this painful for us. Senior Tyrannical Song's impregnating gaze is really unfair to those who are oviparous like me. Heavens, this fellow does have a point. Song Shuhang found himself speechless. Although it was just a phantom of Song Shuhang that was in front of the snake-scaled beast cultivator, Song Shuhang, Senior White, Sister White Dragon, and the Divine Dragon were all monitoring the reactions of the cultivators. After all, they needed to observe the trial takers before assessing them and giving them a score, which would determine if they passed or not. In addition, in order to allow everyone to understand the language of the beast cultivators, the monitoring screen that Shuhang and the others were looking at had subtitles. The impregnating gaze really does seem to be quite unfair to those who lay eggs. Next time I see the sage in my nightmare. Song Shuhang was in the middle of his thoughts when he shook his head with a wry smile. Sister White Dragon said, "Anyway, let's rate these 9 trial takers." Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair asked, "Which one are you going to rate first?" "Let's start with the snake-scaled beast cultivator. Out of 10 points, I can give them 6 points for their response," said Song Shuhang. As the snake-scaled beast cultivator had pointed out a shortcoming of the impregnating gaze, he felt the need to reward them with an additional point. "I'll give them a 4, no more than that." Sister White Dragon was unexpectedly stern. Senior White pinched his chin and said, "There's no need to be so strict. I feel that they're quite amusing. I'll give them 6 points." The Divine Dragon took out a pen and recorded, "After averaging your ratings, the snake-scaled beast cultivator gets 5.3 points out of 10. Song Shuhang said, "Let's rate the sheep-horned beast cultivator next." When she faced the impregnating gaze, other than some panic at the beginning, she was relatively calm throughout the entire process. I give her 8 points. Her reaction reminded me of that evil demon from the netherworld that had given birth to many children. Sister White Dragon nodded and said, "Women do have an advantage when faced with the impregnating gaze. After they have experienced it once, their resistance toward the second time should improve significantly. I'll also give her 8 points. After experiencing it once, the second time usually went smoother. As long as somebody had given birth enough times, they would probably develop a resistance toward the impregnating gaze." Senior White said, "I'll also give her 8 points." The Divine Dragon continued to record the scores. "Alright, then the sheep-horned beast cultivator gets 8 points out of 10. Song Shuhang, Senior White, and Sister White Dragon quickly rated the 9 trial takers, and the Divine Dragon calculated their average score and recorded it down. The 4 worked together with great coordination. The 9 beast cultivators screamed for a long time, but nothing happened. They looked down at their flat bellies, and then looked at the profound sage tyrannical song in front of them, wry smiles on their faces. It was just an illusion. From the looks of it, this phantom of senior tyrannical song was part of the trial. Was this to test our reaction? Maybe it was to test out mental strength or perhaps our willpower. If this was part of the trial, I wonder how much we scored. Although the 9 trial takers had been separated, they had a way to communicate despite the long distance. We should watch out. There might be more phantoms of senior tyrannical song. Moreover, we should not panic like we did this time. If we encounter senior tyrannical song again, we should first try to determine if the other party is real or not. While the 9 trial takers were conversing with one another, they felt another turbulent wave, and the world seemed to start spinning again. A spatial ability had been used once again. They were brought together. Congratulations, you have passed the first test. Next, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song will present you with a reward. The gentle woman's voice sounded again. Don't let yourselves be deceived by her words. If it wasn't for her reminder last time that had us widen our eyes and concentrate, we would not have been so frightened by Senior Tyrannical Song's sudden appearance. Mentally prepare yourselves. Don't panic regardless of whether Senior Tyrannical Song's phantom or real body appears before us. The 9 trial takers continued to communicate with each other. While they were communicating in secret, a figure appeared in the air ahead of them. It was profound sage Tyrannical Song. Shuhang smiled slightly as he looked at the 9 trial takers. When they saw him, the 9 trial takers lowered their eyes in unison as a sign of respect. Shuhang said, "First of all, let me congratulate you for passing the first test." While speaking, he slowly moved forward. According to the script, after taking 10 steps, he would plunge to the ground, right in front of the 9 testers, and create a huge pit. Shuhang thought to himself, "I'm sorry, fellow Taoists of the Beast Realm, but I'm just acting according to Director White's script. Don't blame me for this." 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he plunged to the ground. Shuhang looked confused. "Director White, there's something wrong here. Didn't the script say that I would only fall after taking 10 steps? I'm not ready yet." Shuhang fell to the ground with a heavy crash. His body was one made of wood, and if he did not hit the ground properly after the fall, he would not be able to create the giant hole they were looking for. Boom! At this moment, the ground shook. Shuhang and the 9 trial takers were all swallowed by the explosion. Immediately afterwards, there was a series of screams. Shuhang screamed the loudest while trying to play his part. This kind of explosion could not hurt him or make him feel pain. However, he felt that screaming miserably would help with their plan. At this moment, the second batch of trial takers had arrived in the area. This second batch included the team that 16 and Taoist Turntable were a part of. Everyone could hear the incessant screams coming from the area ahead of them, and they had also heard a loud explosion a few seconds ago. The people who were part of the second batch gulped involuntarily. They all wondered what had happened to evoke so much fear among the batch of trial takers ahead of them. The screams of one man in particular made them feel very anxious. The man's cries made their hearts wrench. They all wondered as to just what kind of pain the owner of the cries had to endure to scream out so miserably. 16. Isn't that Shuhang's voice? If that's really Shuhang's voice, does that mean that he's in the middle of his test? Also, what exactly was Shuhang made to go through that he would scream so miserably? 16 rubbed her brows. Her intuition told her that there was something wrong with this scream. The female beast cultivator in their team asked weakly, "Brother Turntable, do we really want to proceed? Let's wait for now." Taoist Turntable stretched out his hand and motioned for the team to sit down and rest to recharge their energies. Then, he reminded his team, "We should try to understand the situation first. According to my experience, the second trial on the Golden Moon is related to the Divine Dragon. This second test is always different. Let's wait until the other trial takers are done, then we observe and try to get a gist of the situation." This was a very rational approach, and many of the other trial takers had the same idea as Taoist Turntable. Unfortunately for them, this was within Director White's expectations. 20 seconds after Taoist Turntable's group sat down, a gentle female voice echoed in their ears from the trial area. "Welcome to the second area of the Golden Moon trial, where you will be taking on the harshest test of your lives. Those who pass this test will be acknowledged by the Divine Dragon and receive its blessing. Those who fail will fall into a hell of despair and be unable to reincarnate for eternity." Taoist Turntable was taken aback. "Have we already entered the second area?" In the next moment, Taoist Turntable's group felt as if the world had started spinning. It was spatial energy. They had been moved to the trial area. With this move, the trial takers were denied the chance to gather intelligence. Well done. The Divine Dragon grabbed a small notebook with its claws and noted down this tactic. That's 16. She's here alongside Taoist Turntable's team, said Sister White Dragon. She had sensed 16's presence among the second batch of trial takers. 16 is here? Song Shuhang, who was still screaming in the huge pit, stopped and jumped out. He seemed to be full of energy, just as if nothing had happened. Then, he activated his authority as a trial officer and gathered the members of 16's team who were about to be split up. As for the other trial takers of the second batch, they were still split up. It was only 16's team that was gathered in the same location. The divine dragon scratched its chin with its claw. It acquiesced to Song Shuhang's actions and, at the same time, a smile emerged on its face. Daoist Turntable shook his head, recovering from the dizziness brought about by the teleportation. "What is this place?" asked a young beast cultivator who was a disciple of Daoist Turntable. Daoist Turntable replied, "This is the second area of the Golden Moon trial. As long as you can pass this test, you'll receive the blessing of the divine dragon like I have. When you receive the blessing, a dragon pattern will be added to the bodies of your holy apes. Be careful, this second test is not to be taken lightly." Daoist Turntable was a 7th stage venerable right now, and he had participated in Geholy Mountain's trial back when he was a true monarch, receiving the blessing of the divine dragon. Now that he had reached the venerable realm, he joined the trial again in hopes of comprehending the general principles chapter of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. While he was speaking, the gentle woman's voice sounded again. The content of the message was the same, and it was to remind all the cultivators to open their eyes wide and focus on what was ahead of them. Why does this voice sound like Pavilion Master Chu's voice? 16 silently thought to herself. While she was in thought, Song Shuhang's voice sounded in the ears of everyone on 16's team. Here's a tip. Prepare yourselves as you're going to be facing the impregnating gaze in a short while. Don't worry as it's just an illusion. Be brave. Daoist Turntable looked around suspiciously. I seem to have heard Senior Tyrannical Song's voice just now. In the meantime, while the other trial takers were focused on staring ahead, Song Shuhang's phantoms made their appearance. Then, his deep eyes conveyed the greatness of maternal love to all the trial takers. Tyrannical Song, the trial takers all exclaimed in unison. As for 16's team, due to Song Shuhang's reminder, although they were a little surprised, they did not panic. Why did Senior Tyrannical Song appear here? Asked the young beast cultivator. This is just a phantom. But as a trial taker himself, why did Senior Tyrannical Song become part of the trial? Daoist Turntable frowned. Even if it was just a phantom, the female beast cultivator in their team grabbed a medicine bottle with trembling hands, took out 2 pills, and swallowed them. She suffered from the Tyrannical Song's speech sequelae, so even though she knew that it was an illusion, she could not help but have an adverse reaction to Shuhang's sudden appearance. The young beast cultivator asked, was it Senior Tyrannical Song who warned us just now? Everyone in their team turned to look at 16. After all, 16 was the only one who knew Senior Tyrannical Song. Was the trial officer helping them cheat? Wonderful. I'm getting more and more ideas. The divine dragon quickly recorded what had happened in its notebook, writing down everything Song Shuhang did. As long as a warning was issued, the trial takers would feel relieved, to the point that they dared to look at Tyrannical Song's phantom directly. But what if Tyrannical Song's phantom was replaced with another test? What would happen if the trial takers were made to face an especially terrifying test when their guard was lowered? Hiring little friend Tyrannical Song as a part-time worker seemed to be working wonders. Sister White Dragon said, the second test should be coming up next. How is Shuhang going to help them there? During the first test, he could secretly warn them of what was going to happen. However, during the second test, they would not have any time to avoid the explosion even if they were warned in advance. Let's wait and see, said the divine dragon with a smile. The free fall test was underway once more. The second batch of trial takers was teleported over to the location of the second test. Meanwhile, the first batch was sent to face the third test, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's Nightmare. 16's team reunited with the other trial takers of the second batch. What's the content of this test? Will Profound Sage Tyrannical Song give us a hint again? Daoist turntable thought to himself. While he was in thought, Song Shuhang's real body appeared in front of everyone. Song Shuhang looked at 16 and smiled. This time, he did not transmit his voice or give them any hints. He began taking steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps. It seemed like Director White had changed the script again. Previously, the explosion took place after 3 steps. Song Shuhang took a deep breath and took another step, then another. After the 6th step, he felt his foot slide. This is it. Song Shuhang stretched out his arms and grabbed his head, throwing it toward 16. Boom! The wooden body plunged to the ground, and the power of the explosion swallowed the trial takers. At that same time, Song Shuhang's long hair grabbed 16 and used his authority as a trial officer to bypass the flight restrictions placed in the area, dragging her into the sky. From the sidelines, the divine dragon smiled again. Translator, God Brandy. The divine dragon said while taking notes, "Maybe I should give little friend Tyrannical Song a reminder." Senior White thought for a while, then replied, "It's okay. He's having a good time." "You're right." "Then, I'll just continue smiling," said the divine dragon. Afterward, it continued to wear a bright smile on its face. Sister White Dragon, are these two on the same wavelength? There's actually someone who can be on the same wavelength as fellow Daoist White? At this time, on the monitoring screen. As she was timely brought away by Song Shuhang's head, 16 managed to avoid the explosion. As for the rest of her team, Song Shuhang was unable to help them. After all, he only had one head, so he could not bring too many people with him. Even if his hair could turn into 20 arms, during a critical moment, he could only save 16. Besides, Daoist Turntable's team was not as important to him as 16, which was both a fact and a big factor. From the beginning, he only planned on saving 16 anyway, so the others were doomed from the start. Even if time were to rewind hundreds of times, he would not have changed his decision, and the ending would still be the same. So, the rest of Daoist Turntable's team and the second batch of trial takers could only face the explosion and get buried in the resulting huge pit. They also wanted to rise in the sky like Song Shuhang, but the restrictions in the area forced them to keep their feet on the ground and endure the explosion. Without the authority of a trial officer, it was impossible for them to rise up into the sky. Ah! All kinds of screams echoed in the trial area. In the end, the screams turned into a mournful ensemble. In the sky, 16 steadied herself. She then stretched out her hands and embraced Song Shuhang's head. "It's over." Song Shuhang let out a breath of relief. Below them was a hellish scene, one that the participants could not skip even if they wanted to. After all, everything that was happening was part of the trial, and they would not get a good score by skipping it. The more terrifying the test was, the more they had to apply themselves. That was why it was a hell from which they could not escape. 16 asked curiously, "Shuhang, how did you become part of the trial?" Song Shuhang replied, "By applying for the position of temp trial officer. In short, I'm just doing my job." 16, she knew she was somewhat different from other people, yet Song Shuhang was a freak even when compared to someone like her. For no matter how normal things looked, whenever Song Shuhang joined the fray, everything would become unpredictable. Song Shuhang said, "After the explosion is the final test of this area. The last test will begin when all the trial takers have gathered, as it requires Senior White's help, and he does not want to waste too much time." 16 smiled and said, "That's in character for Senior White." The explosions lasted for quite some time before subsiding. The more people entered the area, the greater the strength of the explosions. Once the explosion subsided, the trial takers slowly climbed out of the huge pits. Song Shuhang looked down and said, "It seems that no one has failed during this second test." 16 blinked and asked, "Were you hoping for people to fail during this test?" "It's contradictory, isn't it?" said Song Shuhang as he looked up at the sky. Part of him hoped that the participants would fail and stop here. At the same time, he was also looking forward to seeing how this group of trial takers would fare when faced with the third and final test in this area. Because the third test was way more terrifying than the second test. It was a test where the trial takers would have to experience death again and again, and that was something only a few could endure. 2 times slowly passed by. After the third and fourth batches of trial takers arrived and passed the first 2 tests, the third and final test could finally begin. Eventually, all the trial takers were moved in front of a gate. The gentle woman's voice echoed again. Congratulations for passing the first 2 tests. You will be now facing the final test of the second trial on the Golden Moon. All the trial takers cheered up. It was time to take on the final test, and as long as they passed it, they would be able to obtain the blessing of the divine dragon, and most of the trial takers were here for that reason. Trial takers, please place your hands on the gate. The gate will send you to different tests which will be determined by the choice you make. The gentle and lazy female voice was heard again. 16 said, the test is starting. Let's go. No, we don't have to go down. Shuhang willed it, and the wooden body lying at the bottom of a pit climbed out. Then, it jumped into the air and reunited with Shuhang's head. The test of the third and fourth batches of trial takers was carried out by his wooden body alone. Shuhang's head had been in the air the entire time, observing the scene below. One Shuhang said, "Follow me. I will get you through the final test when the time comes." 16 giggled. Okay. 2 That gentle female voice echoed again, the test will now begin. The trial takers gulped and gingerly placed their hands on the gate. Everyone had already fallen victim to the tricks of this gentle-sounding woman, so they all acted with caution toward anything she said. Some people went as far as covering their hands with magical techniques or putting on magical treasures before pressing their palms on the gate. When their palms touched the door, Sage White's voice resounded in their minds. Sage White's voice was impossible for anyone who had heard his speech to forget. In an empty space with no shelter or cover, your enemy is 800 meters away from you, and they have already cast a wind spell. The spell takes the form of a sharp half-arc. Under the premise that there is no outside interference, what do you do in order to accurately avoid the attack or counter it? For the trial takers were all dumbfounded. This final test was very different from what they imagined. However, there were many answers to this question. According to the different cultivation techniques and magical techniques they practiced or their realm, there were many possible answers to this question. Whether it was defending, dodging, or counterattacking, 1,000 people might have 1,000 different answers. As the trial takers answered the question in their minds, their figures disappeared from before the gate. Afterward, they found themselves in separate worlds. No matter which trial taker it was, and regardless of which world they were sent to, they immediately started observing their surroundings. Then, they simultaneously let out breaths of relief. This time, profound sage tyrannical song was nowhere to be seen. One truth be told, they all held some fear toward him. 3. Chapter 2049 On this day, we're all tyrannical song. The beast cultivators respected and loved Senior Tyrannical Song, but at least for the duration of this trial, they did not want to see him again. Now, in this last test of the second moon trial, everyone felt relieved when they discovered that Senior Tyrannical Song was nowhere to be seen. As long as Senior Tyrannical Song is not here, we can pass this last test. This thought and belief emerged in the minds of 90% of the trial takers. Anyway, the participants were placed inside different worlds. Someone landed beside a blonde fairy maiden with a blurry face who was busy hammering a magical treasure on a forging table. Someone sat quietly in the middle of a group of seniors discussing the Great Way. Similarly, the faces of this group of seniors were all blurred, and it was impossible to make out their real appearance. Someone stood opposite a giant whale. The giant whale looked up at the sky and seemed to be waiting for something. Someone found himself fighting a sci-fi looking metal man. There were a few who were relatively luckier and happened to end up with Sage White. They chatted with Sage White as they traveled through a city, and they felt as if they were going to melt at the sight of Sage White's smile. Finally, a group of people appeared beside a bunch of disciples of the scholarly faction. The disciples seemed to be very busy. Similarly, they also had blurred faces. Behind the scenes, Senior White and Sister White Dragon had already prepared everything. What the trial takers were experiencing now was an illusory reality created by Senior White. These worlds were based on Song Shuhang's memories, with a touch of Senior White's artistic sense attached to them. As long as there was a script, there was nothing that Director White could not do inside his illusory reality world. After ascending to the 8th stage, Director White's illusory reality world had become very special. Everything inside the illusory could be changed according to his will. This was something that Song Shuhang had personally experienced not too long ago. Meanwhile, Sister White Dragon was responsible for replicating the pain that was experienced by Song Shuhang in his memories and transferring it to Director White's illusory reality world. Song Shuhang simply stayed in the trial area, cooperating with Sister White Dragon to pass on the pain. Senior White said, "Let's begin." Sister White Dragon said, "I'm ready." The Divine Dragon quietly gulped. Song Shuhang received the signal from Sister White Dragon. "Let the world feel pain." Song Shuhang said in a low voice while holding 16. 316 blinked at him with uncertainty in her eyes. One Song Shuhang replied earnestly, "This is also part of my job." As he said that, the worlds where the trial takers had been transported to came to life. The plot of each illusory world began to unfold. The blonde fairy maiden who was holding a big and small hammer said, "Are you ready?" Fellow Daoist tyrannical Song, the next step is the final step required to complete the forging of the magical treasure. Are you ready to pay the price? Among the group of seniors who were discussing the Great Way, someone looked at the trial taker and said calmly, "Tyrannical Song, what do you think?" The giant whale said, "Come, this is the last heavenly tribulation. Endure it, tyrannical Song. Whether you live or die all depends on this moment." The sci-fi-looking metal man said fiercely, "Tyrannical Song, this time, your demise is set in stone." Sage White's eyes lowered slightly, and he said softly, "Forgive me, tyrannical Song." The scholarly faction disciples suddenly turned to look at the trial taker and said, "Senior tyrannical Song, you're here." "Wait, what? Tyrannical Song? Are they referring to us?" The trial takers in each world were stunned, frozen in their original positions. They thought that there would no longer be any appearances of Senior Tyrannical Song in this final test. It was also because of that thought that they had greater confidence in passing this test. However, none of them expected such a plot twist. One, they would not get to see Tyrannical Song in this final test because they had become Senior Tyrannical Song. This plot twist hit was so unexpected that the trial takers were all caught off guard. An ominous premonition flooded everyone's heart. We've become Senior Tyrannical Song. What do we do now? What can we do? Some people tried to struggle, but they could not control the development of the plot. At this time, they were like performers acting according to a preset script. With a loud clang, the blonde fairy maiden slammed down her big hammer onto the magical treasure. At the same time, the tyrannical Songs, who were in this scenario, found themselves jumping onto the scorching hot forging table. The flames on the forging table were terrifying. They were not just some ordinary flames but the inextinguishable flames of a phoenix. What's Senior Tyrannical Song doing? Is he using his body to forge a treasure? Is he crazy? Senior Tyrannical Song is crazy. Does he actually believe in the nonsense of using one's body to forge a magical treasure? This kind of forging technique had long since been rejected by the world of cultivation because of how cruel it was and how low the probability of improving the quality of the magical treasure was. Anyone who used this refining technique was an idiot. The tyrannical songs that jumped onto the forging table were instantly melted down by the phoenix flames. Ah! Screams of agony echoed through the sky, piercing through the clouds high above. The pain that resulted from using one's body to forge a treasure was absolutely horrifying. Even if they were to use all the words and expressions they knew that were related to pain, it was far from enough to describe the terrifying pain they were experiencing at this moment. Just when they thought that they were experiencing the worst pain that could be felt, the blonde fairy maiden's big hammer smashed down on them. The ruthless hammer taught them that pain was like the universe, boundless. When they thought they had reached the limit, they learned and experienced a new realm of pain with just one additional strike of the hammer. They could not do anything but scream. In the discussion group, the batch of tyrannical songs who were in a daze felt their bodies heat up. Immediately afterward, a tearing pain came from within their bodies. Boom! Their bodies exploded all of a sudden, turning into a bloody mist. The pain of this explosion stemmed from the very core of their body. Although it was just a brief moment of pain, it was devastating. Ah! They all let out miserable screams. Although the trial takers' bodies had blown into a bloody mist, the pain still reverberated in their minds. Pain crashed into their minds like a tsunami. Wave after wave slammed into them. This was the art of pain. In fact, Shuhang had no memory of what it was like when he had died from exploding into a bloody mist. Back then, he had been in a deep slumber, so he did not actually remember what it felt like. However, he had felt similar levels of pain before. There had been several times when the pain from forcibly using the secret appraisal technique left him feeling as if he was on the verge of having his body torn to pieces. Moreover, the price that he had to pay for using the secret appraisal technique was 10 times more terrifying than normal pain. If he were to casually go through his memories, he would be able to easily extract an experience where he felt pain of this level. In the world with the giant whale. It was really too difficult for a 6th-stage cultivator to face a 9th-stage heavenly tribulation. The fact that they had not directly fallen unconscious when faced with its might showed that they had very strong wills. After all, those who could make it to the second trial of the Golden Moon were elite members of the beast realm. In any case, 99.999% of the cultivators would tremble with fear before the heavenly tribulation, and the tyrannical songs in the world with the giant whale were no exception. The difficulty of this test turned out to be way beyond their expectations. Boom! The trial takers could not resist in the slightest before the heavenly tribulation. They instinctively wanted to defend themselves, but their hearts were filled with despair at this moment. The gap in strength was simply too big, and even comparing it to the distance between heaven and earth would not do it justice. Not everyone was a little bug that was too hard to kill. Most people were only soft little bugs that would be pinched to death without problems. The heavenly tribulation descended, and the batch of tyrannical songs died very quickly. They were all blasted apart and reduced to ashes. Similarly to the people in the other worlds, even if they had been turned to ash, they were still conscious. The pain of being blasted apart by the heavenly tribulation crashed into their minds. Their desperate and fearful screams merged together, giving rise to a chorus of screams. However, there was a slight difference from before. Among the people in this batch, there were 3 tyrannical songs whose screams had a hint of excitement in them. After all, as the giant whale had said, this was an extremely valuable experience. These people got to experience the 9th stage heavenly tribulation ahead of time and without repercussions. Even if they had been reduced to ashes and were experiencing excruciating pain that made them scream at the top of their lungs, this was indeed a precious experience. They were in pain, but they were also happy. These 3 tyrannical songs in the giant whale world got to taste the beauty of pain for the first time in their lives. These 3 had the aptitude to evolve into unkillable little bugs in the future. One of them was the tiger cultivator, Taoist turntable, from 16's team. Compared to the misery mixed with excitement that the people in the giant whale's world felt, the ones in the liquid metal man's world were baffled. These tyrannical songs experienced the battle with the liquid metal man firsthand. They could feel that this was an epic battle. It was a battle between existences at the very pinnacle of the universe. Theoretically speaking, as long as they could understand even the slightest bit about this battle, they would gain countless benefits. However, the level of the fight was simply too high. Skipping a step was worthy of a genius, but if you were to skip too many, you would probably not understand anything. Although the appearance of the liquid metal man was blurred to the point of it almost having become a human-shaped mosaic, it did not detract from its horror. The terrifying aura that came from the liquid metal man seemed to be a combination of all the evils in the universe. When looking at the other party, all the tyrannical songs felt great fear, and their thoughts slowed down. In this state, it was even harder for them to comprehend anything. It was this event that led to Song Shuhang's current predicament. At that time, the heavenly punishment twin dragons collided and crushed Song Shuhang's body, which was why Song Shuhang came to the beast realm seeking the general principles chapter of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. Halfway through the scenario, Senior White muttered softly, "Huh?" He then hurried to pause the scene. Sister White Dragon asked, "What's wrong?" After a moment of thought, Senior White said, Let's switch to a different scenario." The Divine Dragon asked curiously, "What's wrong with this one?" "I discovered something interesting." This scenario drew a response from a particular type of energy in the beast realm. "Let's save this scenario for later," Senior White said with a big smile on his face. This smile was a genuine one, different from the smile that he usually wore when trying to hide his charm. It was the right choice to go to Geholy Mountain with little friend Shuhang. We encountered something interesting again. Senior White was happy. When Senior White smiled like this, his charm was fully at play. One Sister White Dragon and the Divine Dragon, who could both see him from close-up, were stunned senseless. "I'm changing the scenario." Senior White began to act. In the next moment, the tyrannical songs who were fighting against the liquid metal man felt the world change. All of a sudden, they were transferred to a dark world, and in front of them was the gentle-looking Sage White. Sage White was holding a sharp sword in his hand as he spoke. "Forgive me, tyrannical song." The tyrannical songs who were originally in the liquid metal man scenario had all been moved here. Above their heads, there was a group of dark clouds similar to tribulation clouds. The difference was that these dark clouds were 1,000,000 times more terrifying than tribulation clouds. While the heavenly tribulation was extremely powerful, it still left those who challenged it a chance to survive. However, the dark clouds above their heads and the lightning that brewed inside them gave them a feeling of absolute despair. It felt as if it would not stop until the target was dead. This was not the heavenly tribulation, but the heavenly punishment. The heavenly punishment existed to completely obliterate its target. It mainly targeted netherworld rulers who forced their way into the main world or other special beings. The lightning of the heavenly punishment continued brewing in the dark clouds. Right after, boundless and terrifying pressure emerged from the clouds and assaulted the tyrannical songs. A single thought reverberated in their minds: "I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Under the punishment lightning, their deaths were certain. They had no way of avoiding the lightning, and their bodies were sure to be obliterated. The hearts of the tyrannical songs were filled with despair. Most of these tyrannical songs turned their heads and looked at Sage White. When faced with the heavenly punishment, only Sage White could bring them a hint of warmth. Spending their last few moments with Sage White was their sole consolation. Just as the tyrannical songs thought this, the sword in Sage White's hand flashed. The sword light turned into a net, slicing the tyrannical songs into neat little squares. All of the tyrannical songs looked bewildered and could not believe what just happened. Sage White had actually attacked them and sliced their body apart. What kind of horrible play was this? In order to enhance the shock factor, Senior White added a few touches here and there. He also added a slow-motion effect when the sharp net wrapped around the tyrannical songs' bodies. Every single one of the tyrannical songs felt the intricacies in the sharp sword light as it cut into their bodies, slicing them into numerous pieces. It was a very painful experience. Being personally killed by Sage White placed them in greater despair than being blasted to death by the heavenly punishment. And so, the chorus of screams echoed again. Behind the scenes, Senior White pinched his chin. Sure enough, not everyone is like little friend Shuhang. Not everyone can taste pain and endure it. With that, the Sage White scenario concluded. Senior White's attention moved to the final group of trial takers who were a part of the Golden Lotus scenario. This scenario was the most tragic one out of all of them. Senior White said softly, "Let's conduct another experiment." The Liquid Metal Man scenario had evoked a reaction from the Beast Realm's energies. So what about this Golden Lotus scenario? According to Song Shuhang's memory, the main villain of this plot was also Netherworld ruler Fatball.